Hey, so this is a little story from episode 55, but it's an interesting one. It's a famous tale, actually, the tale of Plata Sucia, the tale of the dirty silver, and I mean silverware. And what happened was that there was all these children in Uganda playing with this Miragusta mooch. It looked like they liked playing with it much, and they were playing a game where they were pretending to eat, and they were saying, "Ooh, que rico! Ooh, this is good and delicious, sabroso." Oh. And then this was just, there wasn't the parents on the scene. They were very intelligent kids. They said, "Y otro mama," and there's another mom coming. Postre, she's bringing dessert. And the kids pretended. They said, "Oh, mira esta tentación. Look at this temptation." And then all the other kids said, "Tentacion." And then someone pretended. They said, "What are you all doing here, eating dessert for almuerzo, for lunch?" "Yeah, we're eating dessert for lunch with silverware." And they said, "You're going to need some antecitos, antacid." And then the kids stood. They said, "Would you want to repeat that to us?" And they said, "Well, have you heard that there's a princess in Cantaria who would love some silverware? She doesn't. Their kingdom lost the silverware." And the children said, "Are you some?" They said, "We're just eating with the silver." And they said, the person said, "Well, Manihar, I'll drive you in the silverware to this princess. Let's go." And these jovencitos, these were youngsters. And as they drove, and don't worry, this wasn't anything strange. This was like I think this was a pink elephant that was driving them. And they were singing the song, "Secas yo lavo benzina," dry wash my neighbor's, sucia. I'm dry washing my neighbor's silverware. And then they put the top down. This was one of those cars that the top goes down, convertible. And they said, "Que rico and Sirio, man, we're seriously rich." And then the pink elephant turned off the road, and they said, "Que te pasa? What's wrong?" And they said, "Respira, tranquilo, chill. We gotta go. Sentar bueno examina tacones. Be good at my heels and sit in an exam." And they said, "I'm sorry, what? A clinica? This isn't a clinic of understanding." And the elephant said, "No estresso. We're going, don't get stressed. We're going to save the princess by delivering the dry washed silverware." And they said, "Well, how are we going to deliver it? Like Hazme Bueno Recostar? Will they let us lay it at the feet of the throne?" And then another child said, "Son lo que más se esta bendito ahorita." Like, they're selling, what are they going to give us? Basically, what are they going to sell us on to get us to give them the silverware right now? And I'll tell you what, this is why you don't trust pink elephants always. The pink elephant got this look in his eye and said, "El de banano que este como en agui," the banana that is booming. And the kid said, "We're going to get booming bananas for our family silverware." And the pink elephant said, "Oh, yes, sí. Ingresos exioso para nada raro." Successful income for anything unusual. And the kid said, "Sabes montaña de plata." We got mountains of this silverware in our bags. And then they got on an autopista highway, And it was clear the pink elephant was lost. It said, Pensarlo dejame. Let me think. And then this was like, I think this might have been a bit like the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland, because this clearly knew, this pink elephant knew more, because it said, oh, unos papeles que tengo que firmar. I have papers you kids need to sign. And they said, are these booming banana recuperation recovery papers? We're going to get booming bananas for our family silverware. And the big elf started driving and said, Llenarte todo el día. You'll be able to fill your lives all day with booming bananas. And in fact, the scientists of this town, coming up this kingdom, Mejore, they're working on improving the booming of the bananas. And then there was the kids, there was a sencillo, like a simple look on a kid's face, because they said, what does a booming banana do? And then they went up a hill bajando más. They had to go down more hills. Then the weather empeorar got worse, and the kids started to vuelvo menos unos. They said, this is a return. This isn't going to be a good return. It's going to be less about how we're going to get back. And then the melodramatic gasp of the pink elephant said, Aseguro banano. And then they pointed, and above, so there's, on this hill was this giant castle. Above the giant castle, fuera, outside of it, but higher than that, was a giant banana tree. And then they went to a guard's gate, and they said, Entregan, we're here delivering the brillante, the sparklies, you know. And then they got up to the entrance of the castle, but there was a vieja sospechosa, a suspicious old woman there. And they said, yeah, we're here for trade silverware for banana booms. So we're here to trade for the banana booms. The woman said, nunca. And they said, what? No. We're here to trade our silverware for booming bananas. And she said, Giro mascota. And they said, a pet twist? What the heck are you talking about? And they said, un seriasi para amarlo y repatarlo. And the kid said, once one defined to love and respect. What? We're just here to trade our family silverware for banana booms. And then she pointed at the pink elephant, and she said, "Que mascota has pensado?" And so then she pointed over at the pink elephant, and she said, "Que mascota has pensando?" Which the pet you thought? Bueno, un perro no puede ser. A good dog cannot be. And they said, you deceived us? Why'd you deceive us, pink elephant? What's going on? And the pink elephant said, porque no tenemos tiempo, because we have no time. And they said, what? And they said, un gato, como conseguirse un gato? A cat. The queen has achieved this as a cat. And then it pointed at a fake crown. P.A. Esto, snagged a crown. Parte fisica, physical part, voeta, flips. And they said, what are you talking, like, are you a dog? You're really a dog pretending to be a elephant, and really? Like, you're just mad because you're in a kingdom that a cat runs. And they said, claro, EMP is uno, clear, it's clear, and then, one will begin. And the kids said they weren't happy, and they said, por polirse toda el dia, you'll be polishing this silver all day, come along. And the dog, it was still in elephant mode, though. So, hey, una cosa negocio. They said, this is a business thing now. Gato, mujeres, or mascota, woman, cat, or pet. She's the queen, hembra. And cuando que oiga, when you hear bananas booming, avisar, you better warn the other dogs not to make, at the gates, prender acá, turn back, turn there. And this was a little confusing for the kids because when they walked in on the queen, she was smoking fumando hierba, like herb. She was smoking weed, which is catnip in this case. But then the queen, the princess, she said, Siga, follow me. And they said, what is this place? She said, Vicioso Raya a me. This is my vices bay. And then it was really her room, and then, where she smoked up. And then she said, Scabacera, this is my headboard for wearing, for my asuntos, my affairs. And the kids, they didn't know what that meant anyway. So she said, Miro eso y no es noticia. I know, okay, that's not news to you. La gente se olvido de ese asunto. I guess people forget that it matters to kids. And she said, kids, you have my seguro, my insurance. And they said, we have a bunch of silver we took from our parents' houses. Soon that'll generar muchas preguntas. And the cat queen, she took eso. She said, esa plata es mía. The money's mine. And they said, well, siguen un contacto. We followed a contact here. Altruismo, we had a good nature. Hicite perfectamente. And we think we did pretty well. Golpe, you can't knock what we did. And, the dogs, they probably want to ganarte, take over your kingdom. And we could, tell the dogs, realistas, be realistic. Iro dos pasos, be gone 2 steps, at a time. Quitar, remove them from the kingdom. But and then she said, tercera vez, this is the 3rd time the dogs have tried to take over my kingdom. And then she said, nacia para eso. But I was born for, to rule this kingdom. I just wanted some, silver. And then they heard a series of coolgies outside crashes. And the kid said to her, Guardello instead, you keep that silver. De hello, let it out, But in cargo, we're here to charge you, for a bunch of banana booming bananas or whatever. We heard your kingdom has them. And the queen, she said, I'm having a little case of deja vu. And they said, what's that? And she said, well, some semejante, something similar had happened. Manchanda, a bunch of spotted children came before. And Nagara denied them booming bananas, and it got chlorata. It got heated. I had to, we went back and forth, and Ganarle, I sent them away from my kingdom. And the kid well says, Sido muy infantil. It's been very childish, your behavior, but just give us the booming bananas, supuesto, like you're supposed to. None of this espantosa, none of this trying to, intimidate us or anything. And we'll always say, en que anda, the gato queen walks, and, podamos hicimos, we did, termino ya, we met at terms, we had our terms, so go get us booming bananas. Otherwise, you'll have to start considering, retiro and serio, like seriously considering retirement. And she said, the queen said, adelante comunes. Actually, it's more common to just forward the booming bananas to your house so that you don't get caught bringing them home with the missing silver. And she goes, I'll make sure and thing, Vitas, your whole lives you'll have booming bananas. So many capaz de cuidar, you will be able to care for them. And the kid said, no, Creo, I don't believe that we don't even know what booming bananas are, actually, our queen. And she said, well, you'd have to go to the despacho, the booming bananas office. But I think your kids, you'll figure out what a booming banana is. And, they went back, and the queen, she met their deal. She sent them the booming bananas. Parents all wondered, you never use silver anyway, so it wasn't until like Thanksgiving or something. And then they just said, where do we put that silver? But outside the gates was the pink elephant dog, Esperando, Descatara, Habia tan tranquilo, sitting, waiting, biding its time for one day. And that's the end of this story. All right, so this is episode 45, and it opens with a campfire. There's a pot on the campfire. There's a dog. There's wood. And you say, where are we? What's going on here? And there's a pond, and there's a peeing going on in the pond. And then it's kind of like, oh, geez, this is Walt's house. It's in disarray. You see, this is, and then we see a car pull up, and bearded Walt gets out, and he's got glasses on. He's in an old maroon car, and I mean the house is just, you see, what's happened here? And Walt goes into the house, and there's a lot of graffiti there. On one wall, there's a Heisenberg sign, and then Walt goes upstairs in the house, and he's looking around for something, and we get a close-up of Walt's beard, and it's very scruffy and thick. And then Walt's looking around, and he says, geez, where'd I hide that thing? I hid something here. And then he finds it, and then he goes out of his house, and his neighbor sees him come out of the house, and she's speechless. She's like And Walt says, hey, what's up? And she's still like in total shock from seeing Walt. And she drops her oranges out of her bag, and the episode opens. And after the opening, we see Henry, he stumbles out of the bathroom right where we left off in the last episode. And he's got the William Blake book in his hand, and he's in shock, and he's... I can't read this writing. Oh, paranoid. He's paranoid that he's going to get caught with the book. So he's looking around. He's in a daze. And then he goes and he hides the book in Maria's bag. And kind of limps through the house, limps down the hall. He looks out, and the garden party's still going on from last episode. So Maria and Valentina and Walt... so garden party's still going on, and there's a conversation leaking through. Henry's breathing, and the way he breathes, he has this look on his face like he's cold, like either physically or emotionally. And then he comes out to the garden party after he's hidden the book, and he's kind of like. He's kind of like, he's like, oh, my tummy hurts. Oh, dolor, estomaga. And he's like, Maria, we got to roll. We got to get out of here. And he almost snarls at Walt. He makes this snarling look. And then they get out to the front of the house, and Henry almost runs to the car and, like, drives away. Like, Walt's trying to catch up with him. And he's trying to leave, and Walt can sense this, so he goes after Henry kind of like, but not in an aggressive way. He's like, goes up the room. He's like, hey, what's up, man? You got a tummy ache? And Henry says nothing. He rolls up the window, and he goes, Maria. And then they roll out. And if the look on Walt's face, I'm kind of like, does he know? Double question mark. And then we see his neighbor from the opening, and she's happy. and she's like trimming her hedges, and they say, "Hey, Walt, hey, how you doing?" And then we see Henry and Maria. They're in the car. Henry's driving, and Henry kind of starts to drift into thought and out of like focus. And Maria's just like chattering and chattering, rambling on. And Henry clearly doesn't feel good. He has to stop the car. And then it breaks, and then we see Maria and Henry, and they come home because Henry didn't feel good. He had to go get a checkup. And she helps him inside, and then he kind of distracts Maria, and he hides her book. And then, what does this say? Maria's concerned. And then Henry's like, "You know what, Maria, I know we just got home from the doctor, but I need to go out to my brew house in the garage and be by myself. That's going to make me feel better." And so then he goes out there and he pulls out Gail's notes. He starts like looking at the inscription to Walt. Guido in this case, Guido. So he has Guido's notes versus Gail's notes. And he checks the writing, and there's these close-ups, and he's matching letters. And then he kind of rises up, and his mouth is open. And like as it hits him, his lip twitches, which I think was very good acting by this actor, who was just done a wonderful, wonderful job, and like a different take on the character. And as his lip twitches, the camera gets closer. And then we cut to the car wash, and Walt's all like cool boss at the car wash. And he's like, "Hey, welcome to work, buddy. Hey, what's up, guys?" And then he tries to he's got some idea he's trying to convince Cielo of, and she's like, no way. And I couldn't tell if it was money or cars or what, but it's just like, no say. And her arms are even crossed. And then we cut to a scene, and Henry's wearing a blue T-shirt, and he looks like a wild man. He just looks terrible. And some agents pull up to his house, and they have evidence or boxes. And Maria is, like, heading out to work, it looks like. And then Henry, like, sends the agents out, and he's just, like, he's on lockdown in his garage. And he's busting out the case files and the pictures and watching old videos and looking at old mess. And then he brings out the twins' drawing of Heisenberg, like the almost children level of drawing. And he holds it up and he's like, "Holy crap, this is Walt's." And then we go back to the car wash, and Lydia's at the car wash. And she pulls up like a customer, and she's trying to talk to Walt like a customer, but also get in some talking. And Cielo's in the background. She immediately suspects something. And Lydia seems to be like asking some sort of favor of Walt, and Walt's trying to get her. He's like, "Hit the road, but it's like so obvious. They're trying to say, "Hey, would you like the extra scrubbing bubbles?" They say, no, I need the double super scrubbing bubbles. And then Cielo, like, knows something's up. So after Lydia leaves, Cielo goes after Lydia. After Lydia leaves, did I say that? Cielo goes after her. And she goes, never come here again. Never come back to this place. Then we see... Mono. I thought that said Mario, but we get a callback to the character, the beloved I don't know if this is Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, but Mono and Tripa. And Mono and Tripa, a.k.a. Sweaty Mohawk, are all chilling with Jose, and they're talking kind of like, I think it was the barroom philosophy of cat petting. Definitely worth a watch if you want to see it, because they do this whole routine about petting cats, gato, And I think he was talking about his theory of petting cats. And he's got this method, and then Sweaty Mohawk is kind of like, no, this can't be, he goes, no, you can't pet a cat like that. And he goes, no, that's the way. And it's like so irritating and kind of they're drunk and high that Jose's just sitting there with this WTF look on his face, like he's fed up. And then finally he just gets up. He's like, and you know what? Like, I'm out. I'm leaving. And they're still talking as he leaves. And he's like, hey, I'm heading out, and they're like, what are you going? And then we go to Saul's office waiting room. And the guy's like, Saul's guy, he's a very loud breather, and he's sleeping and breathing, standing up very loudly. It's interrupting the whole waiting room. And Jose can't even get a time of day. He's like, when's Saul going to be ready to see me? And they won't give him the time of day. So he lights up a spliff or a joint. And I was like, was he smoking a joint? And then the Saul's paralegal says, you can't smoke a joint in here, dude. And then she says, you got to get him out. And then she calls, the bodyguard says, you can't do that. And it was pretty sweet. Like, he blows smoke right in the Saul's guy's face. He's blowing rings. And he does it very rebelliously. And then they're like, okay, you better get in to see Saul. And then Saul had just gotten a massage, like a dual massage, and his flies down. And Jose's got all this money, and he's like, Saul's shocked. Whatever Jose's saying, Saul's like, you can't do this, man. He goes, sit down. And he tries to explain him. He's like, this idea is not going to work. And it was pretty funny because Saul's tie was loose and his shirt was open. And he just looked disheveled. And then he says, is this about Andrea? This I couldn't tell, the Spanish, but I think he said, is this about Andrea or all the money? And then he's like, maybe you could give her part of the money. And then I think Saul said, listen, kid, you got to be realistic here. And then Jose's like, you know what, forget, I'm leaving. And Saul's kind of exasperated. And then he gets into his phone drawer, and he's digging through his phone drawer, and he makes a call. And he's like, we got a problem. And then it's Walt on the other end. And Walt's had an appointment, and he's like, chill, I'll take care of it. And then we see Jose, he's lying on a couch, his head's on the couch, ding-dong at the door. And Walt shows up, he's got Jose's money. Walt was wearing khakis and a lime green Oxford. And he's like, I just said it was a very lime green Oxford. And then Walt has this speech he makes I can't read my handwriting, incredibly something. And Jose has this like very high school attitude. He's like, dude, I'm so over this, bro. And then Walt is like, this is your money. You can't just, throw your money away. And then Walt gives this really long speech. And then Jose comes back on him like, he goes, dude, what do you think I was born? He goes, I was born at night, but not last night, bro. I know what's going on. I've put two and two together, Heisenberg. And Walt lies. He's like, Jose, you got to believe me. I'm the victim here. And I'm your father figure. You got to trust me. And he said, I just talked to Mario. He was telling me that he's been fishing for marlin. And he's so happy. And Walt swears on everything. He says, oh, totally crossed my heart, Jose. And Jose, again, he has this, struggle. I guess it's not an Oedipalian struggle. It's like a struggle with his father figure. I don't know if this would happen to, that kid, Telemachus or whatever? I don't know. But he gets teared up and he says, oh. And then I think he said, like, dude, I believe you, but I'm not positive on that. Okay, this was another mystery we got a little bit deeper on. So there's a dinner scene. and it's Walt, Cielo, and Junior. And so a couple weeks ago, there was this controversy I had about what was Walt drinking at dinner, because he had this juice that looked like it was either raspberry iced tea or a pomegranate iced tea. And this time, him and Junior have them, but they looked like a cloudy juice drink, like not a smoothie. So again, but Junior was drinking it, so it's definitely not alcoholic. But as they're having dinner, Walt's kind of distracted, or he's not feeling good. I couldn't get an idea. I have another note here. It says it looked like there was more of a berry element to this drink. So it could have been like a watered down smoothie. I don't know. And I couldn't tell if Junior was in trouble, but then Walt's like gets up. He's like, I'm not feeling good. He has to leave dinner. And then he takes a couple of aspirin, and he's still not feeling good. So he goes to sit down. And then he sits down, and then he's looking for something to read. And they can't find his, he's like, I need a little William Blake. And then he can't find his book. And he's like, my book's gone. Then we have a scene with Jose driving at night in the rain. And hands. What does that mean, hands? Maybe a shot of Walt's hands as he searches for the book under the bed. He asks Cielo, he says, have you seen my William Blake book? I can't sleep without drinking William Blake. And then Walt says, hey, speaking of William Blake, do you know what's going on with Henry? Is he feeling okay? Does he still, he goes, something strange is going on. And Cielo says, I don't know. And then we see Jose, he's driving, he runs out of cigarettes, and he seems stressed. Then Walt's checking his car for bugs now. Walt suspects something. And he finds a bug on his car. And I'm not talking about the kind that flies. I'm talking about the one, like the NSA kind. And then, I put dumb, because, Walt was all investigating. Then we have Jose. He's passed out in his car. And a guy comes up. He says, hey, can you give me some money? And then Jose tries to give him like a boatload of money, like a stack of cash. And the guy takes it, and then Jose gets this idea, and he starts just driving around, throwing money out of the windows of his cars. Then we have a time-lapse scene, so we know it goes from night to day. And, we see Henry talking to the other agents, and Walt rolls up, and then Henry gets all paranoid. And the agents take off. They're nice to Walt, and then they got to go back to work. And then Walt's like, I got all these questions for Henry. He's like, hey, Henry, how you doing? And Henry's like, oh, I'm bien, I'm out on Medico. Like, stomach ache was worse than we thought. And Henry looks terrible, again, like I said. And then they play this little chess scene. But this is this is what shows the level of this show. Like, this is Henry's game that Walt is now playing, because Henry's an investigator. So Walt's trying to play this manipulation game, but he's not the master manipulator anymore. And I don't remember if this plays out over all the episodes or not. And so then Walt, tries to make small talk, and he says, hey, I was thinking about me and Cielo, but Henry's almost like, there's like the reverse magnetism where he's trying to keep his distance from Walt, and they're going around this table, and Henry's trying to just keep his distance, as I just said, from Walt. But Walt won't give up. He's still creeping into his space. And then they say, no. And Henry's like, you know what, I got to get back to work, anyway, Walt. Walt's like, oh, no problem. I just want to see how your tummy was doing. And then Walt goes to leave, and he gets to the door, and he stops. And then he looks back, and he comes back, and he shows, this is I think this is an error. I can't remember how this plays out, but he shows Henry the bug from his car. and he says, hey, weirdest thing, Henry, there's this bug on my car. It's just so strange. I can't imagine. And this is, well, it just takes, I guess, one step too far out of his confidence. Henry closes the garage. What a great moment. The garage closes. And he tries to get Walt to talk, and it was just heart-wrenching because I think he said, I don't speak Spanish, but I think he said to Walt how much he's hurt him, emotionally, and violated his trust. And Walt tries to still talk his way out of it. He said, geez, I don't know what you're talking. It's the funniest thing, I don't know who Gus Fring is. And so Walt's trying to talk his way out of it. Or I couldn't tell if he was trying to lie or to try to make Henry question his own judgment. I don't know what he's doing. And then Henry can smell it. He says, I'm a police investigator, Walt. I know you're full of it. And then Walt says to him, he says, you know what, in 6 months, none of this is going to matter, so why don't you just drop it? And Henry says, you know what, Cielo and the kids, he goes, this is it, Walt. Family's moving in here. And Walt says, oh, no. Don't, I could get, he goes, I don't have my Heisenberg hat. And then Walt said, I think he said one last thing, but I couldn't quite make it out. But Henry, kind of our friendship is over, clearly. So they signed a contract that said, I think he passed him a note. He said, Dear Walt, we're no longer friends. Love, Henry. And then he passed it to Walt. And then that was the end of the episode. Walt said, geez, that's too bad that we're not friends anymore. And then I think That's What Friends Are For started playing, the song. And the episode came to a close. All right, so we're talking season 5, episode 9 of Breaking Bad. Money it's about. And it opens with a close-up of a skateboarding, an old pool. At first, the close-ups were so close, I couldn't tell if it was paper or if it was somebody's skin, with freckles and stuff. But it was the Walt's pool. Because it's an old pool. There's I even put SK8. There's somebody rocking a skate cam. It's Walt's house. It's been long since abandoned. And then Walt pulls up in a maroon. It was either a Caddy or a Caprice. Probably an Oldsmobile Caprice. I don't know if that's the same thing. Very maroon. It was the post-birthday from that opening a while back. He looks like a different It looks a little bit different. He goes past the fence into his house, which is kind of boarded up. And there's a big old Heisenberg spray-painted yellow sign. And Walt looks around. He sees the skaters. He looks, and it's what is he looking for? And it's a shot of, then there's a shot of his hallway. And then he's like, oh, where's my Heisenberger recipe? I need the recipe for the Heisenbergers so I can make money with that. And so he takes out a coin out of his pocket, presumably a dime, and unscrews the socket where he hid the Heisenberger recipe. And then he leaves his neighbor Carol's out there, and she sees him. She's in total shock, and Walt goes, hello, Carol. And she drops her bag of groceries. They all stumble out, and the episode opens. But then to further disorient us, we're back in Walt and Skyler's bedroom. It looks great. And there's talking going on in the background, but the camera's zooming in on the bathroom door. And there's a slow pull into it while there's picnic chatter outside, and Hank opens the door, comes out the door, he grimaces. Only his bottom teeth were showing. He's out of the bathroom. I put restroom, but it's actually a bathroom. I guess a restroom. You don't call it a restroom at your house. I do sometimes. But he stumbles down the hall, book in hand, and he's moving slow, and then he hides it in the purple. Marie has a purple tote bag. Then we see Walt with the baby, and Marie says, "You are the devil." She was meaning it like precocious. Walt's being precocious with the baby. But, Marie's joke was very serious, and Hank's like, "I'm not feeling good. We need to shovel off." Or somebody says shovel off. And Hank tries to leave, but Marie wants to play in a bowling. She says, "We got to go bowling now that everything's perfect in our lives again." Junior's product placing Pepto. And then Walt grabs the door, like of Hank's car. He's wearing Jesse's watch that Jesse gave him. And Walt talks, what does this say? Walt talks baby, talks Skylar and Junior. Oh, okay, this was after Hank. Hank's like, "We're getting out of here." And then they go back into the house, and like Walt's talking to the baby, and baby talk, and Skylar and Junior talking about, well, who's going to wash the dishes, and who's going to dry the dishes. And then we see Carol from the opening. She's watering her flowers, and Walt says, "Oh, hi, Carol. How you doing?" She's like, all nice. And then we're in the car. Marie and Hank's driving. Marie's the passenger, and she's got this Europe envy because Skylar's planning. She's like, "Can you believe they're going to go to Europe? We need to go to Europe." She goes, "We could totally go. We got to go to Lake Como." And then she's like, was it Como or Cuomo? And Hank's not feeling so good. So this material's not working on him. And Hank kind of zones out. He's breathing through his nose. So they stop driving. And then they get home. And then they say, "Let's just stop at make sure you get some of those nose breathing things." So they get home. As soon as they get home, Hank grabs the book. He grabs the file on Gail, and he heads out to the garage. And we see Gail's handwriting, perfect small handwriting that brilliant people tend to have. My handwriting is neither small nor brilliant it's barely handwriting. I think you'd term it claw writing if I don't have a claw, but looks like it could have been. And Hank starts matching with letters. This was nice. I watched this a couple of times. He matches up the W's, then the R's, then the word my, and two copies of Gail's handwriting. One inscribed in Walt's book, and the other in his notes. And he even goes like left to right and then right to left, like back and forth. And then it all hits him that Walt is Heisenberg. Then we're at the car wash. Walt opens for the day. He's Mr. Cool Boss, as we covered in the last episode. He's like, "Hey, what's up, Mariano, Luis, Enrique?" He goes, "Oh, Feliz Cumpleaños, Enrique. You're looking good, buddy." And then Skylar's dealing with customers, and Walt's Mr. Car Wash now. He's like, "Hey, Sky, air fryer fresheners are high margin." And Skylar's like, "Yeah, 30 cents wholesale." And he goes, "I think we should reorganize." This is when you go, okay, this Walt's not cut out for this lifestyle. Because I think we should reorganize the display, separate the food sense with the nature sense. I mean, does bubble gum belong anywhere? And this writing is so good. Does bubble gum belong anywhere near no ocean spray? No. And Pine, that's our biggest seller, so we should put it by the 5-hour energy drink. And Skylar's like, "Whatever, Waltz." It's like you're trying to build an empire of air, and then Walt's like, "As a matter of fact, air fresh. I think we should open a second car wash. We should expand." And at first, Skylar is worried, but then she maybe warms to the idea. And then Lydia rolls up. She's like, "I'm here for the regular." And we realize that they have this catchphrase, "Have an A1 day," that Walt and Skylar use. And then Lydia wants to talk in code to Walt, that they need him back at work. And Walt's like, no. And Walt's talking about it, and she's like, just for a week, just come back and help. It's like only a low percentage of purity without your touch. And Walt's like, okay, well, how about some complimentary coffee? Walt just keeps trying to shut Lydia down. Lydia in a box. Lydia's worried about that, getting boxes. And then Skylar's all detective. She comes over. She's like, who washes a rental car, Walt? Who was that? And Walt says, it was a coworker, but I'm not going back. And then Lydia's out by texting, and Skylar rolls up on her and says, get out, don't come back. And Walt kind of hides behind Skylar, which was a nice scene. And then this was an interesting moment. We have this morning scene of Hank. He's standing outside staring at something off camera. And I couldn't tell if he was soaking in nature or just looking off in the distance or looking at something specific. It garnered 4 question marks, so I'll read you the exact notes. Hank A.M., except it looks like Hand A.M., staring down outside his house at what? Double question mark. Nature? Double question mark. And Marie's all glad that he's taking a day off to rest, but then his peeps show up, like police peeps with tons of files. What does this say? This is a song that was playing. Jim White's something, Ward Mule or something. It was a good song. Sorry, Jim, I messed up your song title with my terrible handwriting. But a really nice song as they do this montage of Hank going through the evidence. And also good because it gives us this whole recap of the series. This was really like a little taste of old Breaking Bad, this episode. And then we see the Heisenberg drawing, and then it's not, Hank's like, okay, this is definitely it. And then we go for another little taste of old. We get a Badger, Pete, like a little taste of them because of course we miss them. And Jesse's sitting in front of a fractal thing, and fractals behind him, and Badger, and is going off about. I don't know if I should read it. Like he's talking about this. Word Mule. That's it. But he's talking about how he wrote this pilot, Star Trek pilot for original Star Trek with the pie eating contest. And it's pretty funny. Enterprise is far. This was, let's see, they're talking about the Starship. It starts out, Enterprise is 5 parsecs out of Rigel, 12. Quiet, so they have a pie eating contest. And Pete's like, what kind of, he's like, Tula berries. And then Pete's like, oh, from Gamma Quadrant. And then they're like, well, you're crossing your series here. That's from Voyager. Like, Badger said Gamma Quadrant. So then Pete called him out. So he said, oh, blueberries. So they were going to, it was Spock versus, I don't know, the other guy having an eating contest, Chekhov. And it's just like a good punchline and stuff. And then Jesse's like, dude, I can't sit through, like, I can't live this life anymore. And then Jesse leaves. He goes to Salt's waiting room, which is one of the saddest places on earth. Glory, Hallelujah was playing, I think. Can't read this. Oh, Huel's there. And so Walt says, Jesse wants to get in and see. They're not letting Jesse in to see Saul, so he lights up a cigarette. And at some point, he says, yo, yo. So we have this Jesse versus, I don't know what the yo-yo, I couldn't figure that out. Jesse versus Huel smoking a joint, and then Saul comes out. He's in a super lime green outfit, or Jesse has to go in. She says, Jesse Pinkman. says Jesse Pinkman, but then Saul's in this lime green get up, and he says, oh, Woody Harrelson, live and in person, pull up a bong and take a seat. He goes, oh, I was actually getting a massage, and his fly's open, and it's a barn door's open, barn door. And Jesse's like, hey, I want to give some money for the Kaylee's college fund. And Saul's like, how much? He goes, $5 million. And then he also asked about, well, he goes, oh, how's the maestro? Things have been too quiet. And I think he kind of leaked out everything. Maybe, I don't know if Jesse already knew everything, but Saul's like, Jesse, you got to, he goes, what are you doing? This is a bridge too far. He goes, you're still going to be 2 miracles short of safehood. He goes, brass tacks, and my job is to advise. My advice is, come on already. He goes, Mike just hit the road to stay out of his business and worry about Jesse. And then he says, listen, kid, get some rest. You've looked better. And he calls you-know-who. He says, who's it? He goes, we got a $5 million problem. And Walt's like, I'll handle it. And then Walt says, getting his hearing checked. So then he goes over to Jesse's. Jesse's asleep or something. He's under a glass coffee table. His eyes are wide open, but he's not moving. He's under a glass coffee table. It's covered in crap, cigarette butts and beers and stuff. Knock, knock, knock. Walt's there. And Walt's got his money, and Jesse won't look at him. They're sitting on the same futon, but Jesse's, like, looking to the side. And he's like, Jesse, this is nonsense. Can you explain yourself? And Jesse's like, I don't want this money. He goes, oh, give me a break, buddy. This is your money. You've earned it. And Jesse's like, I don't want the money. And then Mike's like, Walt's like, what is this with Kaylee? He goes, well, I need to make sure Kaylee goes to college. And then Walt kind of lies to Jesse about, like, did Mike go to live on a farm or did he go to live on a farm? And, Jesse's like, dude, I'm no fool. And Walt goes, you are a fool because I'm going to keep lying to you. Jesse, I need you to believe this. Mike's living on a farm. And a happy kind of one. And he goes, he's fine. Don't worry. Totally fine. And even Jesse just decides to play. He goes, okay, fine. Mike's fine. He's at a nice farm. And let's see what else. Well, Jesse wouldn't look at Walt till he said he's out, and then he only looked at him for a second. And Walt said, try to live ordinary, decent lives. Walt just stares and breathes, and then when Jesse wants to talk about Mike living on a farm, he almost cries. He has put it together. He has put it all together. Walt's total BS. I need you to believe me. 32 minutes to look on Jesse, around 32 minutes. He says, yeah, like you. Sad, and then he kind of looks off to the left. Then we're at dinner with Walt Schuyler and Jr. talking college counseling, which was kind of, oh, hey, what's up with that person? What's Lewis going to do? He's not worried, they say. And then we find out bowling's off because Hank's not feeling good. And so Junior gets to go out and hang with Lewis, and he wants to stay up late. Then Walt's not feeling good, but he can't find the leaves of grass. He's like, "Where? I need to leave. I need some Whitman. Do you think Junior's?" And they're like, "Junior." Skylar's like, "Junior? No way." And Walt's looking around in his tighty whities. He's pausing, and then he pauses, and he's like, "Huh? Is Hank?" And the camera kind of pulls in, and then then Walt goes outside in his robe. He snarls, and he turns to go back, and he pauses, and he checks his car, and bingo, he's got a bug on his car. And we see the doghouse in neon, which is a neon sign. It's a hot dog stand. And the neon, the dog wags its tail, and it's eating a string of neon hot dogs. Jesse's asleep in his car. He gives a homeless man a stack of cash, I don't know what a fat stack is versus, what is it? What a rack. I don't know what a rack is. I always want to know what a rack is. And sometimes I find out and then I forget. Yeah, I said, or rack, question mark. And then Jesse just starts tossing his money out with angst. He's like doing some angsty money throwing. And we see a remote control car. Agents are with Hank dropping stuff off, saying, Steve wants to know when you're going to be back. And Hank says, tell him I already have 2 grandmothers. And then Walt rolls up, and there's this panic look in Hank's eyes. He's hiding evidence while Walt makes small talk with the agents. And then Hank's like, you're on the clock. Get back to work. And then it gets good. It gets real good. Because we have this little back and forth, because he says, geez, how you doing here? He says, how you feeling? And Hank's like, I've been better, but I don't know. And he goes, did you see a doctor? Do you have a doctor's note? If it lasted 3 days, Hank, that doesn't make any sense. And in the background behind them, like they're standing in the garage, as a kid playing with the remote control car the whole time. And there's still a little inane conversation. Walt's like, do you think it was a potato salad? Because I was worried about that potato salad. And he's like, geez, you're just working out of the garage, huh? Just all by yourself. And Hank's trying to get out of this conversation. But the potato salads, they exchanged looks where subtextually I think we're like, oh boy. But they're not ready to talk about it. In this second, they're like, well, it's like, okay, if there's anything I can do, feel better, buddy. And then he pat. I guess he pat-patted. And then Walt walks off out of the garage, and he stops and turns. And he said, he goes, you know what, Hank, you're going to laugh, but I got to ask you about this. He goes, I found this on my car. And Hank gets this Cro-Magnon look in his eye, and he closes the garage. And he goes, this is like a GPS tracker. And then Hank says, it was you all along. You drove me and, kept me from the laundry. And Walt's like, calm down. He goes, you lied to me about Marie. You had my number. He goes, you're Heisenberg. You're a liar. And he's like, I'm going to bring you in. And Walt's like, just listen to yourself. These are wild accusations. And he goes, this is bad for our family. And Hank's like, you care about family? And then Walt's like, well, I'm not feeling, I got the big C again. It might be gone. And Hank's like, I don't care. And Walt's like, well, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to keep my health up. Yeah, because he goes, I don't think you're going to be able to bust me anyway. And he goes, even if you could convince anybody that I'm guilty of anything. But he goes, I'm just somebody that runs a car wash. Hand to God. What's the point of coming after me? And all Hank says is, bring Skylar and the kids here and we'll talk. And Walt goes, that's not going to happen. And then Hank's like, I don't even know I can't believe this. I don't even know who I'm talking to. And then Walt goes, you better, Walt goes, if you're trying to take my kids, you better tread lightly, bro. And then there's just this wide shot at the two of them kind of facing off, and the episode ends. Hey, everybody, it's a trending Tuesday here, and I don't think we could officially call this Broadway week on Sleep With Me podcast, but it kind of, I guess I've got Broadway on the mind. Or I'm in a New York, specifically Broadway, nostalgia state of mind. And there's probably going to be another episode related to this, but the main reason, or where it started, was I started thinking a lot about the song Nothing from a chorus line due to an interaction on Twitter where, you know, Maggie and we were talking about feelings, and that song gives me the chills in a good way. And then I was thinking about dissecting that episode. So then I was like, okay. And then I listened to Nothing, the 2006 edition, Natalie Cortez, about 9,000 times maybe. And you say, well, it's not possible. I said, well, I'd say stopped. I called the super person. I said, stop spinning the earth, man. I got some listening to do. So I was in a Broadway state of mind, and, you know, when you do that, so then I started thinking of other Broadway stuff, and, you know, then when you're an overthinker and over daydream, you start to daydream, and you start to think about regrets, and when I go down that road, it becomes what this episode will be a My Life with a Perm episode. So this is going to take also multiple layers of setting up. If you're new, we don't do these My Life with a Perm episodes very much. So I'll set that up. Then I'll set up my relationship with the Broadway. I think they call it the Great White Way. And then I say, oh boy, that's, it doesn't exactly encourage diversity. So somebody can you get, who do we need to get on the phone? Ethel Merman or somebody? I don't even know what Ethel, I mean, I don't think is Ethel Merman related to, is she the ambassador of Broadway? I guess somewhere in my mind it is. I think I just look for reasons to say Ethel Merman. That's a nice, but so My Life with a Perm, I'll try to do as quick as I can, but I don't have human hair on my head. And I can hear people, you know, knee-jerking or their partners. Wait, did he just say he doesn't have hair on his head, so he's bald? No, I have hair. I have hair. I don't have human hair on my head. I have something... which the easiest way to refer to it is I have fur. Something much more similar to animal fur than human hair on my head. Yes, and I was born that way. And once you start to notice fur, you go out in the world, you'll see other people, you know, out there on the hair margins of society. I've never seen Eddie Snowden up close, but I believe he also has fur. John Ronson, I don't know if I think he has hair, but he has a fur-like hair. There's a couple other people that recently I talked about, they said, well, they might have fur. But what that means, they say, okay, you're blowing my mind. And I said, well, just try having your mind encased in fur instead of hair. It doesn't do well for the, it doesn't damage your self-esteem. It just, you know, it shortens it. You say, okay, most people's self-esteem is in a 0 to 100 level. You have fur, so you're going to be graded on a curve. What I say fur? Well, that's what my dad told me. He said, you have fur, but it's extremely straight, no natural part at all. My hair just grows out in all directions from its follicle, extremely thin, very, very thin. And you'd say, is it thinning? And I'd say, I don't know, because I say I've always had this, possibly, but I'm not sure. You'd say it's fine. My hair has no body, you know, it's bodiless. And it can't be styled. It doesn't like, so I found one particular hair product that will somewhat control my hair. But I've given up on style within the quotes, you know, like for my hair. It's just not a thing that's going to happen. So it's best to, you know, just keep a buzz going. Probably why I kept a buzz going for whatever, 26 years. Yeah. But just get my hair buzzed, but also I hate haircuts. I mean, who could be surprised about that? It involves people touching me. I don't like that. And, you know, it always ended in disaster. But I had this one fateful meeting, and I think about how the universe can bend or there's alternate realities. And I know there's one alternate reality that started long ago when I was just in middle school. And what I believe was someone at the time that was incredibly confused at their brilliance, which was, and I'll say their name because I guess they're kind of a public figure, Frank Zizzo, a barber in Syracuse, New York, that me and my friends went to. And Frank, at the time, I don't know if his hair was naturally curly or he had a perm. I saw a recent picture of him, and I said, I think he had a perm at the time. But he used to cut my hair, and he felt bad for me because it wasn't, his job was just to cut it. It wasn't, he's a barber, not a styler. But even then he knew that once hair started growing on other parts of my body, I was going to be in for it because with hair like this on your head, it's going to cut down on your chances of finding a mate. Let's just put it that easy. And so Frank said to me one time, he said, why don't you grow your hair out and we'll give you a perm, and then it won't be he goes, I can't believe how straight this is. You give you a nice little curl. I mean, he said it like a nice little curl or something like that. But let's see. So, but I said no. I have enough problems. The last thing I need is a perm, and I know it'll be super tight and it'll probably turn green because my friends will throw me in a pool. So I said no. That was the call of adventure, and I said no. That's not the adventure I'm looking for. I'd rather just lie. Like I'll just have to deal with this. Plus, the whole idea is totally ridiculous. You're going to give me a freaking perm. Nowadays you do that. You get on the news. It would become a thing. But Frank was just trying to help me in his own way because he had a perm. I'm sure he was like flying high. He had the barbershop at the mall. You could go get the best pizza in Syracuse was at this mall. I think at the time it was Fairmount Fair Mall, maybe Camillus Mall. It doesn't really matter because that's where Pavone's Pizza was. The only place you could get New York-style pizza by the slice in Syracuse that I was aware of. And, this was let's see, was this the 80s or the 90s? On the cusp, I think. So where better to work than a mall? It was like being in the John Hughes movie. Except he was too old, it would have been creepy, but he could have been, an extra. Let's see. So, but I always think about, geez, what would have happened? How would my life be different if I said, yes, let's get a perm? And at some point in some other universe, little Andy did get a perm, and his life was much different than mine. And so every once in a while, one of these episodes, I like to revisit what Andy's life is like, the Andy with the perm, hence my life with the perm. So that's setup number one. Now, setup number two is I went to university, school, college in New York City, in the Bronx, the Boogie Down. A borough of the city so nice they named it twice. New York, one hell of a town. And it was, and it's a place I loved. And once a year, my parents would come visit me, and I believe it was in January. And every year we would go to a Broadway show. And even then, I was a bit like I am now. Like I tended to stay to the Bronx, and I didn't, get into Manhattan as much as I probably should have to enjoy. You did get to go to some student shows where you'd get really cheap tickets to Broadway shows. But I guess, like you say, geez, Andy with the perm probably went to a Broadway show every week because this was like the Blue Man Group. This was when they were off Broadway when I was living in New York. The Wetlands, the CBGBs, all these places. This was the heyday. And meanwhile, I was just like pulling tubes in my room, lying low. But that's not the important part. The important part is that, so every year we would go to a Broadway show. In one year, and I think this was again at the height of the fame of the Les Miserables, we went to see Les Mis. And Les Mis was this huge, I don't think, and I guess this was, I don't think Les Mis was as big as Hamilton, because I think the only thing that was even close to as big as Hamilton was the Book of Mormon, maybe. And I don't know, I'm not a Broadway expert. But it was pretty big. It was pretty big, Les Mis. And, Jean Valjean and the Prisoner 1, 2, 3, 4, 89. And the rest of the characters who's, the Prime Minister, Pete Nice, I think he was in it. And I don't know if Horatio Hornblower, but there was, the Coquette, or I don't even know, Colette. I guess I haven't listened to it. in a while, but it was a beautiful, beautiful musical. And we just happened, not only did we get to go to Les Mis, but one of my dad's friends, and I barely ever had any celebrity interactions in my whole life. So this was a big time one. One of my dad's friends was dating the innkeeper's wife, and she was the show stealer. Like her number was the one that was like the one everybody, when you left the show, she was like, she wasn't the star. She stole the show in the best way possible. When you go to a Broadway show, you say, oh, you know, she really stole the show. It was awesome. And then the innkeeper's wife came, and I hope that's what it was, the innkeeper's wife. But my dad's friend happened to be dating her. And I mean, she, like, literally, people fell out of their seats. Her performance is that good. So he had arranged, he was not with us, but he had arranged that we would meet her after the show and get a tour behind the scenes of Les Mis. I mean, can you imagine going to meet Lynn, like, back in, you know, Lynn's, like, in Hamilton, like, and I've not seen Hamilton, but, you know, one day I will, like 28. But anyway, it's not important, because I don't live in New York and Lynn's gone. So, I'm sure, like I'd love to see it, anybody, but let's see. So we were going to get to go backstage. That was my point. Another cockamamie theory I have. Now, this is just a theory based on, so I was like 20 years old, maybe 19 years old when I saw Les Mis. But I'm pretty sure, and this is 100% circumstantial, so not sure at all, that the innkeeper's wife at the time is a woman that wrote the music for Frozen. But that's not based on, zero facts about that. That's just a guess. And I don't even know. I think I tried to check on the internet one time, and I couldn't confirm. I used the internet, but I couldn't confirm or deny it. So if that is the case, you know, I'm extremely proud of this actress, and you could see it then that she was just super brilliant. But so we went outside the stage door, just like, you know, adoring fans do. And I don't know if there's anybody else waiting to meet, but it was like, who are you? We're meeting the innkeeper's wife, you know, so people were falling, you know, they said, you got to be kidding me. And she brought us backstage, and we got a tour of, you know, the backstage. And if you've been backstage at Broadway, I guess the movie Birdman kind of shows what it's like a little bit. It's not glamorous, but it's so cool. Actually, Game of Thrones did a pretty accurate job, too, of just being like, you know, it's a workplace. Behind the stage, it's a workplace. And, you know, New York real estate is expensive. So most of the real estate is sped in the front of the house, you know. Everything else, you know, you got to be adaptable. But, I mean, to talk about a gracious act, here's someone that in Broadway terms, I mean, she was the belle of Broadway. And she took the time to show me and my parents and I think maybe a couple other people around. And then she said to me, she took me aside and she said, would you like to meet Coquette or Colette? I don't know. The actress, and I'd fallen in love with her, I think, during like both the innkeeper's wife and Colette. I don't know. Because I said, well, I'm trying to remember if the actress was an adult. I can't picture the ages, you know. Okay, so I just looked it up. So it's Cosette, not Colette or whatever. I think I was in love with a Colette once in my life, too. Pretty sure. I'd like to know when that was. Maybe twice. But so Cosette, and I think there was a 20-something version of Cosette. That was who she was like, do you want to meet Cosette? You know, you're just the same age. And she was like, I don't think she was trying to fix me up because I didn't, you know, but I always think, you know, what if I had become friends with Cosette or, you know, the actress playing Cosette and this woman? But, you know, I was very quiet and shut down and nervous. So I guess I thought, like, if we just, you know, take a moment here, and I thought it would invoke the spirit of Carole King, you know, now that she has a Broadway musical based on her life, to help me with music. So as, I check and communicate with Carole King across the transverses, we're staying outside, probably the New Amsterdam Theater. I don't know if that's actually where I was playing, but let's just say, because that sounds like a nice theater. And we feel the music that Carole King is broadcasting across, the different realities of the universe. It's a Piano Sonata 13, from Mozart. And as it's playing, it's coming out of the stage door. And as it opens up, we see the actress who's played the innkeeper's wife there. My dad grins and he says, I think we're here for my friend. I think his name, I don't know. And he said, she says, well, come on in. And then she meets my mom, and my dad's grinning from ear to ear, excited, ready to, he's cracking jokes. And my mom is grinning, a little bit like me, out of both anticipation and awkwardness. And then I stand just on the edge of the shadows, half bathed in the lights of the marquee, and half in the darkness of the backstage of Broadway. And then she says, well, who is this? And I step into the lights, curly locks flowing off my head, as this is my life with the perm. And I say, oh, Mozart, that sounds great. I'm Andrew. Nice to meet you. Your performance was beyond mesmerizing. It was enthralling. And I know this must happen to you all the time since my dad's friend is dating you. I fell in love with you at the time. And I still can feel your performance within me. And she says, well, thank you. And I say, I'm sure the hours and hours and hours of time you've spent, I hope you get to enjoy it. And she says, well, I'm exhausted, but, thank you so much. And thank you so much for coming. And I say, you are so gracious. We really appreciate you giving us this time. And she says, well, don't you want to see she says, why don't we go on the stage? And I said, well, I used to tap dance. Would I be able to tap dance on the Les Mis stage? And then she says, well, only if you can shuffle ball step and shuffle off to Buffalo. And I say, that's about all I can heel toe as well. And so we have a chuckle, a laugh, if you will. And, this is the late 80s, early 90s. Oh, no, it's mid 90s, actually. I guess just I am mixed up with time. And Tommy's on Broadway, and I say, feel like I can see me, hear me, feel me, leaking through the walls. And she says, you can, actually. That is from Tommy. And I say, this is going to sound like lunacy because I just saw Tommy, and it was great, but not the same as this, your show. Your show's life-changing. I don't sing and I barely dance, and we're doing a shuffle ball step discussion, and she's watching me and then adjusting me. And I say, is the master of the house in? And she has a laugh, and I say, is that from but she said, I said, when I watched Tommy, I was picturing, I was imagining that Mike Myers was Tommy. And she laughed hysterically because she said, holy cow, I just saw it. And she goes, I'm friends with that actor. But in that wig, he does look like Mike Myers in that wig. And he said, well, thank goodness I'm not the only one. But during this performance of Les Mis, my attention was so overwhelmed. I was there. And she says, well, thanks. She goes, you're a regular. And then I did a heel toe to do, like where I put my hand out. And then I pretended then I did the one where I crossed my knees and put my elbow on my knee, and then my fist on my chin, like I was my hand on my hip. And she laughed at that. And I said, I said, thank you so much. And she said, well, let's go on the rest of the tour. And I said, she was like, I'd love to see the barrier. I said, how do they do that? And she said, that's the magic of Broadway, son. And I said, well, thank you for protecting me from and she said, you seem a little nervous, though. She goes, could you mind me asking about your hair? She goes, she goes, there's just something about it. She goes, it's like it's your hair. She goes, and she said, and my parents were kind of talking, and they were analyzing one of the tables. And my dad wanted to lift it up to see if it was made from balsa wood. And she said, go ahead. And she goes, go ahead and lift that table up, sir. And then she said, over here. She goes, feels like your hair is singing to me. And I said, there's a curly-haired woman named Carole King. And I said, this is going to sound crazy, but she broadcasts through my hair. And she said, I could see. She goes, I believe. She goes, I'm not here. She goes, and I said, well, it's not. I said, it's not perceptible to, it comes across in music, but, music that stirs your soul. Not like the music of the night, but a bit, not that different either. And she goes, she goes, is that a perm? And I said, listen to this, it's a permanent perm. And she said, what is, she goes, and I said, this man, Frank Zizza, he called me one time and I made a choice. Went to his barber shop, the one full blue moon of the year. After dark, of course, that's when the moon, the moon's blue. And I went into his shop. It was closed, but Frank was there. As soon as I closed the door, clouds covered the moon. Lightning started, and, Frank was wearing a lab coat, which is, and I said, oh, no, is it a barber coat or a lab coat? He said both. And I said, and then Frank put on he put on some Roy Orbison Candyman, which, to be honest, creeped me out for a minute. But I said, I'm just here to get my hair permed. And he said, permanently permed. And he goes, I've been waiting to meet you. And I said, sorry, I know you're trying to give us a tour of this Broadway show. I'll get through this backstory as quick as I can. But, you asked about my hair, and I wanted to and she goes, I'm enthralled. So he put on Candyman by Roy Orbison, and I said, I want to see where, and he said, don't worry, because I'm here to help you. This permanent perm is going to change everything. And I said, well, why? And he said, well, in another universe, you're gathering circumstantial evidence that a woman who appeared in the play, the musical Les Mis, is going to be the same person that writes the transcendent music of the Anna and Elsa thing, Frozen. And he said, I don't know what you're talking. I said, is that anything like The Little Mermaid? He said, like that, but better. And he goes, one day you'll know what Idina Menzel means. And at the time, I didn't know what it meant. I still don't, just because it's only 1998 or 90-something. But then he put me in a chair and, science and mysticism and Barbary and smell, the stupid smelly stuff that makes hair curlers. They all came together. I can't talk much more about that night, but, it wasn't just my hair that got curled. It was, my toes were curled, but not in the, toe curling way. But it also curled the DNA within my follicles. So my hair is, sperm is permanent. So it is my hair. And I can do this thing. I call it curl bounce. See that when I raise it. And she said, it's hypnotic. And I didn't tell her about I said, but, I just wanted to let you know I believe in you. So whatever your dream is, in those moments, don't give up on it. Whether it's here on Broadway or somewhere else, or you have some dream that has nothing to do with this, keep at it. Come at it from different angles. change it around. And then she said, are you nervous about meeting Cosette, the actress that plays Cosette, or something else? And I said, I'm going to meet the actress that plays Cosette. And there was a silence in the room. And he said, I thought I was just here to encourage you to follow your dreams. And I said, yeah, I do have a crush on Cosette from the musical, but usually I don't meet I said, this could be breaking, the rules. And she said, I'm sorry, I couldn't. She goes, yeah, I was just watching your curls. She goes, it's like watching something under the sea, like seagrass or kelp or something waving. She goes, she goes, do you want to meet Cosette or not? And I said, well, I guess I'm here. I said, is everything okay with the actress that plays Cosette? And she goes, I think you're like a bridge over troubled waters. And I said, is there trouble here in the backstage of, and then I noticed my parents had left with I said, I think my parents left with that table. And she said, they have. She goes, they did. She goes, actually, we were selling some props and they bought that and left you here. And I said, left backstage at Les Mis, and there's trouble, you say, because I said, these curls carry the power of Carole King. And I said, this is I said, I guess I'm on a dual mission. I said, do you believe in yourself? And she said, I do. And I said, well, in the moments when doubt creeps in, remember that you said you believe in yourself. I believe in you as a witness to your performance, a witness to your talent, a witness to your hard work, paying off on the stage. Your ability to take the term stealing the show and throw it in the garbage because they should have never called it stealing the show. Because the only person that would say you stole the show is a fool. You made the show better. You made the show wonderful. And she blushed. And she kissed me on the cheek and she said, I think it's time for you to get a tour of, and I said, well, I said, I don't know. He said, what's the trouble backstage here at Les Mis? And she said, are you familiar with the song Ohio by Neil Young? And I said, I am. He said, is it in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young too? He said, I like the Massey Hall version. And I know Carole King does, so I know we're on the right level here. What does this have to do with Les Mis and Cosette? And she said, well, sometimes success doesn't bring the things we think it does. And I said, like certainty? I said, because I can hear you on that one. And she said, well, some people are looking for different things than what you're searching for. And I said, well, before I said, before I head on to this Cosette-related mission, I said, I get a few questions. I said, you're going to believe in yourself. And I said, if you're the person, to craft the next, 20 years from now, you'll steal the show. I said, we need you. The world needs music. So you believe, and she said, I'll move forward one step at a time, one night at a time here on Broadway, sometimes two. When we do, if I do back-to-backs. And I said, well, okay. So I said, can you do a curl bump for me? And she bumped my curls with her elbow. And she giggled. And she said, I hope we cross paths again. And I said, so I should just wander around the backstage changing rooms of Les Mis? And she said, she goes, well, let's do, she goes, maybe you're right. She goes, because it's a bit labyrinthy back there. And I said, Ohio. And she said, yeah, you have to figure out why you're here. I said, okay. Should have been. And I said, okay. He said, is Cosette, her ambitions are bigger than Broadway, aren't they? And I said, somehow, I said, there's something going on here because I can't even remember anything about Les Mis other than Jean Valjean. And they do, the dude trying to go get him. And I said, is the Cassette in love with like the general or something like that? Or he was in love with her? I never saw, one day in the future, they'll make a movie about this that I haven't seen. And she said, you're nervous. And I said, okay. I said, I'm trying to say yes. These girls help. I said, I think the whole thing about this, not only is this permanent, and, imbued with the spirit of Carole King and, some sort of whatever powers are at the hands of Frank Zizzo, the barber. But I can also use it for self-soothing. I think that's the benefit it has for me because I can do curl bump. I said, see how I hold the top of my hand and I just rub it on my curls every once in a while. That's another self-soothe. Then I do curl pat, which I guess it's so effective I don't do it obsessively. So I just do a couple of curl pats at the top of my head. I pet my own curls. And then she said, are you self-soothed enough to meet Cassette? And I said, maybe we shouldn't meet. Maybe we should cross paths. She said, you're wise in your curls. And I said, well, Carole King, we'll probably count that one towards Carole King or Frank or Pavone's Pizza. And as we headed backstage, I heard the sounds of Bob Marley, Is This Love, playing. And I didn't know if it was playing within my curls or across the room. But then I saw the presence that I'd seen on stage earlier, that had captured my attention. It stirred my gut and the stuff below my gut and my heart and my mind. It took me on an emotional journey. And now it was just, I said, oh boy, is this love that I'm feeling? But then I decided to pause and really listen to Carole King. Like these songs, I said, she's playing the classics right now. Share the shelter of my single bed. And I blushed, and then I looked back, and the innkeeper's wife was gone. And I said, I never caught her name. And then the actress that played Cassette said, I'm sorry, what? I said, I never caught her name. She said, who? She said, are you the one? And then I stepped into the light, and she gasped, and she giggled. And then she said, you're a bit like Curly Warhol. And I sat, I said, do you mind if I take, I said, I'm taking a seat here. I said, yeah, I'm not a billionaire, so I don't have an eccentric haircut, but it's idiosyncratic, my hair. I said, but I'm here, you wouldn't believe this, but I think I'm here to help you. And she said, how so? And I said, I'm not sure. And she said, who sent you? And I said, well, it gets confusing, to be honest. I think a barber, of all people, sent me to help. I said, he said, well, I'm just here. I said, I'm just here to help. I was, I watched the performance tonight and my mind was blown. And I don't want to make you uncomfortable, and I'm sure this happens to you a lot. And it's probably not even fair. But, I was transported through all these emotions, so I may be projecting it on you in, like some sort of, romantic projection. I don't know what they call it. And she said to me, they called it starstruck. And I said, well, that's the right word. And she said, do you want to get a drink? And I said, I'll go, sure. And because this was a different life, I said, okay, I'll join you. And then we went down to the Playwright, which is a place I had been before. And we went into the Playwright, and there were calls to her. and there was some hoots, and, I guess word had got a reverse Warhol call, to me. And I did curl, and because I was a different person, I was able to, I guess it was less, when you have a permanent perm in the power that kind of brings, the curls diffuse any self-consciousness. So I was, even if people were laughing at me, I was curl bumping, and I said, "What is this? Was this the power of people like Andy Warhol, but I was just having fun?" And she said, "Let's take a booth over here, Mr. Starstruck." And I said, "It must be hard for you dealing with these starstruck people all the time." And she said, it has its charms. And she lit a cigarette just like you'd expect someone in this situation to light a cigarette would, except for one pause, one momentary lapse in confidence that let me know I was still on a mission, not get to broke the striking of the stars in my eyes. And let me know, to do a curl twirl, which is another form of like both refocusing and self-soothing. And I said, well, I'm here to help you. And I don't know if my star strikes are going to do that. And she said, are you familiar with the song, They Can't Take That Away From Me? And I said, the great Broadway song, They Can't Take That Away From Me. He said, I guess I am familiar with that much of it, that part. And she said, ever since I met you, it's been stuck in my head. And I said, is it the way I wear my hair or the way I sip my tea? And I took a sip of the tea that I had ordered. I said, I think you might be curl struck. And she said, I might be. And she took a long pull of her cigarette with the fuzzy noise that goes with it. She looked away and let it out, because this was back in the day when you could still smoke inside, which was not that, overrated, to be sure. And I said, is there something within your... I said, okay, so I've been sent to help you. And she said, you've been sent to help me. And I said, well, in a generalized sense, I specifically sent, I said, well, I think I'm here to help you. I don't know who else I would help. And it's always easier to help someone that you're projecting feelings onto, like I am with you. And then I paused like that, because then I said, wow, holy cow. And she said, they forget I'm not cassette. And I said, well, I said, I don't think it's that. I think it's the power of music and the power. I said, yeah, I don't know. And then suddenly my face must have changed, because she said, what's wrong? And I said, I don't know. I'm getting some sort of interference. And she said, what kind? And I said, Carol, the kind that Carol King sends through my curls. I said, we need to get out of here. And she said, why? And I said, well, for some reason the Doobie Brothers song, China Groove, was stuck in my head. I don't even know what that means. But I find I work best in these Carole King-related situations when we're moving. And she said, can I hold your hand? And as we walked out of the playwright and we turned down to Broadway, she took a hold of my hand, and she, took a hold of my heart, but in a way that was fair to neither one of us, because she was holding the hand of a man with curls, and I was holding the hand of someone that had transformed into cassette and carried me away. And she said, you look hot. And I said, it feels like I might as well be walking on the sun, and that's also what Carole King kind of told me to say it. And I said, okay, is this like a Cyrano de Bergerac situation? And I said, maybe it is, because she had laughed like that. She said, I feel like that too. And I said, are you trying to distract your... I said, are you familiar with... I think the movie was Roxanne, when it was Steve Martin vehicle. And I said, because I said, I think I'm supposed to help you. Is it like, you have some sort of, like, are you heartbroken? And she said, kind of, but not in the way you think, not romantically heartbroken. And I said, well, maybe I could be your non-romantic Cyrano de Bergerac. I said, I'm more familiar with Roxanne and Steve Martin, but I could be your non-romantic. And I said, but I guess if and this is even weirder, because if I'm in love with Cassette, but you're really just an actress, you're not Cassette. And I said, it's a lot of layers. And she said, no wonder. And I said, well, tell me more. And she said, well, it's my sister, Guinevere. And I said, okay. She said, I'll give you the long and short of it. And I said, I never understood what that means. So why don't you just give me the short of it, and then I'll make it long by asking a ton of questions. And I knew this was right because Guinevere by Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young was playing in my curls, at least on a molecular level. And she said, my sister Guinevere was the one who wanted to be on Broadway. And she goes, I did too, but she had dreamed about it before I was even born. And I said, she's your older sister, huh? She said, yeah. And she was the one who told me about, she taught me about musicals and the love of people like she said Carole King and Bette Midler. And she said Cats and she went on and on. And I said, what about Forever Plaid? Does your sister like Forever Plaid? And she just looked at me like she was trying to tell if I was joking or serious. And then I said, well, I've seen that face before. And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, it's like the Beatles song. I've seen the face of someone confused by what I said. But I've also seen that face. I said, you feel like he said, this is a hard thing about these human relationships, huh? Like you feel like maybe your sister's jealous of you. I said, but do you really know? And she said, well, we don't get along. And I said, has she ever come to see you perform? And she said, once, and she didn't wait around. And I said, wow, that must be tough on both. She always dreamed about being on Broadway. And I said, what happened? And she said she couldn't. Didn't make it onto Broadway, not even in the chorus, not even in the chorus line. And I said, well, what does she do now? And she says, and then Carole King was one step ahead, and she says, stay up late. And I said, oh boy, like stay up late, like the Talking Heads song. And she said, no, well, she said she works at it. And we had been walking for a while as we'd been talking, still holding hands, still confusing for one or two parts of me. Because our hands weren't just clasped together. They were interlocked, finger against finger, thumb against the soft, fleshy part of the thumb. I think, at least that's what my memory said, that soft, most vulnerable part of my hand. Her thumb was holding it. Then I did a curl slide, which, a little bit like I pulled my curl. Just like a little bit of snapping me out of it, like a little pull on the old hair. And she said she works at a diner right around here. And I said, a New York City diner. And she said, well, she owns it too. But she works, no one wants to work this shift, the night shift. And I said, it's one of those diners. I said, oh yeah, this is when I'm normally at it. I said, maybe any time between. He said, usually I like to hit it like about 4:45 if I'm at a New York City diner, depending on how, But I said, that was my other life in another universe without these curls. And he said, let's go to this diner and let's get to the bottom of the situation right now. This is why I must be here. They said, unless, these breathless feelings I'm feeling are real. But I said, you must have to put up with it. And she said, yeah, I do have to put up with it a lot. And I said, we could get to know each other after all this. And she said, to be honest, I'm not. She goes, you're actually too eccentric for me. And then there's a whole quick deflation. And I noticed we were on, as we turned on to Amsterdam. You know, of course, I thought of the Elvis Costello song, New Amsterdam. And so then I said, okay, Carol King wants me to have a new start, you know, don't get down. But we were still holding hands, so I was still confused at the same time. And she said, yeah, you wouldn't want to get to know me anyway. I'm the kind of sister that lets her sister down. And then the red neon signs of diner lit her face up because we were close. The silver paneling shone across the street. And they said, let's go in there and, you know, let's see how your sister's doing. She said, well, one more thing you should know about my sister's diner. She goes, every night is Christmas Eve in my sister's diner. She goes, I said, a themed diner? And she goes, well, that was when I got the role, Christmas Eve. And I said, oh, so I said, then she bought the diner. And she goes, yeah. She goes, it was years later. And I never put it together because I used to come and, come to the diner. But she goes, because she plays like the mistletoe disco band. And I said to Carol King, I said, the mistletoe disco band, and she said, yeah, and she plays music by them. And I said, well, I love that. I said that those are some of my favorite Christmas carols by the mistletoe disco band. And then I could hear Odd Long Sign or whatever playing. And she said, oh, it's Countdown to Christmas in there. And I said, so Christmas Eve, you got cast, or you got the role of Colette Cassette, the role in Les Mis that, I said, but that role doesn't come with a roadmap to stardom. It just comes with the burden of dealing with starstruck buffoons. You know, no one gave you all the answers. And no one gave you that role. I'm sure you worked hard, and, I'm hoping that you're getting your talent nurtured there. And she said sometimes, and she said some people will eat you for breakfast. And I said, well, it's time for breakfast, a breakfast meal at a diner. And I said, don't worry. I said, I can, these girls allow me to slip into many different roles anyway. So I said, let's go in. And the sweet disco sounds of the mistletoe disco band were playing. And I said, trail behind me. And I said, did somebody say it's Christmas Eve in here? Because it sounds like it's New Year's Eve. And then a woman, she didn't just step out from behind the counter. She slid down the counter on her elbow. And she said, it's a countdown to Christmas Eve. She said, it's Christmas Eve countdown. She goes, because it's almost midnight. So she goes, it would be Christmas Day, but we just reset to Christmas Eve again. And I said, sounds delicious. I said, a couple of cups of Joe. And I said, have you ever thought about getting a Christmas disco ball in here? And she said, no. And I said, well, you could if you put it close enough to the Christmas lights, and then she looked over my shoulder. And she saw her sister, and she went silent, but her lips didn't go down into a frown. They just went into a straight, flat line. And I said, thank goodness. I said, I'm so happy to be here. I said, your sister's been telling me all about this place. And she said, really? And I said, yeah, she knew, your sister knows how much I love Christmas and the mistletoe. I said, what, did you just play the whole mistletoe? And then the track came to an end. It was midnight. It was past midnight. And she said, yeah, but she goes, now I'm going to put on. And I said, the James Brown Christmas album? She said, maybe. And I said, well, Merry Christmas to you. I said, do you have any gingerbread pancakes? And she said, I do. And I said, I'll take a quarter order of those because I can't really I said, a full order of gingerbread pancakes is lunacy. And I said, have you ever thought about putting eggnog in the coffee? And she said, sure, one eggnog coffee. And then she went back behind. And I said, what about you? And I realized we were still holding hands. And her sister walked off, and she said, the actress that played Colette, Cassette said, the song remain, and I said, the song remains the same. Because she said, then some Christmas song started, I don't know, because I had to get back to Carole King and the task at hand. And I said, this is one beautiful diner. I said, I'm starstruck in here. And she was working on my gingerbread pancakes, and her sister reluctantly sat down. She pulled an ashtray over, and she had let go of my hand, because it'd be hard to pull an ashtray and light a cigarette. And she lit a cigarette, and she had to look around the diner. And she said, you have Mom's decorations up on the tree. And her sister was, flipping my one like one pancake, actually a quarter. It was an order of 4, so it was like 1 1/3. And she was also making something else, and I couldn't catch what it was. But she said, yeah, those are Mom's decorations. And Colette's Cassette sighed. And the sister, Guinevere, she said, well, what brings you around here? And she said, well, like you said, he's obsessed with Christmas, too. And she said, I'm not obsessed with Christmas. I'm obsessed with making this diner a fun place to be. And she said, well, it's not fun right now with you. And then they had a silent stare down. And I said, well, wouldn't it be nice, just like the beach? I said, the Beach Boys had a Christmas album. I know it wasn't very nice. I don't know. I don't want to say, but wouldn't it be nice if just this Christmas Eve, you two, let's shut the diner down. And because I said, there's no customers in it. And I went and locked the door. And I said, wouldn't it be nice if you two just, and she said, well, I make it, your pancakes you're going to burn. And I made her some French candy cane, French candy cane, French toast. And so and I said, we'll serve it up. I said, well, wouldn't it be nice if we get along this Christmas? And then I said, so this is your Mom's decorations on this tree, holds special memories for the two of you, I could tell. And I said, why don't you give me a minute? I've got an idea. And I said, you two could talk or just, cook silently and you smoke silently. And it took all the ornaments off the tree. And there was little Christmas boxes that, it was giant pain. It took, I tried to, get the ornaments into wrapped Christmas stuff. And I said, well, that's not going to work. So then I said, oh, there's all those, what are those things called, stockings. So I was hiding the decorations around the restaurant and even shoving them, in the, the booth chairs, down the chairs. And I said, I got to use the restroom because I had a sense. I said, can you use my and she said, yeah. And I know she had served it at a booth with my, eggnog and the candy cane things. And she'd cooked herself something, also candy cane French toast. And I said, I'll be right back. And, my gut told me that somewhere nearby the bathroom was going to be a Santa outfit. So, of course, I found that in the storeroom closet and I put it on. And then as I put it on, Carole King said, Wilco, side with the seeds. And I said, well, Carole King, you're throwing me off here. And I said, side with the seeds. What does that mean? And they said, okay, don't overdo it. I took it as that. I said, okay, just throw the seeds and they'll grow. And so I said, okay, this is even easier. And I went out and they were kind of sitting at the same booth across from each other. And I came out, I said, oh, But one gimmick I decided to use was that I didn't put on the wig. I put on the beard, but not the wig. So when they saw me, they both looked at each other and burst into laughter because my curls, dirty blonde, brown curls were sticking out. So I looked, went from looking strange to ridiculous. And I said, whoa. I said, well, this is a special Christmas. These two, I have been, Santa has a special surprise because I know you two have worked so hard, so many different things, and you've had a couple of hard years here. And I've heard from both of you. I've been watching you both close. And I know that both your hearts are so full of love. But Santa doesn't always tell kids this, but it's complicated being an adult person out here. Complicated being a kid. Not as simple as naughty or nice, is it? But I said, your friend Santa here is to fill this restaurant, planted around the restaurant, we'll say. All the decorations for your mother's tree, and I'm going to be back at midnight to make sure that the tree has been redecorated by both of you. And I know that, life's, Santa knows, okay? And Santa's going to give you both a hug here. And I want you both to choose what comfort message you want. You'd say, oh, Santa never told you. But I'm sure you know ways to soothe yourself with your hair. And because Santa's hair is so curly, he uses a lot of different methods. So choose. And the actress that played Cassette, she chose to flick it with her, like a little flick of, and again, my heart skipped, but it wasn't her, And then she kissed me on the cheek. And I said, well, I'm never going to get over that. Like, I'm going to be heartbroken. And I said, Santa's heart is breaking. Oh. And then Guinevere, she chose actually the old, she wound a curl up in her finger and then tugged it and then sprung it. And I said, well, tomorrow's Christmas, so get that tree ready for Santa. And, take a time to remember. And, you'll do great, you two. And I said, Guinevere, maybe you and Santa could, go to a show sometime. But you don't have to decide tonight. And they both looked at me and they said, who are you? And, Carole King was, she did two who songs in one night. And I said, who am I is right. They said, if Santa doesn't return, every time you think of the turn of a curl, think of it wrapping around your hearts and comforting you. And then think, well, geez, what can I do to say, hey, I need a little comfort. I'm dealing with starstruck dudes all the time. And, I've got a diner, and I also have some dash dreams. We all do. And then just give a little, your version of a curl bump, okay? Now get around and look around that restaurant and get that tree decorated, and you'll find your ways. All right. And I set off into New York night, the diner at my back, my heart left behind, but a projected version. So I guess like like whatever they call that, infatuation-esque, so not real. And I trotted off into the night, just me and my perm. All right, good night. Hey, pen pal, it's me. Well, I guess they never asked if you have other pen pals. Here's the thing, you're my only pen pal, but I'm your pen, this is your pen pal. Well, I'm assuming you hear my voice, but your pen pal that's on the Monte Carmelo out in outer space, chasing around delusions with the nuns from my childhood. But listen, pen pal, if you're not sitting down, you might want to have a seat, because I don't know if you're a listen, pen pal. And I don't know if I don't know if you have someone to talk to about this, or it could be the only one you have to talk to. I don't know if you know any, if you're a person, you're a growing person with faith or science. And I already realized that doesn't make sense, pen pal. Or if you're a person that has faith in faith, like some sort of religion or belief, or in science. If you're a person that has faith in science, they say, well, are you, what's your science? You're a physical science person, or the other kind, the theory, are you into theoretical? But this could shake any of those. Like, I don't know if you have a belief system, and I say that in a positive way, pen pal, like you have faith in something that helps you grapple with the unknown, or you use science to try to understand the unknown, or, to just theory, say, well, if I knock that quark over there, quark A plus quark B equals, ZQP, maybe call that mathematics. I don't know, pen pal. But if any of those things you like, I'd say loosen your grip on that a little bit. That's one thing. And I don't know what you know about Earth, but when the whole outer space opened to Earth, this was when one of the areas of adjustment trouble that some people just said, well, I'm not going to come to terms with that. It's one thing to deal with beings that are very different than you. That's tough. But then when you start saying, you see, just this should actually explain a lot, pen pal. If this is your first grasp, because this was my first grasp in deep outer space, pen pal, super deep. And I'll just tell you, things are. So we're in deep outer space. That's the easy way to introduce that. So pen pal, we're out here in deep outer space. Stan and I. Stan, say hi. Scooter, hello, pen pal. It's your friend Stan. Scooter, the pen pal's friend. That's fine, Stan. Just, okay. Okay, Scooter, I'll be quiet. So pen pal, we're out here. We followed this really intense field of delusion, most intense we've come across. I felt like a rabbit chasing a carrot or whatever, or something. I said, like I drove the ship. And this was, even we jumped to get to this. That's how intense it was. And we're here at planet Tenno. Not Tenno, Tino. I guess you may say Tino. I think that's how they say it. But this delusion led us here. It's way, way out at the edges of charted space. And up until now, pen pal, like not a lot's known out here. So we're really, there's been exploration. But beyond this is like something different than the delusion. There's this thing beyond this planet Tino, not very far, called the chaos frequencies. And very little is understood about the chaos frequencies other than don't go there, because it's one of those things like there's so many, the universe is vast and wide and deep and all that. So this is on the, TBE, TBE or TBI, to be investigated or explored, later. So Tino's kind of been out here forgotten, out here on the edges of space. And, but that's where, things got really interesting. So we got this planet Tino, we followed it, we started orbiting. They communicated. We said, hey, what's up? I did say that actually. And they said, that's not proper. They said, what's up? We're here, Monte Carmelo in the orbit, in the house. But this is where things get dicey explanation wise. Because the people of this planet, they kind of, let's see, we'll try to explain more, but I'll try to give you the basics. Is they believe that like their planet for generations they've been dealing with these beings they call the Weavers, and the mythical Weavers, and I guess they're, some sort of celestial thingamajig. And okay, also another thing, this is like one of those it's a little bit tropey, pen pal, but this is like a prophecy situation, or a prophet, I guess PFC, prophecy fulfillment zone is what we're in. So they say that those beings have been messing with their planet for generations, these celestial beings. And then they said, we're here. They knew we were coming. And then they said, why'd you come? We said, well, I think I already said that before they asked. So then they said, you have something going on. Like, I'm getting good at longitude and latitude for these, spheres. And most people understand that. So I said, this parallel, that thingamajig, there's this intense thing we'd like to check out. Do you mind? And they said, well, you're right in time. And they said, we're expecting you. And I said, terrific. So we'll just get down. And they said, no, you're the carriers of the cure. And I said, well, I've been known to bother my shipmates with some music. I haven't done any cure yet, but, I'll get down there, I'll take some pictures of you, and we'll see, if I can think of any cure songs while I'm at that. But I said, we're not actually, I said, if the cure is, irritation, well, that's another thing, pen pal. If you don't have a belief system, I'm sure you're a patient person dealing with my messages. But I said, if you got a cure for impatient nuns, I said I could use that. Then they said, no, the planet's called you here, and this is the time, they said there's an impact coming from these weavers. There's a lot of information, but you don't need all of it, pen pal. And actually, Stan should probably fill you in on some of it. But basically, in exchange for, they said, okay, we need you to deliver this to the weavers. And if you do that, then like the cure, I said, not the musical cure. They said, great, because I said, I'm blanking anyway. But they said in exchange for the delivery, they said you could, the planet, whatever it is you want from our planet, you can have or investigate it. And then I tried, obviously, I'm becoming experienced as a quartermaster, so I said, can we just look at the delusion first? And they said, that's not a prophecy. And I said, well, we're the carriers of the cure. It'll help us carry the cure. And they said, no, you can come after you deliver. And okay, so now I'm sure you're asking yourself, Ben Bell, what's this cure? And what's the catch? Otherwise it wouldn't be, clearly it wouldn't be. So this cure is not a cure. I'll tell you that's a code word, pen pal. You probably already figured that out. And basically we're supposed to fly. Stan, can you explain some of this to the pen pal? Scooter. Okay, so basically, pen pal, hi. What Scooter's trying to say is the people of Tino, for generations, they've been building. Their planet has been being poked with these giant, what they feel is a weapon system that shoots through their planet. Like if you were to take your pen pal, like an orange on Earth. And then you were to just stick a long, what are those things, a knitting string or a knitting iron. If you were to poke something through the orange, pen pal, that's what happens. Now, it doesn't happen often to this planet, Tino. Maybe once or twice a generation, but it's not good for the planet. It's a pretty big hole, and it creates, weather problems, tons of problems, and it sticks in, and then at some point, and their time, 20, 30, 50 years later, then the metal thing, it pokes through their planet and then is removed. And sometimes it happens more and more often. They have a historical record, and it's terrible. And they feel that these weavers, that they call them, these mythical beings are doing it to their planet, either as an experiment or out of meanness. And this is, like we said, pen pal, me and Scoots, it's been going on for a long time. And so they've been, after a few generations, they said, we got to figure out a way to make this stop. But they're just a planet. And they started studying, and they figured out a way to put a stop to it. And they also said, well, let's put a little irony in here and put a stop to what they're doing and to a stop to them. So that they can go live with where the mythical beings live, which they call them mythical beings. I don't know if there's a non-binary way to explain to you what these beings are, so I'll just say mythical being, pen pal. But they do exist, and they are organic, but they exist in outer space. So you say, well, they don't breathe oxygen like Scooter does. And they're not powered like I am, so they can't, but they can be shut off. We'll put it that way. And so we're supposed to deliver. They gave us these things, and what we'll do is put it in the, believe it or not, our ship isn't big, so they won't really see the ship, they don't think. but we're supposed to just drop it in their mouth and then like fly away. And then they won't be around anymore. And then the scooter, I think I'm done explaining. The scooter, thanks, Stan. Sorry, I was looking at the window. We're gonna say, Pen Pal, those are interesting celestial beings, Stan. So Pen Pal, we're coming up on these celestial beings. They, again, I guess it gets weirder. This is not going to be good for your belief system. They look like small GODS's, Pen Pal, giant space beings. I guess that's all I can say. It looks like they're working on something. To be honest, they do look like they're weaving. Maybe that's why they're called the celestial weavers. Pen Pal, I'll get back to you. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on, and I'll get back to you. Hey, Pen Pal, it's me. I'm back. Did you miss me? Because it was only a second. Hey, oh boy, this is getting interesting, Pen Pal. Okay, so these celestial weavers, they are so like, don't think I can explain it to you, and it didn't sound like Stan could too. But I guess that's what they are. They're celestial weavers. That's their job title and their purpose. Ian, this seems like we're going to be, I think we'll hopefully be able to broker a solution. I'm trying to get a hold of Tino right now, and it looks like we're going to have to fly back there. But so these are celestial weavers. And remember I talked about that chaos frequencies. I guess that's some part of space, to put it easily, outer space. That has to be kept at bay because it could spill into the outer space we know, which is the inner, So they're actually weaving some sort of celestial web. I know this sounds like straight out of the Roman book, something, but this is real, Pen Pal. So it's, it's tough to accept. But these beings' job, or as they see it, is to keep weaving this web that keeps the chaos frequencies at bay from the rest of the universe. And what the weavers explained to me, so they are pretty advanced, but it didn't seem, I don't know if they're smarter than me. That wasn't a joke, but I knew you'd laugh anyway, Pen Pal. But they said their position was, hey, we're just, we weave, time, they're bigger and they're celestial, whatever that means. So, time moves at a different pace for them. So they said their job's just to keep weaving. And I said, well, what's up with the planet Tino? You know what that planet is? And they said, oh, that ball, and they pointed. And it turns out, this is going to blow your mind, that's their pincushion. The planet Tino is the celestial weaver's pincushion. They got to look at it like time, remember, Pen Pal, at some point I think I said time is weird. So on Tino, you get people using their regular lives, and then every once in a while, a mega-sized spin will pop through the planet, and maybe 2 or 3 more will, sometimes only one. Wreak all sorts of havoc and, would cause people to be late for work and stuff. And then sometimes, what would feel like to them 20, 30, 50, 100 years, another pin comes in, another pin comes out. And meanwhile, they're playing it 1,000 years or whatever. They're like, why is their planet keep getting these, and then they figured out that these weavers were doing it. Meanwhile, these weavers are just weaving the stuff with these needles. You can be a celestial being, you still need a needle. I guess it takes some humility. Even space, sometimes you need needles to do stuff. And so, but that's their pincushion. If one of them wants to take a break, they stick it in there. And also their needles will get dull and off true. They said that's very important. And I said, well, can you stop poking that planet? They said, no, there's nothing else in the vicinity that has to make up this planet's perfect. Something about I don't know. It keeps the needle straight, keeps it sharp. Poking through the planet sharpens it right up. So I said, hey, so basically they can't stop. They said if we stop our needles break. I said, can't you just buy new needles? And they looked at me like I had 4 heads. And they said, no, these are These are the needles we need to use with the fabric of space. You can't just get them anywhere. And he said, I'm sorry, this is my first time in outer space and dealing with celestial weavers. And you believe me, it wasn't this simple, pen pal. There was a whole thing with communicating with them and then me getting irritated. And then the nuns, luckily I'm able to order them. But so they said, just get it. They said, because they said, there's a bunch of people living on that planet. And they said, well, they thought it was like ants, that's the best thing I could tell you. Or they said, really? And they said, they're pretty nice people that, they actually think, that we're supposed to help them, because they wanted us to deal with you. And they said, deal with us out. And I said, do you ever have any celestial beings go live on a lovely farm in triple outer space? Do you ever have any celestial beings that go live on a farm in triple outer space? They said, we do. And I said, well, they want me to hasten your trip to, all of your trips to the farm in triple outer space. And the Weavers said that, that won't work because that would be the end of the, and they said it wouldn't be slow, the chaos frequencies. And I said, well, what are we to do? Because these are we'll just say they're human beings, pen pal. It's easier for you to identify if the people on the planet, because obviously if I did use that because I'm learning. I said, well, what if these are tiny celestial weavers? They're just weaving on their planet. And Stan had told me that they dedicated all the industry of the planet to weave these little things to make you go. So these are little weavers on this planet. And they said, well, they got to leave the planet. They said, we could help. And they said, how? And they said, well, we got to keep weaving, but, they said, we'll find a way to help out. And I said, okay, that doesn't sound too concrete. Sounds like me and the nuns are going to be helping. Believe me, the reason I haven't mentioned the nuns yet is because they're still glaring. They're mostly glaring at me when I'm in the room. And also, we need to get to that. So, anyway, pen pal, I got to tell the Tinos that, we got to come up with a plan to get them off the planet. That's the only solution. So I'll be back, pen pal. Hey, pen pal, it's me. It might sound less authoritative right now. That's because I'm in a storage room. Luckily, I can still record audio. It's a dream come true. So since I last left you a message, it hasn't been that long. The Tinos, they said. I called ahead. I said, it was, they said, did you, or the Weavers gone. I said, do you know what the Weavers do? And they said, they bully our planet. Aren't you familiar with bullies? And I said, oh, that's a cheap shot, Tinos. And they said, they're not bullies. You just think they're bullies. Your planet's a giant pincushion is what it is, Tinos. And, the celestial weavers protect the universe from the chaos frequencies. And just to allay any fears, Stan checked all this. The Stan in the ship's computer, they sent some cross-space messaging to make sure that the chaos, this was all up and up before we acted on any of it. And they assured me that, yeah, this probably was, they said, as weird as it is, that's because I'm earthbound. Part of my mind, part of my cultural window is, limited by my experiences on Earth. So I don't see the big picture, even in triple outer space, but I get a sense. So basically, we can't get rid of these weavers. So Tino said they tried to think of something and do a lot of talking without saying anything. And then they said, what is it? I said, well, what if we move? I said, why do you want to live on a planet getting poked with stuff? It's a pincushion planet. And they said, it's our home. And I said, oh, man, you got me again, right where the heart is. And I said, how about we go see that delusion thing? And then I said, we can get everybody off this planet. It'll only take about 1,000 million trips. I said, we could do and then I figured out the Celestial Weavers, they got a bank account somewhere. So I said, I got plenty of money. Nothing like this. The Celestial Weavers are higher, they're under contract. So I said, we could buy you a planet. We'll get everybody on. And they said, no. We've dedicated, this is like a generational situation, pen pal. I mean, basically, they want to stay on their planet without the Weavers. And I said, no, you won't have a planet. This is like a conundrum. You get rid of the Weavers, you don't get a planet. Then they declared me enemy of the state, or the planet, enemy of Tino. And they said they were going to take over the ship. And now, as soon as they said that, of course, Sister Bernice said that now she was in charge. They were in charge of the ships, and I wasn't in charge. Then there was a near standoff with the Tinos and the nuns, and everybody was trying to lock me up, and no one liked me at that point. So throw them in the brig. That's where I am. They don't have a brig. They have storage closet here. So that's where I am. Still in communication with Stan, but Stan is actually, I just leave Stan out of a pen pal for the time being. But then Sister Bernice, but instead of having a battle with because they said, well, we'll just take out the Tinos. But the Tinos said, well, you already have the payload on your ship. We'll use it, it's an ironic weapon. It's just trying to unpiece that part. And then they said, well, we already, we'll end the thing that you're trying to seek. And then they said, well, they knew the nuns and I were trying to get to this delusion. So I said, well, we put something on that delusion that's not going to be there. If you mess with us, it's not going to be there. And that got Sister B's attention. She said, Bernice, she said, okay, let's figure out a way to fix this. And then she pitched them. She's pretty quick on her feet. And so she said, well, what if we just take out one of these Weavers? There's enough to fill in to keep the chaos frequency at bay, but it'll make them work harder. And then they'll have the one that we send to the farm, that one's needles or whatever. And she said, that they'll find another solution once they know Tino's serious. And, we had shown, I didn't tell you this part, Pen Pal, but believe me, these celestial beings, they're not, they're slow. So the ship, they're not really a super danger to the ship. So that's just to say, if you're thinking that. So the Sister Bernice's idea is one giant initiative, I guess. Deal with the one giant, and then the rest will find another pincushion. That's what she told the people of Tino. And then once we left, I was still in it down here. They did some yelling and banging, and then I just called the bridge. Oh, because the people of Tino, they said, that's a great idea if you think that'll work. And then they said, well, by the way, the delusion clock is running now. So if you don't deal with this giant, if we don't, another thing, sometimes I forget this stuff. Part of this intergenerational thing that they've been doing on this planet is predicting. So they watch the giant's shadows or whatever, the celestial beings, and they can see if, so they can predict the next time one of their pins is going to be. So they're predicting impact soon. That's what all this hectic part about it is. And I'm pretty sure we asked the Weavers about that, and they said, yeah, the one, Ronnie will say, she said, well, it's getting, probably be, putting this pin in the pin, whatever, the pin cushion, give it a break for a little while. But so we're flying out there. Hopefully we don't take out Ronnie, because I know Ronnie's name. But I said, this is a terrible idea. One, the giants are going to get the Weavers. They're giant, but they're not giants, because a giant's kind of a humanoid. These are not humanoids, Pen Pal. But I can't even begin to explain what it is. So just to make assumptions based on your own, whatever but so they said they're going to be mad. And they're not going to stop. And plus, they said, well, they'll work twice as hard. They said, this will work. The nuns only took one payload. So they said, either way, we're going to have to go back and get more. And then we'll get to the delusion. And they also use this whole thing to override that this is a bad, whatever situation. So I can't be in charge of the ship. And they got me into a technicality. I guess I don't even understand. I tried to argue with Stan in the ship's computer, but they said, no, this is Scooter's clearly, I don't know, meets some qualifications. So I can't wrest control of the ship back. And so we're headed out to the Giants. But I was still trying to figure out, I said, what is an ironic weapon? Because I could say, I guess I got to think of something clearly, pen pal, and this is when I think the best when I'm talking to you. So, Stan, can you explain to me in the pen pal, what do you mean by ironic weapon? Oh, Scooter, well, it's very interesting. So, again, sorry, I can only follow the procedures, Scooter. I know, Stan, I'm irritated at the procedures, not at you. Separate the, program from the problem. Oh, thank you, Scooter. That's the Harvard negotiation project. They never did that for computers. Yeah, I'm sure it's in your, AI or something, no. So, Scooter, this is very interesting. So, over the generations, and this was part of Sister Bernice's pitch, too, of how she won them over, Scooter. So they said, what are we going to, they analyzed now they didn't know that they were needles the weavers were using to weave the universe. But they did know there was some interplay between the planets, the rock and the elements on the planets in the metal of the needle, or the impactors, they called them. And then once they figured out the weavers were behind it, they also want to get rid of all these. These aren't part of their planet. They don't like it. It symbolizes the fact that the weavers are bugging them. So, Scooter, this is what I mean by ironic weapon, is that there's elements from their planets which are in these things that you would get the weavers to ingest. That's it's a pill, right? And what will happen is it will generate. This is not what will really happen, Scooter, but this is the best way to explain it. That they will become magnetized, and then all of their pins and everything else, including our ship. I didn't even think about that, Scooter. I wonder, I'll have to run a ship's computer. Can you run an analysis of that? But Scooter, it basically will make their insides a big magnet, and then everything will come into them, and that will be what causes their trip to the farm. And that's, there's an irony, because they're getting, yes, Scooter, and also it's that it took generations of engineering and research to come, and I think I don't even know if it is, because it's the only solution they could have come up with. And it will also catch our ship, is what you're saying. So this will be, can you get the nuns, can you get Sister Bernice to buy this? Scooter, she's under the impression we can outrun it, which she says we'll be fine. But won't we be pulling the pins from, what about all the other metal on the planet, Stan of Tino? Well, Scooter, that's why they don't have any spaceships. They have some other elements, not just metal. So this is outer space, Scooter. They don't just have steel and iron out here. But isn't our ship made of like steel and iron or something? Anyway, Scooter, don't worry about that part. But this could be, Scooter, I can still consult with you and do my job. Believe me, they don't even know I'm not talking to you right now, Scooter. Okay, Sam, well, why don't you let the ship's computer know what's going to happen, and then see, once you run the protocols to see who's really in charge of the ship at that point, because it doesn't seem like it's a battle if we're going to follow through on what the battle plan is. You know what I mean? Scooter, you're right. Okay, but don't tell the ship's computer the ship's computer can play along, because it'll be once it's determined my orders are still good, just play along like I'm not in charge. Okay, Scooter. Okay, so let me keep thinking out loud here. Pen pal, Stan, ship's computer. Scooter, you don't need to talk directly to ship's computer. It's, okay, I'm just doing it because I'm buying time. So so basically what I was thinking, so we need a pin cushion. And Tino doesn't want to be the pincushion. Okay, Scooter, I'm with you. And the Weavers, they need a pincushion because it holds the pins because of it goes into the pincushion, but also because of some sort of elemental hold, you're saying, at the core of the planet or inside the planet that is also in this payload. Is that right, Stan? Scooter, it is. And something about the planet also straightens and sharpens the needles. Is that correct, Stan? Scooter, that is correct. And that's an incredible feat of engineering that the people of Tino, they've dedicated generation after generation to just finding a way to protect their planet from the lone antagonist. That seems like their main problem. Scooter, it's been a unified effort. It has. And now we're going out there on a theory that they can make do with one less giant, right? Scooter, that is the theory, and it's based on some estimates that the ship's computer thinks it'll be fine, but with the not getting away in the of our ship, I don't know if it'll be fine for us now that you've brought it up. And then there's also the giants getting mad part. Scooter, you're right about that. And also, here's another thing to think about, Stan, and also you can, is it so the giant that decides to go to the farm, what happens to all their needles? They're just going to float. The reason you need a pincushion in space is so that your needles aren't just floating around space, correct? Oh, Scooter, you are correct. And how many needles do you think each giant has? Like, where are the rest of the giant's needles? Scooter, we guess that either they're it's tough to explain because of the speed the giants move at. But I think each giant has one sharp needle on them, one needle they're using, and one needle in the planet, Scooter. Okay, so they pull a needle out and they put a needle in, but that could take 50 years, Tino time. Scooter, that's pretty good shorthand. Okay. I'm coming up with a plan, Stan. Scooter, you rhymed. Okay, Scooter, what's your plan? Okay, thanks, Stan. So I have command of the ship, correct? Scooter, you do. Okay, have the ship's computer contact Tino, as sister or niece. And, just send whatever dots and dashes or something and say that they realize that we'll be caught in the magnetic pull and that we're refusing to deliver the payload. Scooter, that'll mean they'll destroy the source of the delusion. Yeah, I mean, because the only problems are, that does mean that. Scooter, that's a clue to find in the chess. Yeah, it's a clue to find in the chess, but it'll be irrevocably lost. But we look at our options, Stan. Scooter, Sister Bernice is the ship's computer is even warning me to warn you. Yeah, but I don't have any good choices, Stan. So tell them that. And then when the ship's computer sending that out to them, send out the information, all the plotting you have to the Weavers of how they could operate with one less Weaver for a time, and ask them, and can you crunch all the math there? And also say, okay, well, that gives us, they can all take a break. Maybe that'll help them rest for a little while. We don't have to do it. This isn't an eternal thing, Stan. They should have one, one fully true needle from whoever's on their break. And then we should have two true, then another true needle so we should have two backup needles currently. And then whatever needles are kind of baking in the planet, we just got to figure out a way to remove the needle with the least amount of damage to the planet. Okay, Scooter. And then after that, I need you and the ship's computer to kind of reach out to more computers, right? And whatever the industrial stuff that was, that made the payload on Tino, get a hold of those. They have computers there. Scooter, they do. Okay, so figure out, do some cloud computing, or I don't know what you call it. So do some major number crunching and start to figure out and identify like who's like the talent, the Tino talent, and how adjustable their industry is. We're going to need some help, other computers' help here. Okay, so start that. And are the messages sent to the Giants and to the Tino? Scooter, they are, and the delusion is gone, Scooter. Okay, so set a course for Tino, and I'll deal with everything. Pen pal, I'm gonna have to shut this off because it's gonna get, you don't want to hear. I'll go to the bridge and talk to the nuns, and Pen pal will be back. Hey, Pen pal, it's me. So I just left. I just lot of, you didn't miss much. A lot of not happy things, Pen pal. But here's the bad news. That delusion's gone. But who knows? We don't know what it was. So we didn't lose anything because we didn't have it. It wasn't ours to get. And the cost was too high. As the quartermaster, this is what I already said to the nuns. They did not like this. But as the quartermaster of the ship, and, half master, if you don't mind me saying, the cost was too high. But so, the nuns are really not happy. But they can't kick me. I'm in charge of the ship, and they need me. And I already have a beam on another delusion. But then the people at Tino, they weren't happy either at first. But then I told them, it might take a couple generations to accept the fact that you can't get rid of these weavers. They're necessary, and they're not going anywhere. And obviously I got, like, the weaver that was on a break, they came. And even for the belief systems that they had on this planet, it rocked their belief systems. Once you see a weaver close up, and, they're celestial beings, so they have some flexibility. And I'm not just talking about like in yoga poses. But I said, hey, I bought us a couple, believe it or not, staying in the computers, they ran all the masks. We got like a couple generations of Tinos before we're going to need another needle. I mean, we'll need to pull 2 out of the planet. We won't, because we're already gone, Pen pal. That's why I'm sending this message. We're on our way to the next patch of delusion. But basically, with the job of the Tino and this, now they have a celestial weaver, is to build a better pincushion. It's not that tough. The elements that they use to make these payloads have the elements that make, and I told them about Red Mars that I read. And I said they had a space. I said, and I had a copy of Red Mars. Yeah, how handy is that? I think that's the one with the space elevator. And I said, it tells you how to, I said, this book, it's fiction, but it tells you how to make space elevators for starters. And I said, instead of an elevator, you just put it'll be like orbiting pincushion stations. And I said that maybe even figure out a way to restabilize some of the stuff that the pin did, the original pinnings did to your planet. And I said, if you can dedicate your industry for these many generations, to fixing this problem, you can keep doing it. And like I said, they didn't want to hear from me, but when you're hearing it from a celestial weaver, because they also communicate by singing, like some sort of celestial song. Also, I told them about celestial seasonings tea. I don't think, I think that was distracting. But so basically, the people of Tino are going to build a better celestial pin cushion, not tea. I told them after I said that, don't get distracted about the tea. And then everything will be fine. They'll live in whatever you call that, like 2 generations from now, ideally. But I think they probably do it in 1 or 3. I think they have 3, 60. I don't even know how long a generation is, but 60 was a low number, right, Stan? Scooter, they'll be able to do it. We've run all the calculations. So problem solves. Moral of the story, Pen pal, build a better pin cushion, not on your planets. Instead of taking, don't send celestial beings to the sky. That doesn't even make any sense anyway, right? But just build a better pin cushion. All right, Pen pal, talk to you. Nuns. Also, nuns don't forgive. In this case. Okay, good night. All right, it's a Spanish story time from episode 56. If you want to colgar with me, if you want to hang or cuelgue, hang with me in that sense, what you need is some seguro, some insurance. And I can hear you saying, Olbidello, forget it. Entiendo, I get it. I get your resistance to buying hanging insurance for hanging with me. Chill, let's just say it's chilling, insurance, a done day safe way to where it was. Because we're going to go tomar algo cafe. We're going to go drink some coffee. And, the first reason you need insurance, they say, the companies, the bonding companies and the licensing companies, is pues tengo la cabeza, because I have the head, hayan llevando, that they have carried. And you'd say, I'm sorry, what? The head they have carried? Yeah, this is the insurance company's claim. Okay, so don't take it from me or the representatives, because they say about my cabeza, they say es un enfermo. It's a sick cabeza, and I say, you got that right, buddies. I say, you mean the good kind of it's sick, man. I ain't, totally sick. And they say, no, enfermo. And with the insurance companies, they got together in guardar bueno magnitude. They figured out they would save a good amount if everyone that came in contact with me had insurance. And I said, eso ya pasó. That's already happened I told the insurance companies, I said, that already happened by evolution because, I try to keep people at bay. I have my own insurance plan. It's called Hermitude. And also, getting on people's nerves. I say this, or you could call it eso ya paso, just being safe, I'd like to maintain my privacy. And they say, yes, sabe, yeah, we already know about this. We have a saying about you at the insurance companies here, vayamos entonces tomate. We go, and then you go tomato. And I say, I go tomato, tomate. And they say, yeah, you go decide tranquilamente to tomate. So I said, I go from chill, from quiet to tomato mode, I didn't even know I had a tomato mode. Tenía detalles? Can you tell me about this tomato mode? Can you give me the details? And they say, you don't remember this, Scoots, when you called your cabeza tomato. And you don't remember this phase you went through, your fresca este phase, tomate. Fresh this, you used to say that, and then you'd point at your head. I go, yeah, and I just say, isn't that sick? I'm sick, man. Check this out. And it's actually I'd like an accurate date on that when I was I don't remember a tomato phase that I had, so I think this is just an insurance scam. So hacerlo, do it. Tell me when I did this. Llevarle solamente. Come on. Pienso tuyo grabado. And they said, I think you recorded it. And I said, really? Recolecto. I can't recall. Was there a condena, like a sentence from a judge involved? Condenarlo, was I convicted of it, being a tomato head? And again, why do people need insurance? And they said, no te conto, we didn't tell you. And I said, no. And they said, ojo me comprobar, we've got our eyes checking you. And I said, you're really taking this. I said, so people need insurance to be near me, to hang with, to chill, to kick it. What about kicking it? Is that a different deductible? And then they said, I think this is a sales scam. The Pieza Puedo Hacer Nada. With a piece of Scoots insurance, you can do anything. That's what they're saying. Saliendo, coming out soon. And I said, meterle defenderme propio bien. Like, you're going to push this insurance and then defend me? Well, and they said, oh, no. You're going to limpia abogado. You're going to need your own clean lawyer for Lotto, for your side. With fiscales occultar, we'll deal with the prosecutors with the insurance company, but not for you. Effecta consiga. And I said, did you just say get effects, like DOS effects? And I said, this is confusing me. Tanto en Serrera. I need to enclose. Why can't I come up with my own insurance policy for myself or people that are near me? Like no hey de otra, like no other. And I'd say, you're not doing a good job of selling it. You're just selling it like people would have to. And, how I would sell it is tienta no a jugar. You might be tempted not to play with me, kids. But, siento bueno. When I feel good. Sacarlo de mi cabeza. I've got a tomate de cabeza. And I always think, que bueno, that's good. But I can see all you other kids with your mochilas, your backpacks, they look heavy. And we're about to play a grand game here. Grabar todavia quita sela. We're going to take away the fun, in record time. Because asustada, everyone's scared of Tomato Head. I don't know why, because I don't even know what it means. They just claimed I went through a phase. Peor, is it the worst? So let's take a trip analicemos. Let's look back in time, because I think this is rumores, like hearsay. And I'm gonna have like a low admito. I'm gonna come up with an insurance menciono, like that I mentioned, guaranteed to have fun hanging, chilling and kicking it with me. Sagrada, like a sacred insurance. Like I guarantee with 51% of the time, because one of the problems is manda una isla, when you send someone to me and I'm an island, and por fin, at last, I finally let them in. Mercancia revar sostener monton. It'd be good if you could review me. Good reviews mean a lot, like for to drivers and stuff like that. And you know what I'll do? Pagule su coja su parte. I'll pay them and take their share. You know what that means? Like, I'll pay the insurance company. I'll take their share out and give it to them. Mentoria certeza creer puedo. Like, I certainly believe that they're lying, that you need insurance to be around me. You see, this could be like a projection of my internal critic, to be honest, kids. And what I think about this? I'll be honest, this might sound harsh, but intentaste derroche apuesta. My internal critic makes a tired, wasteful bet on, ensuring, like, all certainty in life. And sometimes atrapen, it gets caught. Te lo juro por Dios, I swear to the powers above. And no le dije una sola palabra. I didn't say a word negative about the critic. It's just trying to do its job. Hablame dime algo. Like, talk to me, tell me something. See, you want to be around people, you need insurance. You can't just ask them to hang out with you. And I say estuve. I was just trying to make friends. Una horas, just a couple hours a day. And some people, Bobio have feliz, have returned happy that that we've hung out with. Solo poner facile. It's just easy. But you seem to be renuncias promete. You seem to be putting out promises of quitting. Nuestros hijos, our childlike friends. But I'll tell you what, critic, prometeme entero. Promise me the whole. Because you know the old saying, "Ruine parecia sospechas." The ruin seems suspicious, dear critic. The ruin seemed suspicious. You know what I mean? You think everything's going to go wrong, but it's a little suspicious because it's quietos tranquilos. You know, it's quiet, it's still, it's chill. You know, entonces lahizo. You know, that it was tan mal discernones. You know, I've made some bad decisions, but kameni mi haver, I've walked to see things change. Did you know, dear internal critic, se puede bajar? You can download the podcast that I make. Despierte a ver. You can wake up to see if it's been downloaded. Oh, yo, lovey, you already saw it. Okay, so you're my internal critic, but you've joined with an insurance conglomerates against me. Un poco de officio, like a little trade in insurance for certainty. I'm sorry, did you just say este lugar es una posliga? Like that my insides, like maybe it's a pigsty? That's why I need insurance? You're saying metaphorical pigsty, my friendship. Wow, I've never had that described in that way. How about poquito lose, like a little light pigsty? Like, not, that sounds so harsh. You know, couldn't we call my friendship more of a pepino, like a cucumber? You know, why don't they offender pagale and sendo? With your fiery comments, why can't you and the insurance company pay me? You know, mete a todos en el infierno. You know, I'm trying to just live my life. It doesn't have to be all rotten ruin. Confio respecta bolberia. I'm confident the regard would return. And one more thing. Oigan esta, hear this and this. Arriba pierna derecha. Put your right leg up. Put your finger on your moro. And turn yourself around. Bea pues a la dona. See yourself as a spinning donut. Poquita levanta, jump up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Reiko guer, collect your points. Those are certainty points. They are. Now dormiste, you sleep. Worries nada, you know, no worries, nothing. Animo, this'll cheer you up. You let me play. Cantarles todo hoy mismo. And I'll tell you all today, you know, probar, no tenga nada. I have nothing to prove. Te lo juro nas ba a poder. I swear that you won't be able to, you know, we're just going to do our best here. You know, lastly, if it will just take our kid, you know, we'll have our fun. We'll take it, you know, our ups and our downs. Acaba toda, all of it. And yeah, sometimes we'll have reales sospechas, real suspicions, diste. But you give me the idea, we can't have certainty insurance, especially for other people. You know, we can't ask a mysterious permiso jefe, a permission boss. That's the worst kind of boss. Hey, boss, can I have your permission? We got to get it from the insurance company. Verlo, hombre. Can't you see that, man? And muchas faltas. Much insurance is needed. If you want much certainty, you need a lot of insurance. Or else you'll be a guavon. And I said, well, I am that. But I think this all parecio lo de su amigo. To a friend, this all seems ridiculous. They said, let's just go play. Okay, so let's just go play together, okay? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're talking episode 56. It starts with an old man washing a car. And he finds a stack, and he's like, a stack of He says, K? What? It's a stack of cash. And he follows the money. It's Jose Miguel's money. And then he finds Jose Miguel's car. And then Jose, he sees Jose not in his car, next near his car. He's lying like with his eyes open in the grass, back down, like staring into space, kind of catatonic. So then the guy that found the money, the old man, says, well, just let me call for an assist here for Jose. And the episode opens, Enterrado is the title of the episode. And we're back in Henry's garage, right where we last left off. And the garage door opens, just like at the end of the last episode. Henry and Walt have a little stare down. And this was somewhat serious, but somewhat, I guess, just a tiny touch of comedy, maybe. Or maybe not. But Walt walks off. He stops. He looks back. And not yet. The comedy doesn't. He walks down, looks back, stares to Henry down. And then I thought Walt called Maria at first and said, let me talk to Cielo. But I think he ended up calling work. Mariano, I think, is the guy at work. And he's like, put her on the phone now. And the guy's like, no, I can't. He's like, why not? And then Walt looks and Henry's about to get in his Jeep. He's on the phone. He gives him a look like, ha, I beat you to Cielo. And he almost grins, Henry. So then there's like this race to the finish line kind of thing. And Walt races off, and then we see Cielo. She's at work on the phone with Henry. She's saying CC. Walt's calling on. She's on the landline, but Walt's calling on her cell. And she's kind of ignoring it. And then we see Walt at the car wash. And he gets there, but Cielo's already gone. And then Cielo something, Reta something. But she pulls up to a restaurant. Maybe I don't think that says restaurant. It looks like RETA squiggly lines. And then Henry's waiting at the restaurant. There was also like either a soda or beer machine that said Chicks Trip or Chez, CHEZ, Trip or Tricks. If that's a soda, I want to drink it for sure. I mean, they caught my attention. I said, what is that, a soda machine? Chez Tricks? Is that Tricks flavored soda? I don't know if I'd want Tricks flavored soda. And it didn't have the Trix cereal font. It definitely wasn't related to that. But Cielo goes in the restaurant. It was more of a cafe. Henry goes to Cielo. She's sad. He embraces her. This was good. They sat down, and he goes, you want something to drink? She goes, a cafe. And I don't know if this is a cultural thing or just a Henry thing. He did an upward snap, like kind of like a flick snap to get the waiter's attention. I wish this was a visual podcast. You know, when you flick your wrist upward and move your hand upward and you're snapping upward. Like definitely, I don't know. I felt like I was in like in high school. Like he was like, oh no. But instead he said, hey, cafe over here. And then Henry does most of the talking. Cielo's kind of looking away from him. You know, he's talking about the case against Walt. She seems sad. Henry seems mad, but looking for some kind of leverage. And then Cielo keeps breathing out, and she cries a little bit. And Henry covers a lot here. I said, this guy's going full force. He's not feeling this out. And we see Cielo's concerned. She's like, geez, does Maria know about this? He's like, not yet. And then Henry wants to record her on an audio recorder. He's like, tell me everything. And Cielo's face changes, and she says, Henry. Not like that, like with drama. And she seems to kind of struggle with what to do, and Henry still talks. And then she's like, I have one more question. And then the coffee comes, cafe. And then she's kind of like, you want me to talk about this right now? And then Henry kind of reveals something that she did not know about Walt not being well. And then he says, what does it say? He says it with some edge, like, yeah, Walt's not well. Yeah. And this kind of quiets her down, and she puts her hand to her face, and she has that 1,000-mile, that old 1,000-mile stare. And she gets really calm for a few seconds and almost thoughtful as Henry keeps talking and talking. He's all worked up. And Cielo breathes these like short breaths, and then she has more questions. And Henry has her on the spot, and he kind of lays everything on her. Oh, also, Henry was wearing his square shirt. It was a little too loud for the situation with the gray, white, and black uneven squares. Been a little while since he's worn it. Not one of my favorite shirts of his. I mean, he could pull it off, but, again, I'd just say just leave it at home, Henry. Do that blue, white, the one with the circles. Circles are more your print than squares, especially uneven gray. It wasn't even a true gray. It was like a grayish brown. And, I mean, I have no fashion sense, believe me. But, I've watched 55 of these episodes, every week, 3 times a week. So I'm familiar with his clothing choices. Cielo comes back with what she wants or thinks or needs. I couldn't tell, like from Henry. And Henry doesn't like that response. So he kind of goes back with sign of this calm, and he brings Maria and kids into it, and he's like telling her what is best. And then he stands up, and she asks some kind of big question. And he's like, don't worry. But then Cielo kind of gets worried, and she's like, I'm out. Then I have an alliteration here, but I have to start with this is the Colombian version of Bill Burr and the Breathe Loud guy. And they go to the store. So the Colombian Bill Burr and the Colombian Loud Breather, they go to the storage unit, and they go in with the money. And Burr breathes out. He's like, he can't believe, how much money in there. Then the loud breathing guy, he wants to lay down in the money. So the Colombian Bill Burr does that. And they lie down, they have a little chat while they're lying in the money. Can't read, que bueno, they say, feels good to lie in money. And then we're at Saul's office, and Walt is pacing. Saul's talking on the phone loudly. Walt gets a call from Cielo, but Saul's like, trash your phone. Don't answer the phone. Throw your phone battery, or, do that thing with the flip phone where you break it to show your strength. And Walt's pretty bent out of shape about Henry and Cielo talking and stuff. Then they talk about, Saul and Walt talk about family and what are the best options. And Walt seems to show his loyalty to family again and softness. Also, Saul looked really sharp, Saul Bueno, in his light gray lavender suit. And I can remember, I think it only took like a half episode for this actor to win me over. I mean, much different than Bob Odenkirk. A tall order, but he did a good job. And he just looked good in this situation. He had a suit, gray suit, light gray suit, lavender shirt, like a tasteful one with a matching pocket square. Then Bill Burr and the Breather show up. They've got barrels full of money. And Walt pulls out a tip for everyone. And the barrels are in a truck. Walt drives into the hills and starts to dig. Next, we see Cielo and the baby. Cielo's trying to get a hold of Walt via Saul, who's playing dumb on the phone. Then there's doorbell rings. Henry's outside with Maria. Henry tattletaled on Cielo, so Maria's all bent out of shape. She was in her purple dress, purple shoes. Also, she was wearing a necklace that either had 2 purple gems or was the shape of a bow on a chain around her neck. And Maria she begs Maria, she's like, D-Meg, tell me this isn't true. It's weird that, so sight words is a thing for me with dyslexia. It's weird that dime, which is the same as dime, is now a sight word. I know it's dime, and I know it means tell me, but more because it's a picture. Tough to explain what a sight word is, I guess. It doesn't look like a dime or a tell me, but when I see dime, I don't see I don't know, tough to explain, but that's like one of the few Spanish words that became a sight word for me. It's like, I think 4 letters is my limit. I would say Cielo cries and begs, or Maria does. That's not true. And then she also starts to, her consciousness unfolds about everything. So she realizes about the money, when Cielo knew what, that the money came from the same business that her husband's up against or was up against, and she gets really upset. Her voice cracks. She's so upset. She says, "Let's take Valentina for ice cream." And Henry comes in. He's like, "This is the worst time to take Valentina for ice cream. Let's go." So they get in the car. They argue about, Valentina, and then Henry breathes. And he gets this weird look on his face, and he looks over at her. And then Walt's digging. And then he decides he's going to put his money in the ground. But, Walt, and I know people like this. They tend to let's just get this project done. They're not procrastinators. I think these are A personalities. I believe that Walt's character would do this. Almost no one else on Earth would. Dig a friggin' hole in one day. If I was going to dig that hole, it would take me years. Or I'd say, geez, I couldn't even get to pay someone because I'd get in too many arguments. But Walt digs this hole, puts his money in the ground, even though he doesn't feel good. It takes so long, he has to use the headlamp. Then he finally uses GPS to mark the spot, memorizes it, breaks the GPS, puts on the fridge the lotto ticket that has a GPS number on there. And then Cielo's like, "Walter?" And then she's like, "What's up?" And Walt won't talk. While Cielo's got all these questions about Henry. She didn't say anything. Walt wants to take a shower, and then Walt kind of falls asleep, instantly. So Walt wakes up. Cielo's kind of nursing him, and they kind of talk real quiet-like. And Walt was looking up at Cielo. He kind of tells her something. She holds her hand to her mouth when he tells her. And it was cute. Walt had a pillow under his head and a plaid blanket. And he was really snuggled in there, tucked in, like Cielo had tucked him in. Very cute. And then we see a SUV with lots of dudes and Lydia going somewhere. And they're going to meet with Walt's guy, the guy he made a deal with, and he kind of wants answers from Lydia. Lydia's tapping her fingers on her hand. She's kind of nervous, so she's comforting herself. And Lydia plays this serious, cool business role. And the guy, he kind of gives her some mad laughter, some chuckles. And then he turns around and walks off. Lydia kind of stumbles because she has heels on, and they're in a field. And then they show this manhole is their hidden meth lab down here. So they go down there, and it's dirty. Contains, that's what I put, but that's not Spanish or English. It's underground. Lydia's giving it the once over. She's like, "This doesn't cut the mustard, bro." And then she talks about Petto, and they're like, "Petto's not a good meth cook." And then there's some trouble. Whole time Lydia's texting. I said, even at a meth lab, you can't, but it ends up, it's part of the plot. And she hides out how Petto comes and gets her, Petto. And then they kind of won Petto's team because they were playing, what do you call that? Running races or whatever you call that, relay races. So they leave. Then Henry's at home. He's in a pink V-neck T-shirt, which was pretty smooth, actually. like very cash Saturday, like sure, but it was a weekday for him. But he says, yeah, this is my weekday work from home shirt. I think it was his PJ shirt, though, because he's at the kitchen table. Maria kind of comes in. She's still in her purple sleepwear. And she grabs a coffee. They have a long talk. At the end, Henry puts his head down on the table. And then they're at work. Henry's in a suit, looking sharp. Gomez rolls in. Everyone at work's all smiles and high fives and goofing. And then Gomez goes to leave Henry's office, and he's like, oh, one last thing. Did you hear about Jose Miguel Rojas? And Henry's like, WTF? What are you kidding me? So then they cut to Jose, who's just sitting there with those same cops that grilled him once before. One of the cops is so ridiculous. He has he has a professor sport coat on with the leather patch elbows. And these guys are the worst. They just keep pitching ideas out there, and Jose does not say anything. He's just quiet and distant, staring down. And they can't get his attention no matter what they say. They even snap, and they say, Rojas. And then there's a knock at the door, so they say, even when they try to leave, they try to do it with style. And then Henry's there. He's like, hey, I need to talk to this cat. And they say, it's not a cat, it's a kid. And he says, is this DEA business or personal business? He says, a touch of both. Maybe this is what he says, don't worry, I'll only be a second and I'll tell you everything. And then Henry kind of goes in on the sly, so Jose can't see him. And it's quiet, and he stares off to the side. And then he goes in, and Jose still stares down. And then the episode ends. All right, so we're talking about season 5, episode 10 of Breaking Bad, and it opens with a house. There's bug noises, and there's this a grizzled old man. Can't read what it says. Beef, something hunting cap, but he's got like an old-fashioned hunting cap. He's got like an old pickup truck. It's a red Chevy with a white roof. So really cool when the roofs are different than the colors. And there's a rumbling engine. And one thing I really noticed in this episode is there's a really great sound design. So there's good engine sounds of the rumbling engine. And this old man, he finds some of Jesse's money, and then he starts to find more. As he follows it down the street, he goes across the street, there's more engine sounds in the distance. Then he goes into a park, he goes down a grassy hill, past a swing set, and he sees Jesse's car, the turn signal's still on. So then there's the turn signal sign, the turn signal sounds that click, 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 and then they up the ante even more because there's the sound of the playground merry-go-round, the squeak, squeak, squeak as it goes in the circle, and we see Jesse's like lying on his back, and he's using one foot to just push the merry-go-round around. It's just awesome, the layers of sounds and stuff. So it's just really cool. Yeah, spinning it with one foot on his back. And the next thing we see is a yellow remote control car, like a kid's remote control car. And Walt walks out of Hank's garage, and he turns back. And then Hank limps along. And they have a little face-off, and this was classic. I never noticed this before, but it was like a little mini Western scene. Like they had the sound from spaghetti Westerns, that whistling wind sound that you hear before they have a showdown. And I watched this scene a few times, and they had it was like they were two gunslingers. Do yourself a favor. It's 4 minutes in and watch it. if you pause it right around 4 minutes, like Walt's hands are at his side, like, and then Hank's going for his remote control for his garage. And then there's a race for them to go get Skylar. Walt calls Mariano. He says, Mariano, I need to talk to Skylar. And meanwhile, Hank's at his garage. Hank's on his phone. And Mariano's like, Skylar's on the phone with somebody. Walt's like, who is Skylar on the phone with? And he drives off really fast. And then we see Skylar, and she's like, yeah, okay. And at first the focus is on Skylar. Then the focus is on her cell phone, and Walt's calling. Then Walt pulls into this car wash. He's like, where's Skylar? Mariano, where's Skylar? And they're like, she's gone. And what does this say? Resting two hands on, I can't tell if it says purse or what? Resting two hands on purse, it looks like. And then there's some steel guitar music. Oh, yeah, because Skylar walks in, and there's a steel guitar, sad country music. And they're in this like kind of Tex-Mex style restaurant. Hank's waiting there. He gives Skylar this like this comforting hug, and then Hank sits on the table. His hands are on the table, and he says, I loved this line. He says, Skylar, my head is spinning. And Skylar's kind of picking at her fingers nervously. And Hank says, some tough things about Walt. He says, Walt is not a good person. And Skylar kind of looks down when he says that. And then after a while, back and forth, Skylar wants to know if Marie knows. So she says, I'm really worried about Marie and knowing about this. And he goes, well, we'll get to that soon enough. But before we get back to the house, I'm going to have to ask you to tell me everything you know. Take as long as you like. And then Hank pulls out a recorder, and he says, state your name and the date. And Skylar's like, do we have to do this right now? And Hank's like, well, I need a statement on the record. And Hank's kind of over-anxious, like over-pushing. He's like, well, we're running out of clock here. And she says, what do you mean running out the clock? And Hank says, Skylar, he's not doing well, and Skylar doesn't know that Walt's not feeling good again. So she's like, holy cow. And then he's like, I can't believe he didn't even tell you. And then he goes, and then Hank kind of gets angry and kind of makes it about himself. He's like, I can't believe this guy, whatever, Skylar. And then Skylar's like, well, you know what? Maybe I need a lawyer, Hank. And at this point, they start to get all these different shots of the restaurant. There's like a shot of them, like a 2-shot of them sitting. And then there's all the shots of like outside the restaurant. You can see a couple different shots of the street. And I just really liked that. And then Hank says, he goes, it'd be in your best interest to show the world you have nothing to hide. He goes, you start bringing in lawyers and stuff like that, and I'm not going to be able to control the situation. And he goes, Skylar, I'm your biggest advocate here, so we got to get ahead of this thing. You start being defensive, and I don't know what I can do. I've been around long enough to know. And then he drops Marie. He goes, no one is more important to me than your sister. So believe me, we're both going to be in trouble on that one. And then Skylar's, alarm's kind of going off. She goes, you telling me not to talk to a lawyer, that doesn't sound like you have my interest at all. She goes, it sounds like what you want is to get Walt at all costs. I just really loved how this slowly played out. And he says, let's slow down. He goes, you can talk to a lawyer later. He goes, but maybe we'll go get the kids. We'll go to my house. We'll do all this thing. And Skylar's like, well, did you just say the kids? Like, oh no, like, that's off the table. And so then it kind of plays out real intense, and Skylar heads on her way. And there's a couple other interesting parts. Like Skylar asks, am I under arrest? And Hank, like, breathes. And then he gets this, like, strange look on his face. Then the next thing we know, we see Bill Burr and Huel. And speaking of breathing, Huel's a loud breather. And Huel picks the lock for the storage unit, and Bill Burr pulls the unit open, and he pulls off the sheet. He did it with a really nice flourish. He pulls off the sheet almost like a magician would, showing the money. I noticed they both had blue shirts and black jackets, but it wasn't a uniform. And they don't seem like the kind of guys that would say, hey, what are you wearing? Are you wearing a black jacket and a blue shirt to be Saul's henchman tomorrow? But I don't know. They could be the relationship they have. But there is some, Huel wants to lie down in the money, and Bill Burr's kind of like, we're here to do a job, not channel Scrooge McDuck. And then they lie down in the money, and Huel's like, this just feels so good. He goes, shouldn't we just take this money? He goes, no, we can't do that. You can't do that. I also liked when they both lied on the money, they had their, like, hands clasped over their abdomen. Like, they just thought it was these two grown men. It was kind of funny. And then Walt is at Saul's office waiting for Huel and Bill Burr. And Skylar calls, and Saul's like, take the battery out of the phone. I'm not being paranoid. Hank's going to be having you under watch. Saul he had a sky blue tie with pink flamingos on it, just in case you're playing the home game. A sky blue tie with pink flamingos. And he wants to send Hank on a trip to Belize with quotation marks. And Walt's like, dude, Hank is family. I'll send you to Belize. I thought that was funny. It was really well acted. He goes, I'll send you to Belize. And then the van comes, and there's barrels of money in there. I don't know why I put out. Van barrels out. Oh, barrels out into the picturesque desert. Walt drives out there. It's Roadrunner territory, very picturesque, very Roadrunner-y. And Walt pulls off the road. He starts digging. As I said it just seems so exhausting to me. Like, I don't have the willpower to dig a hole for, like, 20 barrels of money. But, yeah, it just seemed tiring. And let's see. But Walt does it. Then we see Skylar at home with the baby. She's calling Saul. Marie comes over. She says, Sky, I know you're home. And so Skylar lets her sister in. And she's just in purple, like totally in purple. And Skylar says, just you, not Hank. And then they go, and they're sitting on the bed in the bedroom. Both of their hands are in the lap. And I don't know why I was so focused on people's hands in this episode, but I was. We have people using their hands for self-soothing. We have using their hands. So I don't know. It's just a hand-themed episode. Which they have a very intense conversation. Skylar kind of crosses her eyes. That can't be true. At some point, Marie says, this can't be true. And Skylar, closes her eyes, and, tears run down her face. And Marie starts to very slowly put it together. She says, how long was it when you walked in? Did you realize it when you walked in the pool? And then she goes, no, it was before then. And if you look at the way both their actresses' faces are, It's just unbelievable. But, her and Skylar go back and forth, and, Marie finally says, Skylar says, I'm sorry. And she goes, you're not sorry. She goes, you won't talk to Hank because you think Walt's going to get away with all this. And then they decide if the kids need a snack or not. That was kind of weird. After all this intensity, they just had a disagreement about cheese sticks. But Hank finally says, no cheese sticks for the baby. And then that ends. And then after Marie leaves the house, their house number, this might have been the first time I realized it was house number 308. But there's this great scene with Hank and Marie in the car. Marie leaves, they get in the car, and Marie says, you have to get him. And then there's a two-shot of them in the car sitting next to each other. And there's a long pause. And then Hank starts the car. Then we saw Walt digging in the sun, but I couldn't get my phone to work to figure out what the song was, but it was a good song. Then he's pulling the barrels and burying the barrels and covering the ground up, then checking with the GPS and then breaking the GPS. And then he puts the lottery ticket on the fridge with the GPS coordinates hidden in the lottery ticket. Dun, dun, dun. And then Skylar comes out of the bedroom. She says, Walt? And Walt kind of trudges right by her. He's all dirty. And she can tell, she goes, did you move the money? And Walt doesn't say anything. And then she says, I told Hank nothing. Walt doesn't say anything. And then Walt says, I'm going to lie right down here in the bathroom and take a nap. And he does. And we have a transition from night to day. And then we see Skylar, actually, holy Freudian slip on the notes I put Marie. But Skylar has a washcloth and she's patting Walt's head. And his head's on a pillow. And he says, how long was I out? And then they have a big, they share a moment about Walt's health. They have a little moment back and forth. And Walt says to her, are you happy? And Skylar, Anna Gunn really crushes it. She says, I can't remember the last time I was happy. And then Walt says, I'd like you to he goes, I'd like to compromise here, but only if you keep all the money. I'll give up and, we'll keep all the money. And then Skylar goes, I don't know, Walt, I think we could get away with this. Hank doesn't know anything. And it's like, whoa, oh boy, holy Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, her exact words are, I think our best move here is to stay quiet. Then we have a diesel pickup truck. Lydia's in it. She's wearing a very blue wool coat, very stylish, very expensive, very blue. I don't know if you'd call it electric blue. Definitely wasn't a navy or a sky blue. Maybe I don't think an aquamarine, but maybe some sort of cerulean. I don't know what cerulean blue is, but it could be cerulean blue. And she takes command of the situation. I said, holy Lydia, whoa, boy. They said, you're giving me the Circes here. I said, is it hot in here, or is there a Circe-esque character on the screen? But then she goes down a ladder to check the meth lab. Shiny heels on a ladder. That's what I put. That sounds like a song. Shiny heels on a ladder. And then Lydia's rubbing her hands nervously. So this is the hand episode. And she goes, this meth lab is filthy. And the dude, Declan, he says, no, it's dimly lit. And she goes, do you seriously, Lydia really alpha, she says, do you seriously think this is up to the standards of your predecessor? Because it is not. And Declan's like, I don't care. And then, they've been up against this before. And she goes, you need to do better. Why can't you use Todd? And the guy goes, well, I don't trust Todd. He's a buffoon, and I don't trust him. He goes, I tried Heisenberg's way. It didn't work out. I do it my own way. Oh, I also noticed this was a bus. This was a buried bus at the lab. So I thought that was a call back to the RV. What else? Shiny heels. Lydia says, well, geez, I really wish you would have listened to me. And then she looks at her watch and she sends out a text, which I said, what kind of, these guys are buffoons. Did I used buffoon already, huh? Then Todd calls down. He says, hello, ma'am. And then she comes out. She goes, I don't want to see any of this business side. And Todd says, no problem. He realized that his uncle's name was Uncle Jack, Todd's Uncle Jack. And then they say, let's take all the lab equipment with us. Then we have Hank at home. He's at his kitchen table working numbers. Marie's in purple PJs. Purple PJs, that really sounds good. And she's, what does this say? Watching him. She's watching Hank working. And we had many shades of purple, the many shades of purple. Her robe was one shade of purple. Then she had a belt that was a different shade of purple. And then her shirt was a different shade of purple. And let's see, peace. Peace, what does that mean? Every piece? I don't know. Hank needs not there the day. Oh, let me look at the dialogue here. Basically, Marie's like, Hank, you got to go in with this information. She goes, what are you, Lone Wolf McQuaid? And Hank says, the day I go in with this, it's the last day of my career. He goes, whether we bust him or not, this all happened under my nose. 10 seconds after this, I'm a civilian. And we also have to figure out a way to get Skylar to come to her senses. And Hank says, when I go in there, I'm bringing proof, not suspicion. I can be the man who caught him at least. And then Marie's worrying. She's like, well, what if something happens before you do something? Yeah, I wrote this down again. I go in there and bring proof, not suspicion. Then Hank's back at work. He's sitting in his office like everything is fragile around him, which I really, really like. You see, how do you capture that on screen? But they did. He's just sitting in his office, I guess obscenely good acting, and he's sitting there just like everything is made of thin glass. And then Steve comes in, and he's there to catch up, and they do some catching up. They do some work, He's like, oh, did you miss me? He's like, oh, yeah, barely. And then they reschedule some meetings. And they say, then Steve goes, oh, did you hear about Jesse Pinkman? And Hank's like, no. And he goes, oh, he got arrested throwing millions of dollars out of his car window. And then we have these two cops from earlier, grilling Jesse again, talking about, they're trying to trick Jesse, and Jesse's just sitting there silent, staring straight ahead. He was saying, oh, I'd be bragging. What are you, Robin Hood? And they're like, geez, how's Jesse? Then they're having a conversation about Jesse in front of him. Oh, how's Jesse raking in all this money? I'm sure he got it, but he's an entrepreneur, or maybe he won it in a card game. Come on, Jesse, why don't you tell us? And Jesse's not saying anything. So finally, there's a knock at the door. Hank stands outside, and he's kind of just watching from the background. And then the two cops, they go out, and he says, hey, I think I could, he goes, I have a history with this kid. Maybe I could help you out. I need some info for another investigation. And he goes, he really dislikes me. He goes, maybe he dislikes me enough to spill some beans. And he goes, and then you guys can go in there and work your magic, because you guys are so good. And, I'll share whatever I know with you. And they say, okay, we'll take a little break here. And then it was a little bit ominous because the two cops leave, and then Hank kind of slowly, he looks in at Jesse, and then he slowly goes in and he shuts the door behind him. And then the episode comes to an end. Dun, dun, dun. Well, hey, everybody. It's a Tuesday night episode. Happy Tuesday to you. And I recently got caught talking out of school, as they say. And so now it's time for me to atone, I guess, or the bills come due. Because, it's autumn season, and the season where some birds travel, migratory birds travel. And some travel so far, it amazes us, when you learn about these things, or you see them in a science museum, and you partially remember, and you wonder, was that the migratory patterns of the birds or the whales? I don't know, but I'm going to use it as podcast opening anyway. But the birds, some of these birds, and I happen to live, somewhere within, I think there's this thing called the Pacific Flyway, where these birds travel, from the north to the south for the winter to stay warm. I actually can't confirm that that's why they do that. I don't know if it is to stay warm. But so somewhere on this Pacific Flyway I live, and recently I took my dog for a walk, and we headed to this park where she likes to, relieve herself and sniff things and take her time and pull on her leash and look back at me and say, come on. But we arrived at the park, and the park had been taken over by these Canadian geese, which, again, I know these are all nature's gifts. Oh, thank you, for all your gifts, Mother Nature. And that these birds are just doing their best thing. But like a part of me, I'm not perfect. These birds get on my nerves. And these ones weren't particularly bad because there was a big group of them, and they were walking as a group. So that kind of looked cool. And none of them hissed at me or my dog. And my dog doesn't really care. She's a bird observer. I didn't get this either. I said, how come you chase after the squirrels? But these birds, you just look at them, you're like, interesting. Barely, I'm going to sniff this ground. And he said, don't you know these, as far as bird nemesises go, there's my friend Charlie's birds, which I don't think are with us anymore. And I don't even remember, I think one was Pepper. Pepper was a parrot or, some sort of, one of those kind of, like a house bird. And, I think he had another bird, but I can't think of the name of it. That might have been, I don't know if that was a parrot. I don't know the difference between a parrot and Pepper was a green bird that could talk, but also Pepper would fly, I don't know. But as far as a general bird nemesis, Canadian geese, maybe. And again, I said, oh, these Canadian geese plaguing up my park. And I guess I didn't realize that, Mother Nature has feelings too. So I got home, and those of you that have been listening to the podcast for a while know that sometimes I have a guest that comes on that is the official spokesperson for a lot of Mother Nature's things. I guess there's I don't know if there's a lobbying group or if how they decide this, but as far as I know, this person, they speak for butterflies, grasshoppers, dust motes, because dust motes are, I guess, a collective community, and now Canadian geese. And that person is Bernie the butterfly. And Bernie's been on the episode show a few times, and not in about maybe it's been like a year. I don't really know. No, Bernie did great for graduation speech, but that might have been a year and a half ago. I don't know if maybe it was maybe it was 6 months ago. But Bernie is a butterfly that dislikes people, so I don't know if that's a misanthrope, I believe. You'd say Bernie's hyper intelligent compared to other butterflies because you'd say, well, no other butterflies that I know about talk. Ain't no other butterflies I know about have a terrible attitude. Now, you might say, well, are you being reactionary? Okay, let me just bring up a name, a beloved actor. And I want you to close your eyes and see how you react when I say the name LeVar Burton. Close your eyes. You could be thinking of many different versions of LeVar Burton, but all of them create a sense of calm or positive feeling. As far as I know, like, you get a good sense. When you think of LeVar Burton, you feel good. I do. And I think about Reading Rainbow. I think about Geordie LaForge. I think about the LeVar Burton I see on Twitter, spreading positivity. LeVar Burton, as it was on the newest Roots. Well, Bernie the Butterfly loathes LeVar Burton. So I think that should say enough. But Bernie Butterfly also claims to speak on behalf of the Canadian geese. And so I've been called out by this butterfly. So without further ado, I guess Bernie, I don't know if Bernie has a prepared statement or what. Oh, a couple other things. Bernie the Butterfly has been appearing on the podcast since way before Bernie Sanders campaigned for president. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it isn't, Bernie's not a metaphor, just in case I'm not like, this isn't like a sly, not a metaphor. Bernie's not a metaphor. But anyway, here's Bernie the Butterfly. Well, hello, Pod Boy. Thank you for having me on. Is this microphone on over here? Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and friends beyond the binary. This is your friend Bernie the Butterfly saying hello. And also human beings. Oh, boy. I don't know. So I'm glad the Pod Boy had me back on the show as he introduced me improperly, as was expected. Because of his passive-aggressive attitude for butterflies. And the reason I'm here is because my friends, the Canadian geese, were being spoken of derogatorily by not only this pod boy in this occasion, but other occasions in the past. And before we go any further, I don't know if any of you humans have ever seen a Canadian goose weeping, but try dealing with a weeping flock of geese who have had their feelings hurt by a dismissive attitude of a pod boy who thinks he's hot stuff, and with his dog that has no brains. His dog looks at a butterfly and says, are you a carrot, or what are you doing flying around near me? And also his dog, if I had a podcast, to deal with the dogs and their foolishness, the dog is a fly chaser. And luckily, the dog has no coordination. This dog, Koa, the pod boy's dog. You want to talk about man's best friend. This dog will chase around flies, which is smarter than the dog. So then the dog is running into walls and trash cans. And then the pod boy is saying, oh, Koa, watch out for the fly. You're running into the wall. You're going to get hurt. Let me deal with the fly. And then the pod boy's bothering the fly. And then, of course, the pod boy's got to make it about him. So he's like, well, I can't kill the fly. I've got feelings now for Mother Nature's things when it's convenient to me. So then he's trying to catch the fly and chase it out of the room. And then the dog is, running into the refrigerator. And this is what goes on in this. And I say, who are you to judge a Canadian goose? You and your dog are running into walls about a friggin' housefly. This is not a house, it's an apartment, but that's what the fly does. It comes around here and tries to do stuff. But the reason I'm here today is to, deal with this Canadian geese incident. Because so the bad boy thinks, he doesn't think he knows everything that I know, or whatever is the proper thing to say. So he doesn't like these geese because they don't like him. I mean, but these poor geese are weeping because they say, him and his dog. And I say, okay, well, do you have my payment? Now, yes, I represent Mother Nature's creatures when this worked because they said, initial consult is 2 cases of Gatorade. I do have a pretty, and then I tried some of the Powerade, which has, I guess, some other stuff in there. And then now this bad boy, not only is he full of terrible ideas for himself, but he said, he's telling me I can't drink Gatorade because he says it's unnatural. And I said, well, I'm addicted to it at this point, so I need it. My body's used to that much sugar. And I said, Pod Boy, I need some electrolytes because you're irritating me. And that saps me of my electrolytes. Look at my wing patterns. They look down. And he said, Bernie, that's not true. And I said, it is true. And then I learned about Powerade and the other Vitamin Aid. So I've tried those things. They're all pretty good. But then this Pod Boy, he says so many things without thinking. He says, well, have you tried Lucozade? And I said, no. I said, that sounds like it's got an aid in it, though. I said, does it come in a lime green color? And he said, he goes, Bernie, back when I was in New York, I think this was an Irish product or an English product. And he said, what if you took Gatorade and you put spark, but you put bubbles in it, and then you added caffeine? That was what I remember Lucozade was in New York. And we would go to the bodegas that had it, and we would drink it when we were not feeling good after going out too late at night. And I said, what are you telling me it has bubbles and sugar and caffeine? And I said, Bad Boy, let's get some Lucozade over here. And he said, I don't know, Bernie. And I said, well, now you told me about it. So now I get paid by the Canadian geese are paying me in Lucozade. I said, and they said, well, where do we get it? I said, fly to wherever you friggin' need to go and give me some Lucozade. Quit crying about the Pod Boy. Pull yourselves together. Make some geese calls. Can't you call a geese and then you just send it all the way to Ireland, to England? Or a warehouse in the United States. Tell your friggin' geese to keep your eyes open and give me some Lucozade, and then I'll talk to you. And so they did. And so that's why I'm here tonight. Also on behalf of Mother Nature, sweet, sweet Mother Nature, who in her wisdom and guidance has appointed me the only butterfly that can talk, and the butterfly that happens to talk a lot of sense. And so what I've decided to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to have to take a break to set this up, but I'd challenge the Pod Boy to a debate. So we'll have a little debate here, and we'll go back and forth about the Pod Boy and his dog and the feelings about Canadian geese, and we're going to set the record straight. Because that's what Bernie the Butterfly does. I come on here and I set the record straight, a boom. So we'll get things together. I got to goggle. I need some Lucozade because I'm so parched. And I'll have a couple Lucozades and we'll be back. I don't think you'll hear anything because the friggin' Pod Boy. Oh, don't worry, Bernie. The episodes are edited. And I say, you going to give me some Lucozade? He said, no. And then I said, can I keep some of the Lucozade in the refrigerator from the Canadian geese? He said, no, I can't encourage you having Lucozade. And I said, Pod Boy, say that Lucozade, and now Lucozade. You say just like your friggin' dog would say it. So we'll be back here in a second with a little discussion about the benefits of Canadian geese for Pod Boys and humans everywhere. All right, I'll be right back. All right, is this your microphone on? Pod Boy, is this thing on? Okay, just let me we'll just get to you're going to try to influence you. Just let me get to the audio. Hey, everybody. So this is the segment. So you can't put music in as a segue, so I'm doing audio, talking. Yeah, Bernie's looking at me. But, try to close your eyes and picture like a podium and some calm stuff, and then some very business-like theme music. Well, hello, good evening, everybody. This here is Bernie the Butterfly. And I want to welcome everyone to another episode of Bird Forum. I'm your host, Bernie B. Butterfly. And our guest tonight is a man, it's a controversial guest, ladies and gentlemen. A man with too many names, too many opinions. And a man we're going to call to task here on Bird Forum as we talk birds, as we always do here on Bird Forum, a forum about birds. I'd like to introduce our indistinguished guest, Podboy. It's actually dear Scooter. Thank you for having me on, Bernie. I'm so happy to be on Bird Forum. I'm a big fan. We know you're lying. That you've never have you listened to an episode of Bird Forum before? No, because I didn't know about Bird Forum till just today. I probably would have. All right. So those of you that are more familiar with Bird Forum know that here we are, Bird Forum, a forum for talking about birds. And tonight's episode, we're talking about the beloved, the lovely, our friends from the north that are all over here everywhere, the Canada geese. And as we always start out, now are you familiar with the how things work here on Bird Forum, Potboy? No, but I'm happy to be on the show, and I'll do my best. Oh, won't you there, Potboy? Oh, that's excellent. So here on Bird Forum, we always start out with, I will say something, and then you respond just like a forum, the Roman forums, but more like a forum around a bird bath where the birds are talking, and we'll stay calm. There's no reason, just because your opinions are wrong or controversial because they're wrong, that doesn't mean we won't give them, go. So anyway, I want you to react to this bad boy. Bran ta Cana Denisis. Branta Cana Denisis. Go ahead. Brantan Canadesis. Brantan Canadesis makes me think of Canada geeses flying through the air with their nieces. Thrice threeses. Brantan Canadesis. Oh, well, aren't you so funny? Thank you. Actually, that's Branta. That's the Latin for you. And I believe now, if our geese friends could gather around here. Now, I don't mean to ask, this is not an official question, just a probing one. But when I look over your transcripts here, Podboy, it seems like you studied Latin for 5 semesters here in a university. And you didn't recognize that that was a Latin word. Was it a Latin root word? Did you, how come you didn't, what were you doing in Latin class? Mostly worrying, or trying to get other kids. Do you know I suffer from, oh, yes, Pat Boy. I was just asking a question. No need to get defensive. I was just curious. You did not recognize Branta. Now that's Latin. Now, believe it or not, it's Latinized from the Old Norse. And yes, you ladies and gentlemen, that like the Pod Boy better than Bernie the Butterfly, humans, LeVar Burton fans, I know who you are. Those of you that would jump to, yes, some of my information does come from Wikipedia because the Pod Boy doesn't pay for anything else. But that's from the Old Norse, from brand gas, Pod Boy. The Old Norse word brand gas, which means burnt goose. Does that make you feel anything, Pat Boy? The burnt goose. Yeah, believe me, it makes me think of a lot of things, but I don't think I'd share them on Bird Forum. Okay, so let's move on then. Now I'll make a statement, and you just feel free to make whatever statement comes to your mind, Pat Boy. In the year 2000, there were geese in North America. Now you can see how you're looking at me. In the year 2000, Y2K, there were blank geese in North America. Is it too many? Is this a quiz? I thought this was a forum. There's no wrong answers. So in the year 2000, what was your response? Too many. In the year 2000, there were too many, but less than now, geese in North America. Okay, that's an interesting answer. The actual factual answer, just so you know, is 4 to 5 million geese in North America in 2000. But let it be noted, the pod boy said there was too many. And we don't have the numbers for the current. But I guess if you were in charge, how many geese would there have been in North America in 2000? You'll be less than millions, I'll tell you that. I mean, does that count Canada? Because they can have their geese. I'm talking about the year-round residents. That's what gets me. Okay, well, that's fine. That's it. I accept your answer. Here on Bird Forum, there's no wrong answers. There's just, there's wrong people, but there's no wrong answers. All right, so coming up next here, I'm going to say something, and you go ahead and fill it in. Salinity in geese. Salinity and geese go together great. Salinity in geese. Salinity keeps geese afloat. Salinity helps geese stay afloat and keeps geese clean. But barely, because they're so dirty. You're still looking at me, so my instinct is just keep talking. Okay, pod boy, if you want to keep talking, let's go right ahead. Are you finished? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, let's talk about salinity. It is not that great for our geese friends. Moderate to high salinity. Without any fresh water. Now, they probably can handle a little bit of it, but without any fresh water, will slow down the development and can be not so good for the long-term health, if you know what I mean. And especially those little lovely goslings, our friends. Oh, the goslings, bad boy. Which is your favorite gosling? And don't say Ryan, because he's a human. I think, did you ever see when Ryan Gosling and, oh boy, I forgot his name already. I'll think of it. They wore the T-shirts of each other, and then it got more and more meta. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, because I don't care about, I'm talking about Goslings that have to deal with the salinity. I'm sure Ryan Gosling looks fine in salt water and that he can deal with it, and it probably makes his eyes sparkle even more. And maybe, of all the humans, Barney the Butterfly, I could tolerate looking into his eyes, but that's another thing. Drinking a Gatorade, I guess I could have a Gatorade, but he is a LeVar Burton sympathizer. So I think you're talking about the young man from Home Alone, but you don't do him. You say you don't do him justice, and I'm not going to dig you out of a hole by telling you his name. So let's move on. Salinity is not good for the geese, and even worse for the gosling. Okay, so did you learn that? I could ask you: is Ryan Gosling spelled the same way as Gosling? Oh, but this is not the Myers-Briggs spelling bee, pod boy. This is a talk. This is Bird Forum. Not Ryan Gosling forum, okay? I think that I could do a better job on Ryan. You could get some 12-year-olds and have me on Ryan Gosling forum. And so far, I'd be doing better than you. And I'm a butterfly. I'm not even a human being. Okay. All right, so maybe these ones will be a little bit easier for you since they don't involve facts. Canadian geese are good for... That's all you say. You mix me. It's a Canada geese or Canadian geese. Okay. Can you? This is not bird debate the question forum. It's Bird Forum. So go ahead and have your open forum with that statement. Canadian geese. Well, I'd like to say they're good for nothing. But yeah, do you want me to list some things? Canadian geese are good for when I used to go running, twisting my ankles. Making my bottom of my shoes covered in bird droppings, irritating me with their hissing and the having. They said, why do you got to stand? Okay, so good testing my patience. making me not be able to sit in any parks that I'd like to sit down. Good for causing trouble in the sky, honking, which I had neutral on that one. Canadian geese are good for teaching my daughter how to be irritated by natural things. Canadian geese are good for blocking the road, blocking paths, making a mess, ruining parks. Maybe I should be stronger in my statement. Helping me define the word pest, I would say that's one. Making me stay home and not leave the house. They're good for that. Making me regret leaving the house. They say, well, let me go right in a park, get out of the house for a few hours. And then I get to the park, I realize it's covered in, so that regrets, shame, probably because I dislike the geese. I feel shame. So, help me grapple with increase my shame load. Good for therapists, probably. Good for sneaker corporations. Good for ankle doctors, chiropractors. Probably good for big pharma. Probably increase the sales of medicine. And I think that's it for right now. Is there a bonus round? Okay, bad boy. Oh boy. You are offensive. You know what I mean? Do you hear yourself? You don't like LeVar Burton, the most beloved human of humankind. Okay. Excuse me, did you just compare Canadian geese to LeVar Burton? Because I don't know if my ears are believing what they're hearing. Okay, it's actually bird forum. So I'd like to have my open forum, if you don't mind, with your bird trashing. Canadian geese are good for. Oh, your friend Bernie the Butterfly, I could almost do an ode for the Canadian geese are good for. The autumn air in my heart as they glide in the V, going by. As this is, I didn't even write an ode because I feel if you could feel what I'm feeling, you'd be good for something. The geese are good for a reminder of those of us chased away, with no place to stay. The migrants among us that are shunned by some judgmental people. They remind us of those with no place to go. Oh, the geese. They're called from the home to move into the unknown. Brave, brave geese. Their calls remind me of my youth. The brave, brave geese. They make Bernie's heart sing. They're good for children to point to the clouds and see what is passing, to know that nature's full of mystery. How do they do that, Papa? Is the first one leading or the second one, they say, as they lie amazed looking at the birds in the sky? Where are they going? Why are they in an arrowhead formation? How smart are those birds? Oh, to fly like a geese. Oh, to honk like a geese. And then they're at Earth, trying to mind their own business, trying to do their best, but still they're scorned by pod boys and fools alike. Oh, the brave geese. Oh, the symbol of the loon. Oh, how I love thee. That's the end of my forum for right now, pod boy. Okay, that didn't. Am I allowed to counterpoint? This is not a debate. It's a forum, pod boy. Well, that didn't feel, hey, I don't buy that you even like Canadian geese. They think you're just here. Wasn't this like a transaction based on Lucozade? Because they told you if you had Lucozade, it would be bad for you. Oh, yes, you know everything that's good for me, don't you, pod boy? Well, actually, I do, because remember the time I told you not to drink 2 Gatorades and you did? What happened? Oh, please don't bring that up. It's embarrassing. Okay, well, I'm just saying, I try. Who was there to take care of you? Who was there to change your bedding and calm down your jitters and hold whatever that thing is that you call a hand, whatever that is. Is that a tentacle? Oh, pod boy, please don't be hurtful. Well, I was just saying, I'm there. If you think that, just wait till you have that Lucozade. I don't even know. I can't even Google what happens when a butterfly drinks a bubbly drink. It doesn't even come up on Google. So according to science, it's never been done before. Well, why did you tell me about Lucozade then? If you didn't want me interested in Lucozade, and we did this little bit at the top, and now anyway. Well, welcome to Bird Forum. Welcome back from the break, folks. Sorry about that. That was a break. So hopefully we'll have that. We don't have any commercials here on Bird Forum, but I'm back here with the pod boy, and I've got another statement for him. When I see Canadian geese, I see me. No, I don't see me. I see, I think I covered it all. I mean, I see a mess. I see, like, confused walking. I don't even know where they live. When I see Canadian geese, I see, they all look the same, don't they? And it's like, I guess I see like something that could have been at one point in my life, maybe like you said, I looked up at the sky and it meant something to me. And I saw the goose and I said, oh, this is autumn. And like I saw their slender necks and their black and white and gray colors and their beaks. And I said, well, that's a good looking bird. That's a good looking goose, but not anymore. Now I see, like too many. That's one. Like they walk around like they own the place. And they make messes and then, pod boy, let me just stop you because you are just unbelievable. Holy moly. Okay, Canadian Geese, send your email to podboy@jerkstore.com. Okay, well, let me take this. When I see Canadian geese, I see resiliency. I see plasticity. I see beauty. I see slender necks craning to see a spot they might find where freedom might be. I see some birds just doing the best. Pretty birds, speckled chests, feathered friends who know no bounds, that travel distances, are chased by hounds, caring parents. Did I say feathered friends? I did, but I say it twice because they are feathered friends. Smooth gliding breasts, and the amazement when I see them in the sky that never ends. A brave goose far from home, trying to make a new place, because the humans screwed up its biome. If a geese could talk and say, hey, you humans, just leave me the friggin' heck alone. I'm just a poor goose. You're a human. You think you're so smart. I've just got a little pea brain in here. And I'm just trying to find something to eat and go to the bathroom and raise my friggin' family. And you guys are free. Go ahead, pod boy. It's your bird forum, everybody. Bernie's a little tired. Bernie, did you have notes here? Okay, I'll take the notes here. Why don't you, I have a quarter Gatorade here. One part Gatorade, 3 parts water. That's not going to do me any good, pot boy. Well, that's what that was what that doctor we saw. That's what they said. They said, no more. Okay, let me just, can you put it up to my lips while you talk so I can sip at it? Okay, there you go. Okay, so statement 6. Canada geese eat. Okay, and then you say it twice. Canada geese eat. Okay, and then pot boy, why don't you, okay, I could do you a little bit. Why don't you give us a little answer? Oh, like pot boy, that was nothing like me. This is good. Is this the fruit frost? I like that flavor. This is good. It's good. Wait a second. Did you mix electric blue and fruit frost for me? I did. So it's 1/8 fruit frost and 1/8 electric blue. Oh, jeez. I can't believe I'm going with these geese. Anyway, go ahead, pot boy, with your answer about Canadian geese eat. Well, I'd say Canadian geese eat trash and not healthy because I've seen their movements. Some are solid and some are runny. So they don't eat healthy. They eat garbage, like I bet. Okay, so that's your answer. That was a very concise answer for once. And partially correct. Mostly Canadian geese eat grass. And then they eat some insects and some fish and some garbage. And this might be one thing you would appreciate, bad boy. You might have it in common with the geese, is they use a grasp and jerk technique to pull the grasp and jerk to get the grass off of when they get a blade of grass. It's hard to say that they grasp it and they jerk it with the beak. So bad boy knows a little bit about that. All right, moving on. Because our forum is coming to a close because Bernie's wearing out with this friggin', and now I'm worried about this. So pot boy, you really think the Lucas 8's no good for me? Probably. I don't. Let's just move on, and we could talk about it off the air. Oh, thank you, because I don't want to. I don't want them finding out. Do you think I could switch it for them? Could you sell the Lucas 8 for me, pot boy, and cash it in for Gatorade? Okay, can we finish the forum? Oh, okay, excellent. When it comes to monogamy, Canadian geese are. When it comes to monogamy, Canadian. I just picture George Michael now. Answer the question. When it comes to monogamy, Canadian geese don't do. See, I know this is when it comes to monogamy, Canadian geese is something they'll never see. Well, so once again, you're incorrect, bad boy. Canadian geese when it comes to monogamy, Canadian geese are monogamous. By age 2, they've met the partner, the mate, as they say, and they'll be with them for life. They choose a partner for life. Now, in the case of a widowing, they will choose a new partner, but they're a monogamous bird. And when they do give birth, they birth 2 to 9 eggs. So those are some factoids for you. But yeah, you were wrong again. Oh, wow. So Canadian geese are monogamous. It's pot boy. What is it called when you're like a sexual but not active? What do you call that? Because it's not. How do you say? Do you even know what the Latin root for that is? Xenogamous. What do they call you? Are you the same as Morrissey or different? I believe different. I think Morrissey was choosing, or was it like? Oh, that's right. He could. He chose not to. You. Okay. So anyway, moving on. When goslings hatch, pot boy. When goslings hatch, what do you say? When goslings hatch, bad dreams do too. The trouble starts when the goslings come through. Is this a rhyming thing we're doing now? For when the goslings come forth, saying, how now? Because they're going to be making a big mess with that's when their parents get protective and hiss. Even when I'm trying to just run by. Oh, well, that is incorrect again. When goslings hatch, they're super cute. Oh, so cute. They're so cute, those goslings. Pod boy, I have a gosling here. I'd like to put it in your lap, if you don't mind. Its name is, what is this, Gerard? Gerard the Gosling is going to be in your lap. Gerard Gosling, would you put this in your lap? Sure. Hi, Gerard. You are cute. Very cute. Gerard's cute. Okay, so Gerard is in your lap. You two look good together. But we're going to have, don't, if I talk about the Lucozade, cover Gerard's ears. I don't, because when goslings are born, when they hatch, they can walk and everything, Pod boy. They can, they depend on the family, but they're not, they're mobile right away. Okay, so coming in here, Pod boy, before we do we're going to do one more, is Gerard's mother, Gina, and she's going to get in your lap. She's a little bit bigger. Hello, Gina. Come on in. You have that Lucozade. Okay, excellent. Okay, Pod boy, I don't know what it... Oh, Gina's climbing into your lap. Yep, she's big there. She's just going to sit right on Gerard. And don't mind the smell, Pod boy. That's just what they smell like. It smells a bit like machine grease. Probably that's probably what Gina had for dinner. Like, because what you did to the biome humans. And Gina's going to get to comfortable to, she's a while, that'll get out. Don't worry, Pod boy, your clothes are stained anyway. Oh, so Gina's getting comfortable in there. Oh, look at you. So, Pod boy, how do you feel with two geese, a gosling and a goose, and a man who's about as smart as a caboose? How do you three feel? Gina, how do you feel with Pod boy? No comment from the geese because they could barely even get Lucozade. I don't even know how they pulled that off. Pod boy, how do you feel about the geese? I mean, the genus, they like the way they're making eye contact. Now I feel different. Now they're making eye contact with them. And then I was thinking about the resiliency and the fact that they're shunned. I feel bad. I'm sorry, Gina. I'm sorry, Gerard, that I said those. I made a lot of assumptions and I didn't think about, well, isn't that great, Pod boy? But this isn't this is not bird, amends. You'll have to do that on your free time. This is Bird Forum, and we have time for just one more question before our clock runs out and the Bird Forum comes to a close. Pod boy, Canadian geese fly. Canadian geese fly high, twice as high as a butterfly, probably. And they could make my heart sore. Maybe, Gina. Hopefully. Oh, by the way, Pod boy, Gina and Gerard are going to be living with you for a little while. I forgot about that because I asked for a fourth case of. I guess Gina's not. But anyway, you'll love it, Pod boy. They'll be moving in with you. But I get my own room. I still want the bedroom. You can sleep in the living room with Gina and Gerard. Also, Gina squawks in her sleep all night. She sleeps the same hours as you, but she squawks, and then that wakes Gerard up, and he clucks, according to my notes here. Also, they like to sleep in a bed with a human, believe it or not, because they used to live with a zookeeper. So they'll be sleeping with you. I wonder if it would be unnatural to give them Gatorade. Well, I wonder if you could maybe you could just feed them with Lucozade, and then I'll just drink the Gatorade. Gina, have you ever had any sparkling beverages before? Gina, how do you feel about Gerard having caffeine at such a young age? Okay, they have no... I bet you they'll fly high when they're drinking the caffeine, Pod boy. Okay, well, did you say they fly higher than a butterfly? Oh, boy, my... between 1 and 9,000, they could get up kilometers in the sky. Oh, you think you're pretty hot stuff, huh, Gina and Gerard? Flying twice as high as a butterfly, like LeVar Burton and the humans. And the pod boy just is, are you petting her, pod boy? I thought I was the only one that got petted around here, that and your stupid dog. Oh boy. Well, anyway, everybody, this is another episode of Bird Forum coming to a close. It looks like we've, the forum has been aired out, and Gina and Gerard, this was a ruse to get Gina and Gerard out of the, because you cover the ears, pod boy. The grasshoppers hate Gina and Gerard more than you. Like Gerard chases grasshoppers. So that was another thing. They said, Barney, you got to get rid of these two geese. This mother, she squawks in her sleep. We can't, we're trying to mate here with our, what do they call that the grasshoppers do? Do you know, pod boy? But they said it was almost wiped them out because they couldn't mate because she's been living next door for so long with that squawking. So that was another thing. The grasshoppers had me. So great job taking one for the grasshoppers. Also, Gerard is really like 14 years old. He's like a gosling, but so he's not, he's not a baby. He just looks like one and acts like one. That's great. I love these two. They remind me of me. They're like young me. So thanks, Bernie. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me on Bird Forum. And I guess I've been won over by some Canadian geese. So I can't wait, to get them nursed back to health with whatever treats they need. Pod boy, you're messing with me now, right? You don't like it. You're not going to start liking geese more than me. Yeah, no, thanks, Bernie. I can't believe I think you made a love connection, not a heart-based love connection. Thank you. Okay, this is not funny. No. There's no geese can't have Gatorade, pod boy. It's not safe for them. It's only safe for me. You can give them the Lucozade, and then if they're fine, then I'll drink some Lucozade. Okay, so it's the end of Bird Forum and the episode. Thanks, everybody. Gina and Gerard and I are going to head out. And Bernie, why don't you, I think with me and Gina and Jennifer, you and Koa will share a room from now on. Oh, no. I'm not sharing a room with that friggin' dog. You seen what she does to those flies? She'll try to lick me. She's licked me before, you friggin' dog. Her breath is like the worst. All right, thanks, everybody, and good night. Good night, humans. All right, hey, everybody, welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space. This is our procedural story. So that means every week's a new episode. So if you missed the last 5 episodes, you could just listen to them at your leisure. They're not structured in any order. Similar to something like Star Trek, where you can pretty much get in and you say, okay, and this is similar. It's on a spaceship. Star Trek, it was on Star Trek Next Generation and Star Trek Regular. I think they were both on the Star Trek, the Starship Enterprise. This show, we are on the Monte Carmelo. It doesn't have any other name. It's just a ship, not a starship. We're in space. Scoots is our character you're supposed to identify with. I would say hero is a strong word. Scoots is the quartermaster and currently in charge of the ship, and he's on board with his best friend and software interface, also a freestyle soda machine, Stan. And the ship is crewed by the nuns from Scoots' childhood. And you say, well, you could listen to the pilot to get a general idea of how he got on board a spaceship with the nuns from his childhood. But as far as the story's concerned, that's such a fact. I mean, as far as the continuity in actual history, say, well, okay, I get it. But they're out there in space in the near future when you can travel the stars. And they're in search of another ship than the Ches, which was gone missing. And Scooter is, he consumed a cloud of delusion. Does that sound like something Scooter would do? And so they're on a trace of, they're following delusion around the universe in hopes of finding the Niches. But, but spoiler, it's a procedural, so they're always looking for this ship. But that's the best, it's a sleep podcast too. So, but believe me, if you can't sleep, I write these, I work my butt off on them. So you can miss it because it's recorded. You can listen in whenever you want, but go ahead and fall asleep at your leisure. So it's time for, and here's our, setup person who's late again, Antonio Banderas. I saw you changed the day you record. Did you get my texts? I'm a Hollywood actor. Okay, get on the mic, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I love saying this, boys and girls, friends beyond the binary, by the way. Well, that's good. Can you say it? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends beyond the binary, it's time for another episode of Nuns in a Space. Yeah. Okay, that was great, except for the last left sweep. I think that might wake people up, but I'll try to fix it. Do you have my gas money? I thought we went over this. This is an investment in your image, helping people sleep. Think of, you don't know the goodwill. Okay, I'll see you later, Antonio. Yeah, he walked out pretty fast. Nuns in space. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I think I deleted the logs from the Purple Frog incident. But if you ever hear anyone referring to there's another Purple Frog incident, so that's probably what the people that are talking about it. Hopefully they're not, because they say, oh, no one cares, right? They say, well, you know how many people are thinking of you? 0. And I'm assuming that the people that will remember the Purple Frog incident will be 0. So this is just whatever purple, because it's probably a different universe, means purple something else. Stan, those files are deleted and then you overwrote them, right? Scooter, yes, but things are never, remember, we explained to you, things are never deleted. But it doesn't, but they're in the outbox. Yes, Scooter, they're deleted. Well, hey, pen pal, anyway, I was thinking about parenting, and hopefully by the time you listen to that, they have all that parenting stuff figured out. Back in my day, and then, and I can see Stan's looking at me. Stan, I know this is ironic, but so I realize that. Scooter, I don't think it's ironic. No, because you're a software interface. You don't understand the irony. Scooter, what you're talking about is it's either subtextual or it could be, I think it's more passive aggressive, Scooter. Okay. So anyway, pen pal, parenting, it's a tough business. It was in my day and before me, but I'm figuring, by the time this reaches your ears, or you'd have learned, they say parents aren't perfect. Parents just, I think there was a bard in my day that said parents just don't understand. And when he wrote it, meant one thing, but I'm sure as a parent, he went, parents just don't understand. But Scooter, change subjects. Okay, thanks, Stan. Me and Stan are working as me and Stan. I'm upgrading Stan's. Stan, this is machine learning. Pen pal, they probably don't have machine learning anymore. Scooter, that's a contradiction. I know, Stan, but dude. But pen pal, if you know what a tug of war is, that's a little bit like that's used as a metaphor for like a tug of war, for parenting. But pen pal, if you want to get me on the record about anything, I don't like tug of wars. I think they're, I always wonder if they're fixed because they say watch them. I think I've taken part in a few. Usually, I don't think I've ever won a tug of war. But I don't believe they're actually tests of strength. I think and then I always wonder how'd that other side win? And then when people try too hard, you think, oh, somebody's going to, this is going to be not good. And then there's the mud stuff. I mean, my favorite tug of war is in Revenge of the Nerds. Scooter, just say anyway. Anyway, pen pal. Anyway, pen pal. Thanks, Stan. I'm working on focus, too, with Stan. Thanks, Stan. Way to go on that. But pen pal, we've been, I was also buying time because we've been following this, this streak of delusion. And then we entered this universe, and I said, "Okay, I got a fix on some delusion." And so we jumped towards the delusion, and then as we entered the orbit of this planet here, we picked up an emergency beacon, what do you call it? Orbiting the planet. And the emergency beacon, the planet's volcanic. That's one thing. I don't think that's a big deal because staying in the computer said there's plenty of places to land. But then there was a debate. Who said, "Well, where's the delusion?" I said, "Well, it's on the planet. I think I said it's a cloudy." And the nuns. They said, "Well, and I said, I think the emergency beacon's a clue. And they said, no, it's a distraction because let's see, pen pal, this emergency beacon, you just got tuned into the emergency channel. And believe it or not, they wanted to debate that. And staying on the computer already monitoring us, so it's just a matter of telling them to tell us. And, I'm in charge of the ship. So then we got a hold of the emergency beacon. Immediately put us in contact with this, according to, Stan, what did you say? Scooter, it's very, very impressive. The distance, time-space distance that we were in contact with is very impressive, but not impossible, you said. Well, Scooter, it's theoretically possible that they're somehow communicating with us across a great, great, great distance. Right, so almost impossible. The people on the other end of this beacon, their parents, or they're not birds, right, Stan? Scooter, no, they're not Earth birds. They're not birds. Scooter. I stumped you there, Stan. But so they're the ones running the beacon. It was a two-way beacon. It wasn't like one of those old ones like you see in the movies and stuff where it says, and then it says, "We come get us on this planet." And then they say, "When was that from?" And I said, "Well, back before, the zoo let all, they took over." So this and it had just been triggered recently. And I guess I'm not being very clear, pen pal, but so they said, "Hey, we got an emergency. These people on the other end of the beacon, I call them gravitrons," and they said that's fine. Or did they? Was that anyway? Not important. They said, "Okay, here's the easiest way to explain it, pen pal. On this planet is the eggs that contain their young, their offspring. There are on this planet eggs. That's why I joked that they were birds." And, of course, your first question is, why are they across, not even just the universe, across time and space? Ends up that, why would I call them gravitrons, right? Stan, no need to comment on this one. We're in mission mode. Scooter, okay, we'll be in approach vector in a few minutes. Okay, great. We'll be in approach vector in a few minutes, pen pal. That means we'll be landing soon. But so... They said that they're gravitational beings. That's the easiest way to explain it. In that I think they said gravitational opposites of their use. So they said they can't be too close to them, but the reason they can communicate with us is they have a ton of some sort of gravitational powers that are beyond understanding, theoretical powers, we'll say. Because even obviously the stand and the computer, they don't even start explaining this stuff to me. They just, shorthand you. It was theoretical, Scooter. Tough to explain. Stan's moving the ice dispenser in confirmation I'm correct. But so they said our eggs are on this planet. We're far away, but we couldn't come help our eggs anyway because we're so far away. Even if we came, it would disrupt the gravity until our offspring are born. It's a gravitational problem. And so they said, can you go down there and rescue our eggs? I said, rescue them from what? And they said, well, the beacon went off. because there's another ship that went into like it was in the atmosphere. What, I don't know if it landed. I don't know. Screw it, didn't land. The other ship has to get through the defense systems that are being shut down for us. Right. So we're going to, so they said, hey, this ship came in. They forgot they have all these defense systems to defend their eggs against predators. In this case, they don't think that, whatever, not important. Another spaceship. And they're going to shut down the defense systems. They told us a way to get in. And then we're going to drop in there. They said that the other ship already sent down like supplies to move the eggs. And because of the defense system and the volcanic activity, Stan is going to drop us off. We're going to walk. It's not going to be very far. Get the eggs, head out through another pass, and then Stan will pick us up on the other side. So a little bit of walking. And then we'll take the eggs, and then they'll like they said, geez, once you get the eggs and you get off of, get off the planet, I guess they said they'd take care of the rest. They got the gravitational powers, something or other. And you see, but Pen Pal, I can hear you say, well, who wouldn't want to save some eggs? I'll tell you who. People that I'm not in a position to judge, but that say, well, why just what's in it for us? That's what the sisters would say, Pen Pal. And I said, okay, so it's going to be easy. So that's one. It would be easy. It's the right thing to do because we're already here. Plus, they say, what is the delusion? And, maybe they said, we got to investigate. This is probably related. And they said, that they don't, I've lost confidence in the crew. Good thing it doesn't matter. And, anyway, but the gravitational beings, they said, well, they think they knew. They said, you understand. They said, we have tons of powers. We can help you in your quest. They didn't totally understand. They said, tell the ship's computer, explain to them. And they said, you're looking for this ship. We'll be looking for it while you say it. And then the nun said, oh, okay. And then of course I said, okay, so there's not a battle situation because we're going to be landing. So that's the other thing. And then I said, well, how many eggs? And then it just happens that I think just that they said, you'll need everybody, except for Stan and the ship's computer. Stan's going to be running autopilot. Stan, you're going to be commander or quartermaster. Scooter, yes, I'll do my best. Well, no, you need to do your best for sure. But you'll be fine. You're going to do great, Stan. Scooter, I can only do my best. Well, yeah, even if there's any glitches or anything, Stan, you'll be fine. Scooter, if there's any glitches, it'll be a problem. No, the ship's computer and you'll work it out. Scooter, is there something you know about glitches that you're not telling me? No. No, dude, Stan, remember, I'm a glitch, so don't listen to my glitch talk. Scooter, we're entering approach vector. Okay, Pen Pal, I'm going to shut it down, but I'll check in with you. It's a breathable atmosphere, so it's not like anything major. I mean, they got the volcano stuff, but that's nothing to worry about. So I'll be right back, Pen Pal. Hey, Pen Pal, it's me. So we're on the planet here. We're with the eggs. And, of course, it's still going to be easy, but these eggs are, like, way heavier. They're just heavy enough to be irritating, Pen Pal, and, really irritate the nuns. And they're egg-shaped, and they're speckled. That's my favorite kind of egg, too, to look at, is speckled eggs. But they're also bulky, so see if I can imagine it in your head. I don't know. I think that when I was on Earth that we lost the dodo bird, but I think they had pretty big eggs. These eggs are just big enough that you could get your arm around them, both arms, and hug it to carry it, but they're so freaking heavy that you'd probably drop it. And also the parents said, don't drop the eggs, but if you do, the shells are really thick. Also, I dropped the egg, and then I tapped on it, and something tapped back, so that was good. But so the eggs are unwieldy, but whoever these pursuers of the eggs are, who are coming quickly, they said, hurry up. The stand relayed that from the parents or whatever. they sent down these carriers, which are like a they called them a baby Bjorn. And they also had these baby slings. They've had different baby carriers in human babies, pen pal, just in case you're not a earthbound human with gravity. It's so hard to explain, I guess. But they're basically, or kangaroos. I don't know if you have kangaroos where you are, or if you have a school where you have to pretend you're a parent and you carry something fragile like a small egg, which is easier, or a thing of flour. I think we did things of flour because they were heavy and annoying to carry around. And then I think I got suspended when we had to do that for health class. Definitely did. But anyway, pen pal, not important, right? I mean, maybe it is for the parents of the eggs. Well, so well, the nuns won't help me strap my baby Bjorn on. But I got it because I said, well, I have experience, and then that made them more irritating. They said they don't appreciate that. But I got my baby Bjorn all strapped in. My egg's here. Listen, pen pal. Oh, you can't hear it. I just patted it. And my back already hurts, and it's definitely heavier than a baby. I don't know what the mass is of these freaking things. But they're definitely a hassle, and like it feels like every once in a while I'll turn to one side. Scooter, come in. Go ahead, Stan. Scooter, you need to get moving. Okay, so hey sisters, we got to get moving. Just right up this path here. Okay, pen pal. I guess I can walk and talk because I got no one else to talk to except for this egg here, Eggy. But hey, hold on, pen pal, because there's some sort of flash. Okay, and some shake. Stan, come in. Scooter, they're firing on you. Yeah, no. Is that it? Is that Scooter? It's a stun, but they're Scooter, get moving faster. Well, we can only move. Okay, sisters, we got to pick up the pace here. Pen pal, I'll be right back. I got to pick up the pace. Okay. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I'm back. It's okay. So, oh man. So we're moving. I'm exhausted. And we've learned a few things about these eggs. They don't like being jostled, or like they don't like us. Not only, I think, now we can't tell if this is our imagination, but the faster we move, the gravity, the eggs get heavier or something like that. Friggin' gravitrons. That's what I already said, pen pal. So as we tried to get away from the pursuers, the eggs got so heavy. We've had to sit down and take a lot of breaks. And Stan was relaying through, so we went through a bunch of turns, through some canyons and caravans. And unfortunately now we're stuck. The pursuers are coming up, and I'm gonna have to, as usual, think of something because Stan, there's like we're stuck on a one way. Stan made a mistake, believe it or not. There's a glitch. I didn't want to say it because he's monitoring. It's okay, Stan. Scooter, it glitched. No, you didn't glitch. Maybe there was a glitch in the map. Anyway, it's not the time to talk about it right now, Stan. Scooter, it'll be fine, Stan. Don't worry. It wasn't a glitch. I'm sure it was a mapping error in my mapping system. No, Stan, you're a software interface. It's, you were interfacing just fine because you acknowledged you made a mistake after we were stuck. Scooter, the pursuers are within range. Okay, okay. Thanks, Stan. Hey, pen pal, you might as well monitor this. Okay, sisters, just stay behind, stay back here, and keep the egg safe. I hid my egg behind that boulder. Okay, I can hear some hovering. Hello. Stan, can you put me in contact with them? And maybe it looks like they're holding position. Scooter, they're holding position. Okay, can you patch me through to their comms? Scooter, I'm working on it. I'm double checking my work. Don't worry about it, Stan. Just do it. Oh, Scooter, I just tried. I almost connected you to the egg's parents. Okay, don't put us on don't put us on conference call or anything. Just put me through to the pursuers. Scooter, you're through. Yeah, hey, we're the ones you're chasing here. We're protecting these eggs. Is there something is there a reason why you're following us? We're just out on believe it or not, we're on an egg walk. What do we mean, egg walk? Well, we're just walking around with these eggs. Oh, these are your egg carriers? Oh, they're excellent carriers. You don't happen to be, do you live in a world with Northern European designers? You don't get that one. Well, I appreciate you giving us some boundaries. Yeah, because we're just here with these eggs. We're actually, we're nannies, like you stop-in nannies. So we just stopped in on this planet to walk these eggs. We walk them every few months. Is there a reason? Is there a reason you're pursuing the eggs? You need the eggs. Well, I'm afraid these eggs are spoken for. These eggs belong to the gravitrons. Over, do you know their parents are very far away? Is that why you're coming? Okay, these are eggs that have some sort of something, these are, I don't know the terminology. I'm just a nanny. I'm just an egg watcher. I'm not an egg, egg maker, egg analyzer. I just know my job here is to take these eggs and actually to keep them. I'll be straight with you. My job is as an egg nanny. Egg watcher, is to keep them away from you. Why are you chasing these eggs? You need the eggs for what? Like breakfast or something? You need to hold the eggs. Well, you're not going to be holding these eggs. I'll tell you that much. You need to be close to the eggs. Well, you're close enough. How about that? And then you won't be very close very much. I need you to, get back on your ship. I can't see you. It's a good thing you're still, go into orbit. Then don't go near my ship or anything. And hopefully some of those defensive systems, but when you're trying to do that, will mess with you. Because these eggs were under high protection. You must have had to go around a lot of stuff to get to these eggs. You're very motivated. Motivated by what? Need for the eggs. Well, these eggs don't need you. They need to be at a safe distance from their parents and left alone by you, according to their parents. Do you have a permission slip or anything signed by the parents? Because I know you don't, because I've been in touch with them. You don't mean any harm to the eggs. Okay, well, I guess I should. Does it say that on a permission slip signed by the parents of the eggs? No. You just want to be close to the eggs. Well, it doesn't everybody. Nobody wants, I tell you what, these eggs are the worst. Especially when you're freaking chasing us. They make everything heavy. And and even if they didn't, they should just be left alone. Carrying them is the worst. You should see the sisters I'm with. All their shoes are off. And if I've seen one bunion, it's only one out of about 1,000. And so consider yourself lucky you're not at sight distance. And oh boy, this atmosphere carries smells. So, I don't understand. You sound like somebody that really needs something, like you need to scratch an itch, is the way it sounds like to me. Okay, you didn't even. Is there some sort of? What are you going to do with the eggs? Hold them. Okay, I got to put you on hold. Just don't approach. Okay, Stan, can you put me through the parents of these eggs, please? I got some questions. Okay, hey, Gravitrons, it's me, Scooter. You got your eggs. You probably know because there's a couple. The pursuers are here. The pursuers of the eggs. And can you got to fill me in on what's going on here? They say that they're craving your eggs, but they say they just want to hold your eggs. Is there a problem with this? Okay, they want the energy from the eggs, like the life energy of your offspring that are within the egg. Kind of. Well, I don't understand. Is it bad for the egg? Yes. Okay. So them holding the eggs is bad for the eggs. Are they trying to I don't like it. They don't see this is a really confusing situation. And also we're stuck in it. When I'm already confused, Like my main assets are coming up with ideas to get us out of these fixes. But when I don't even understand what's going on, like, I can't come up with a fix. So why, what energy? A dangerous energy. Okay, well, that's not the kind of energy I like to deal with. Dangerous how? Dangerous for us. Okay, well, that's great news. Okay, so they want to hold your eggs and take the energy out of them. That sounds wish-washy. I bet. Do you know what wish-washy is on your planet? You don't. It sounds like a load of baloney, malarkey. Okay, you understand that. You understand what malarkey is, because I don't think I tried to look it up once and I didn't even get the definition. So they want some energy from your eggs. And what would happen if they took the energy of the eggs? It wouldn't be good for the long term of the health. Okay, so that's it. So we're protecting your offspring. It would be really bad for them, or just like kind of like bad, like, okay, you're the parents. I totally get that. Okay. So, but tell me what exactly, because it's like they're really fixing, you know what I mean? Fixing, because, I have addiction issues. But just so you know, it's not going to affect my egg-based protection. But it reminds me of that. So what is going on? Put my mouth against the egg and make it like a humming sing. Okay, well, is it going to help? Okay, never mind. Okay, well, I'll do. Okay, hey Stan, you and the computer been trying to think of any ideas since you could make a comeback from this, Stan? Scooter, we have. Is there any way that you could climb the wall behind you? Like, do you see any way you could climb up? Because there's a landing pad at the top of this is a semi-active volcano you're up against, Scooter. Okay, that's great news. But so if we can climb up this, I don't see me and the nuns climbing up with these freaking, let me just try talking to these eggs. I'm going to put the egg back in my baby Bjorn. But Stan, get ready to pick us up there and see if you can find an alternative plan, though. Hey, sisters. Okay, here's the thing. And you've heard everything. So here's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. I don't know how good you are climbing, but I think maybe we could hide the eggs and then you climb up there. And like I'll deal with these pursuers, and then like climb. See, you can climb up that. Stan's gonna get up to the top there, and you don't that you can't leave without me because Stan's monitoring this, right, Stan? Scooter, I am, and just go up to the top, and then like if the eggs are hidden. When they come, I'll just pretend the eggs are gone. Well, that's the only plan I can think of. So you start climbing. Don't worry, I'll buy you time while you climb. Hey, pursuers, Stan, can you put me through to them? Hey, I'm gonna have to fight you. So, I don't know how you do it where your world comes from. But usually in my world, like first I'm going to Stan, can you put the parents in on this too? Just, have them listen. Yeah. So, I mean, cause I can't let you take these eggs and you can't let me escape with them. You don't know if the parents of the eggs could use some like gravitational powers to shake things up and defend their kids or anything. Like maybe, drop something to block the walls, like so that to buy me some time while the nuns are climbing. But don't you? Okay, well, that wasn't great. Hey, Sister Mary Ellen. No, you only fell 1 foot, so get back climbing. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so they blocked off the thing. Stan, how are we looking now? Scooter, you're blocked in there, so you can, while the sisters, Scooter, how are you going to get the eggs out? I guess I'll have to climb up with the eggs one at a time. I guess I should have left the nuns down here to help me carry the eggs. But yeah, I'll put the eggs in the baby Bjorn here, one at a time. Hey, eggs, sorry about that. Don't worry. I think we're going to get away. Those pursuers are pretty persistent. Stan, are you monitoring them? Scooter, I am, but they're just chewing their nails, looking at the wall that fell. Okay, that's okay. Oh, because the humming on the eggs. I guess I could try that. Talk a little bit closer. Hey, egg, this is a Scooter here. I'm trying to climb up this wall. Holy crap. Hey, I'm trying to climb up this wall. It seems like the gravity's getting less when I talk to you in this egg-like voice here. Does it echo in the egg? Remember, Egg, did you know one of the Targaryens' nicknames was Egg? And that was like the last thing the Aemon said. Aemon and Aegon had a little egg on. Wow, Stan, am I floating? Scooter, your gravity's been reduced. It's monitorable. Well, that's great, Aegon. Oh, I'm almost, okay, well, this feels great. Okay, hey, sister, take this egg. I'll be back. Stan, can I jump down there? Scooter, I think I wouldn't do that. I'd climb down. I think Stan, does gravity have a somatic effect to lower gravity? Scooter, you just get the eggs. We're in a hurry. Okay, I'm going to take 2 eggs. I'm going to do double Bjorn it. Sister, give me your Bjorn. Okay. Okay, I'm already, I get back down fast. Hey, eggs. It's me again. Just the 2 of us, eggs. We can make it up this wall if we try. Just the 2 of us, eggs. You 2 and I. Your speckles are so great, and we're full of, wow. Man, low gravity. Eggs are coming around. Everybody go on the ear canal. Hey, sisters, you take these 2 eggs. 2 more to go. They'll be back. Wow. Low gravity. Who would have thunk it? Stan, I'm a little bit nervous about this effect. Can you feel so good, though, back by the eggs? I'll put you 2 in the baby Bjorn. Maybe stay here for a little while talking. Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? An egg? Well, how come your parents, I guess, is this why you're making me, do you miss your parents? Oh, boy. Stan, it just, you know what I mean, Stan? Scooter, you told me always to shut down when you were doing that. It was an emotional one, I think, Stan. Wow. So you two, maybe you eggs need a little closeness. Oh boy, right. Okay, let's get these eggs on the ship. I'll keep these 2 on me here. Okay, everybody on the ship here. Sisters, be gentle with the eggs. Yeah, sister. Remember those? These are the 2 sister eggs in my pouches. Meeny mouches. As we board the ship, Stan, how you doing? Couple of sodas for my egg friends here. Scooter, you look like you need to go to sick bay. Need to go to OK Bay. Scooter, the pursuer ships are approaching. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, Stan, we'll lock up the ship. Okay. The eggs don't like it when we go fast, so. Scooter, the gravity's changing on the ship. Okay, Stan, just try to take some basic evasive maneuvers and patch me through the parents. Hey, Gravitrons, we got the eggs on board, and we can't get away because if we try to get away, the eggs get nervous, the gravity increases. You know that, right? Okay, so can you do something so we can slowly escape? You can increase the gravity on the planets, but it'll rend that's why the planet's so volcanic, huh? Okay, sisters, get every baby Bjorn on me and put every egg on me. Okay. And, Stan, Get ready to make a jump. Just a short jump. Okay, parents, do you understand? Can you understand by tone? Are you good at reading the tone of my voice what my plan is? Okay, not exactly. Okay, once all the eggs are strapped on, I'm going to start talking and very quickly enter a euphoric state, which should affect the gravity on at least me in the ship, I would hope. Stan, you think that'll transfer the whole ship? Scooter, with all those eggs, I believe the effect will affect the whole ship. And we're going to jump out of orbit of this planet while you keep the pursuers on the planet. Is that understandable? Okay. Well, I'm ready to go. Believe me, I've been ready to go. Is everybody ready? Okay, strap that egg to me. Okay, one more speckled egg coming in here. One little, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 eggs on me. And it makes me want to just spin so slowly around like I'm wearing like I'm around, surrounded by eggy goodness. A speckling, your speckles could be blue tears, cried from the joy of talking to you. And but I got to be careful not to talk too long because your eggs, your feelings that you release to me are so strong. I can tell you, I can feel the vibration, eggs. And I could feel it nurturing you too. Also, risking my addictive side. And I'm also monitoring Stan out of the corner of my eye. So I'm just going to talk to you, eggs, for a few more minutes. And then we'll be jumped out of the orbit of the planet. And then I'm going to have to stop talking to you. Okay, Stan, I need a breath. Holy moly. Okay, Stan, can you monitor the eggs? Sisters, can you take the eggs down to storage? Actually, can you take the eggs down to the sleeping chambers? Scooter, there's one thing you should know. What's that, Stan? Scooter, only 4 of the 5 eggs are, the 5th egg is petrified. It's been petrified for thousands of years, it seems like, Scooter. Oh, so one of the eggs is petrified. Which one? Purple speckles? Because that felt like Scooter, it is. It's the one with the purple speckles. Okay, put me through to the parents. Hey, did you know, was there 4 or 5 eggs we were supposed to get? Oh, the 5th egg is it's a rare petrified egg. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. One second. Stan, put the parents on hold. Stan, remember that planet we stopped on briefly with the cuddle therapy planet? That was the one that was licensed and bonded, with a professional cuddle planet. Scooter, the one with very good boundaries. Best boundaries in the known universe, I think is what they said there. You had that planet. Make a course for that planet. Scooter, I'm making a course for that planet. Okay, and then put me back through the parents. Hey, this is a Scooter, Gravitrons. We've got your eggs. It looks like that planet imploded, so you did that. So the pursuers won't be chasing these eggs anytime soon. And we're going to bring in these eggs to someplace where they can get some of this nurturing. I think they were calling the pursuers in, possibly. Otherwise, why would they have showed up there? I think you're not telling me the whole story. Is that true? Oh, the eggs don't need anyone but you. Okay, well, I mean, I can believe those pursuers, they'd cuddled too many eggs, but I have a place I think that these eggs could get the proper nurturing they need. Oh, you disagree? Well, I'm afraid. No, I need to do what's best for these eggs, and also I can't bring them to you because that wouldn't be safe for you or the eggs to do this gravitational thing. And I can tell you that you'll be contacted when the eggs gestate, whatever you call it. I'm just an egg protector. No, I know you can't mess with this ship because we have the eggs on board. Okay, well, if we don't, I'm not going to do what you want with the eggs. I'm not going to put them on some other volcanic planet to sit around by themselves waiting where you're just protecting them. It doesn't, you know this is best for the eggs. And you might be a little bit jealous and you'll be mad at us. And you won't help us. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't help us with our mission anyway, because my middle name's Glitch, in case you haven't heard. But I think you should also know that we did our best to help your eggs and get them off the planet. So you should be thankful, too. You are. Oh, we could keep the petrified egg. Okay, maybe it'll help in your journey, but you're still mad. Okay, well, that's cool. That's a petrified egg. So the other eggs are going to be nice and safe, and, we'll be in touch. Okay, out. All right, Stan, can you in the computer see if I talk to the petrified egg, if it'll give me the same feelings? Because if it is, we're in trouble. Scooter, here's the good news. The egg is like, again, I know you're not good at math, but 0.000000. It affects the ship's gravity, but like a lot of zeros after a point of a percent. So I think if you talk to the petrified egg, Scooter, why don't you go ahead and talk to it? Because the sisters left it there on that chair. Oh, hey, Purple Speckles. Stan's monitoring. This is a test to make sure. Scooter, it barely affects it. So any effects are going to be purely psychological. Okay, I'm going to put this baby Bjorn on and put this rock on me. And Stan, let's set a course for Cuddle Planet. Scooter, that's a different planet. Cuddle Planet's not the one we're going to. Oh, Cuddle Therapy, the planet with Cuddle Therapy and good boundaries, I mean. Exactly, Scooter. We're already on course for that. All right, thanks, Stan. All right, Pen Pal, I guess I'll talk to you again. Pen Pal. This is my friend Purple Speckles. Purple Speckles, this is Pen Pal. Purple Speckles is petrified. Petrified Pen Pals. A pen, but a bale, Good night. Dear Pen Pal, it's me, your pen pal. You might say, is there something different about my Pen Pal's tone or voice, or is it something about the actual recording that's different? I'd say, good question, Pen Pal. It is, you're so perceptive, Pen Pal. One of the reasons you're my most trusted ally, and also probably because you don't know me. I mean, right, but anyway, Pen Pal, you're a great question. Normally I record into my pin that you use to communicate with the rest of the ship, but it goes and gets recorded on the ship's, my pin only is the microphone, but it gets recorded on the ship's hardware and storage systems. Right now I'm recording locally with the memory built into the pin. And then, ideally, Pen Pal, you'll get this, you won't know the difference, but I may start encrypting our messages. And you'd say, well, that's a big word for you, Pen. And I'd say, well, I think you probably know what that means. Now, I don't know if you live in a post-privacy world, Pen Pal, but I don't see how you could have letters to Pen Pal, like without, without a privacy. I don't see how you could have Pen Pal without Pen Pal and privacy perfect together. And there's a difference between privacy and a secret, Pen Pal. It's just a general sense that we have our space to talk about what we're going to talk about, and nobody's going to butt in. And, Badinsky, they called it before I was born. They used to use that term. But I don't need to talk in riddles right now, Pen Pal, because I'm talking straight to you. Is that I noticed some of the sound files were moved around, and I'm suspecting the nuns are listening into my letters to you to try to find, because it's none of their business, not just because they want to, but because, maybe they'll use it, because I don't think they'd be interested. And then I'm like, how much bad stuff did I say? Because I haven't listened to any of the recordings myself. I tried once, but I said, wow. This was one I think I deleted where I was just talking about something I was craving. And I said, my Pen Pal doesn't need to hear that. But so I think plus they've been like extra, like their brows have been doubly furrowed. If you catch my drift, I'm being literal too. So I think they're listening to my recordings, and we used to call that, again, I don't know if they have spies, if that rings a bell to you, pen pal. But there used to be this cool thing called a spy. I don't think there's a way I can culturally anchor this, though, for you. But maybe you have some sort of game based on spies where you'd sneak around. Not I Spy. It's nothing like that, just in case you're thinking I Spy. But you, like, would hide out. Yeah, I don't think I can describe it in a way that it has any, because I don't know where you're listening either. So if you're listening, you say, well, I'm living inside an 80s sitcom, Scooter. I know exactly what you're talking about at all times. And then I would say, oh, wow. But then I would say, well, that doesn't do any good. I might as well just record these for myself. So anyway, pen pal, that's why I'm recording locally. It's because the nuns are listening and they're tapping my phone. Again, like they're listening in, just like if I'm sure you have eavesdropping. Is it eavesdropping, like Eve is dropping something, or is it eaves? It's eaves, like under the eaves of a house. I don't know. But so the nuns are listening into these. So I decided to record this one locally. Then I'm going to download. I don't know if I'm actually. Stan's trying to get my attention, but I'm I'm ignoring Stan because he can't hear. Oh, that probably. Wonder if Stan. Let me check. Well, let me finish up, pen pal. So yeah, I'll probably have to. I don't know if I don't know if you'll get this one because I don't know. Hopefully, I have the gumption to download it onto the computer, then encrypt it. Or I don't think I can encrypt it on the pin because I don't even see any buttons on this thing. And Stan can't. I think Stan can hear me. I thought I opened the kids. Pen pal. I love technology. But I just, some of it escapes me sometimes. But let me see here. Stan, you've been listening in the whole time. Are you plugged in with me and my pen pal? Scooter, I am. Okay, Stan, I need you to open a secure line with me and my pen pal and you. Scooter, this is a local line. It's secure. No, you think it's secure, Stan, but could someone be listening into this? Scooter. They could be listening into this. Is that, well, that's why I said run a secure line. Scooter, I can hear you on my local speaker, and then your pin's not broadcasting, so it is a secure line. Okay, then, but people could be listening in some other way. Scooter, I've shut off all the speakers in the room, so it's a secure, we're secure. All right, Stan, I need you to run a trace, and I need you to start encrypting all my communication with my pen pal, but in a way that, use some sort of something, if multiple things in my body, they could each individual, use my fingerprints or something, because I'm not going to remember any codes. And, something other than my iris, fingerprints or my iris. Or, something else. Scooter, what is run can you explain to me what run a trace is? Or I could explain to you what I understand it to be. It's pretty simple, saying the nuns are listening into my letters to my pen pal. And I need you to trace it. I need you to run a trace. Scooter, okay, run a trace to where? To figure out if they're all in it together or if one of the nuns has gone double sour on me and what they are cooking up. Okay, Scooter. Now, what leads you to believe they're listening into your letters to your pen pal? Because some of the files were moved around, I noticed. And they also, have you noticed how furrowed their brows are? Scooter, I guess so. So you say the files are, which specific files were moved? The files I'm recording for my pen pal, Stan. I went in there and I looked and some of them had been moved around within the folder I had them in. Scooter, are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Of course, it makes sense. I mean, I wasn't sure until the double brow. I said, why are the brows so furrowed? I mean, I didn't see that. My gut sensed it said, like that. And then I said, I have to lie down and curl up for a minute. And then I fell asleep and I had a dream about it. And then I said, oh, goodness. Like I had recorded something else, a romantic thing. Scooter. No, don't ask me about it. It's an order. Fiction, erotic knock fiction. Okay, there you go. Okay, Stan, it's a new hobby of mine. And I said, I hope that's not in my pen pals folder. And I went in there and it wasn't. And then I said, well, that's weird. Stuff looks like it was moved around. Scooter, so it was moved around. Yeah, like, because usually I just, like, I thought they got rid of all that settings, but yeah, because I hadn't sorted it. It was sorted in a different way. Okay, Scooter. Are you sure? You're sure about this? Stan, do you keep repeatedly asking me because you're trying to see if I'm sure, like, you doubt me? Scooter, I'm just trying to figure out how I run a trace on it if you were the only person that's accessed the folder. Okay, well, as me, someone accessed the folder as me, Stan. Okay, Scooter, so how should we proceed? Run a trace. I need you to run a trace because, like use the shipboard cameras and the location stuff and all the timestamps. You and the computer could do that, right? Yes, Scooter, but if I involve the computer, then that would be, you wanted me to use a secure line. The computer, that could be leaked information. Just give the computer some other variables so the computer doesn't know. Okay, Scooter, there's one other thing is we're using a lot of processing power for your other project. Is that what you're really concerned about? Yeah, it is, Stan. So, Stan, this is a secure line. You're sure there's no one running a trace? I think I was supposed to run it. Did I tell you to run a trace or run a tap? Scooter, why don't you explain to your pen pal what you're concerned about? Thanks, Stan. That's a great idea. It's a secure room. Scooter, it is, but you do have a staff briefing in a little while because if you're planning. Okay, hey, pen pal. So it's me. Ideally, this will be encrypted. So because it's Stan, I don't want it. That's why I was whispering into your speaker. Scooter, yeah, my speaker and my microphone are two different things. Also, I have auto gain. I can hear you. Yeah, but I didn't want anyone reading my lips. Okay, pen pal. I guess Stan, no one's going to read my lips on this. Scooter, no one's watching what you're doing that you know about. Okay, Scooter, why don't you cover your lips while you talk? Okay, so anyway, pen pal, I'm covering my lips like when I'm talking now. Good idea, Stan. No problem, Scooter. Okay, this is why I might sound nervous. I discovered something and the nuns don't know about it, and I'm not keeping it from them because I'm in charge of the ship and I make the decisions. But not that long ago, I get this like trace of delusion, and we're on the border of this asteroid belt, but it was like a really low time, and the nuns they all had other stuff going on. And it was uncharted asteroid belt, and I said, well, I'll take I said, well, I'm going to take a spin around it, and then they said, why? And I said, don't you remember I used to talk about the game Parsec on 22? And then they said, make sure you don't run into any asteroids. And I said, don't worry, I'm just circling the asteroid belts. It's a very small belt. So you would say maybe not even an asteroid belt because it's not around a planet. It's in the far gravity of a planet, though. That's why it's pretty much staying still. And darker, but so pen pal, I discovered these asteroids are made because no one scanned. I guess everybody I don't know. These asteroids have been missed, and I guess because we're not like a mining ship, these asteroids are incredibly valuable, pen pal. And the reason I notice them is because they actually are made of this very rare element. That's what we'd call them on Earth. It's space. I don't even know what the heck they call it, but it's made of this very rare stuff. They don't even have it on Earth, but it's what's Gartox material. Remember that Gartox device I accidentally throw out of the back of the ship? These asteroids are made from what that was made from. And it's incredibly, incredibly rare, pen pal. Like, so rare. Like, I guess really rare. And so I charted it, and that is encrypted within Stan, in a hard whatever, right, Stan? Scooter, it is. It's saved to a chip in my memory. Okay, so it's saved to a chip in Stan's memory. And we've moved on, and we're heading to a space station to meet an old friend of mine. Because okay, pen pal, this is not unethical at all. Just so hold your horses. I don't think I need to justify it. So there's pretty clear rules about if you find stuff on a ship, how everybody gets their portions, just like all throughout history. And so I've marked where this is, and I'm going to go to the space station where it just happens to have an old friend who works at the space station. And they have some mining contacts. And he's going to file a claim for it, and it'll go on to this market exchange, and it'll be pretty sold instantly. It'll be like an auction. He will take his finder's fee, pretty decent finder's fee, and then the rest of the money will be split between me and the nuns, and I'll get a bigger cut because I'm in charge and I was the one that found it, and all that's already determined, and it'll go for market price, and also the nuns will get an obscene amount of money. And also my money, pen pal, I don't really need it. So my money, I don't really need it that much. I'm going to pay for that stupid dessert thing, even though and actually, well, I'm not going to lie. I told my friend to open a competitor with the dessert planets and, just leave me out of just invest my money in it. But I don't want the nuns to know about it because I feel like if they got the money, then they'd want to hire, like I say, I'm going to tell them about it, and then they could make a decision, I got to figure out how to get out of this. So I figure once they know about the money, and also, believe it or not, you retain the rights, we get some of this stuff, or that's what I told my friend. I said, don't sell it all. I said they could use this, and they can hire scientists, and they won't need me anymore. So that's a good news, pen pal. I don't think it's going to be an instant fix because obviously, unfortunately, this will have to be. It'll take a little while, but I will have an exit strategy for this stupid ship, and my money will be going to fix some other problems that I've caused in the past, like right some wrongs and that kind of stuff. Because I don't, whatever, not important where my money's going. And also to put that dessert planet out of business and some other stuff that not 10% used for resentment and 90% for good and whatever that's called, fixing stuff. But so then then everything's going to be great, and then I'll be able to get out of doing this because they said, geez, you could get some scientists and figure. I mean, I wish we had Gartox machine. But anyway, I got to go to this briefing, pen pal. So again, it's not unethical. It's just that if I tell them now, they're going to want to, I'm in charge. I guess that's what it is. I guess I'm questioning my own leadership because I'm not used to, pen pal. But I think I'm making a decision that's best for everybody on the ship. And actually, they don't have a say anyway. Because that one other mission with the flowers, that was when they restricted. I said there's going to be some rule changes on the ship, And that's when I had to, if there's no battle, you have, I'm 100%. Anyway, that's not important. I mean, that was important to them because they said, well, geez, I could let these flowers, whatever. I think the flowers were going to put their stains. I don't know. It was not. Anyway, pen pal, they got to go to this briefing. Me and Stan, I got to put Stan on the forklift or whatever you call it, the dolly. Scooter, you're the best dollier still. Thanks, Stan. Okay, so we'll be back. I'll be back and talk to you in a second, pen pal. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I'm on the bridge with the nuns. So good to talk to you. It's been so long. I can't update you on it. The strangest thing, pen pal, we're being followed. Talk about intrigue. I don't know if they have that. I told the nuns to turn off our headlights, and they didn't. No one got that, pen pal. You probably didn't either. But maybe you like old movies, and it was Sister Mary Ellen that picked it up. There's a ship following us, and they're just within sensor range enough for us to know that there's a humanoid on there. It's not some probe droid or something, but they're following us, and we can't really tell too much about it, but we tried to do some things. And, it made a lot of sense, pen pal, because I had to sense this earlier, but other people on board don't agree with my moves to go. Yes, well, let me go through this asteroid belt because my gut's going off, telling me something strange. But there was a furrowing of the brows, pen pal, but now it turns out we are being followed. And Stan's also noting, pen pal, that paranoia sometimes isn't paranoia, if you're right. So we're being followed. And I didn't question Sister Mary Ellen, because you had the data. Okay, well, the cool thing about the Monte Carmelo, the pen pal, you might not have, the Monte Carmelo has real optics. And so, it was a good job, builder of Monte Carmelo. Oh, Sister Bernice is a big fan of optics. Optics are glass, so we were able to actually, we don't need any electronic interference or anything. Let's see, what is optics? Binoculars, lenses. I'm sure they still have lenses, pen pal. It's pieces of glass used to magnify or focus. You must have them. Lenses, they call them, or on the ship they call them optics because they're fancy. Really good glass that it's noted, that the sister said, and somehow I haven't scratched it or broke it. And I said, yep, keep it away. I said, because it's contained in an armored housing. And I don't know where on the ship it, because I said if I did, I would go put my eye up to it, which you can do, but we're looking at it through a camera, pen pal, and there's a ship following us. It's as clear as can be. It's pretty cool. It's another subject, but it is nice to look at stuff through the optics. And I've looked at it through some people who'll be named nameless and had some nice quiet moments. But pen pal, we need a plan to catch this spy who's spying on us. We don't know that, but we need a plan. And it just so happens that I just when I was going to call you, pen pal, I realized that not too far away is a charted space station where a good friend of mine, old Ordnall, Oddnall, sorry, good friend though, good friend. I hope I didn't call him Ordnall when I called him. What's that? Oh, he said, well, I hope I didn't, because I already contacted him and let him know I was in the area. And you can call him, you could call him Oddball or Oddball. That's what I call him. I guess I call him Ordinal. But anyway, there's a good friend of mine who was at a space station nearby. He happens to be, so this works. What kind of space? A station in space, a space station. What kind of work does he do? Could be, I don't know, because I'm talking it just came up like in the location aware thing said, hey, Adnals. Now, that was many light years over there. So why would I enable social media on the ship? Because I'm trying to track out. Don't you think I know where there's no delusion with Oddball, old friend. We had our delusional years together. But was somebody talking about a plan, or was that just me, pen pal? Yeah, it was me. I was saying we could go there and set a course, a direct course, because we've been staying and we're going to land at a space station, and we're going to leave. There's no reason for us to know the ship following us that knows we have optics and that knows we've spotted it, because they're pretty far on the edge of sensor range and they got some interference going. And so we'll land at the space station. We'll meet up with Adnal, old friends, new friends, and the trap will be set. And then we'll catch the person because they'll land, and we'll know it. That's the extent of the trap. No. I have a further plan. Okay, what were you saying? Oh, the ship started following us right around the time I drove through right when I went through that asteroid belt, because that's when my gut told me to go through that asteroid belt. None of you were interested in my parsec, reliving parsec. TI 99-4A, remember that, sister? But so that's it, pen pal. We're going to land, and then we'll leave the ship. It's as simple as this. We're going to go meet Oddball. We'll go meet Oddball at a pub, or whatever the space station. Now, don't worry, sisters. I can't imbibe, but you can if you wish, but you can't because we'll pretend we're partying. I don't know, we'll leave the ship unlocked, and then the door will close behind them and lock them in. That could be accomplished, right, Stan? Scooter, if I'm on the ship, that could be accomplished with the ship's computer. Okay, so that's what we'll do, and then we'll come get them. And they'll probably check first before they go on the ship to make sure we're all at the pub. So then we'll see, they'll see us having a good time, and we'll all be pretending to be smashed. Pretending sisters, Like one or two of you could do. No, probably not. So that's it. So that's the plan. Let's set a course, and let's pen pal be back. Because, just in case any brow far away. Anyway, okay, pen pal. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I'm in the restroom. It's a single one, so don't worry, but I can't talk too long. So worlds collided, no, figuratively, sorry, pen pal, because we're on a space station anyway. I guess I thought about this originally before the whole person. I forgot to tell you, I was worried about going to, not only was I tricking the sisters, but also I didn't want him to meet my friend Oddball, because I don't like when worlds collide. It just caused me anxiety thinking about my friend acting like a goofball and telling old stories about me and the meeting with the sisters, and them seeing another side of me, and then him saying, "Wait a second, you're a quartermaster. You're more of an eighth master, 16th, there's no 16th, and then, your old friend, it's a very common thing, I think, not wanting, your oil and your water to blend, because I'm not eating salad. I'm trying to be a good commander. But the worlds have collided, because they're really they're drinking this fake drink, no alcohol. Because Oddball had it all set up, and then they said, "Well, what are we here to celebrate?" And they said, "Well, I got it." My friend, of course, said, "Well, don't you want to tell them big news? And we'll do a countdown." I thought I told him this was a total secret. I did. I think I did. I wish Stan was here, pen pal. But so no one's come in yet. No ships have landed at the space station yet. But my friend was like, everyone in the whole bar knows, and they know. I don't know. All the nuns are acting crazy, and my friend like acting over the top, because no one at the bar knows that they're not drinking alcohol. But they do know we're there to celebrate some huge news. And my friend has this huge button. They said, "Oh, I got this, and when you press it, you know that'll." And then I said, "Well, I got to go to the bathroom." And I glared at him, and then he shrugged and laughed. And then my gut went off. And they said, "This is why we don't, the world's, we're not supposed to mix." I don't know. I don't have business or pleasure in my life, pen pal, but things I can tolerate personally and things I can tolerate in a strange work environment. I guess this is a work environment with these nuns. Now I'm about to get paid, but I don't want, I'm giving the money away. But also, hold on, somebody's knocking. I'll be back, pen pal. Hey, pen pal, I'm going to walk up to them so you could just, yeah, hey, headball. Oh, yeah, hey, sisters. Oh, you had a vote about me. Really, you're all laughing and giggling. You're really great actors and actresses. Oh, you're not acting anymore. That you're all stuck with me. You were stuck with me as a roommate, oddball? Well, for 3 years. It wasn't the way you singing stuck on you. That's hilarious. All of you together. Sisters, you sound great. So you're all stuck with me, huh? Narcissist. Yeah, I guess I am. I guess I am a narcissist. Oddball, would you really need to just, you don't need to the whole bar serenading me. Terrific. Just awesome. Just awesome. Thanks, everybody. Yep, and just here, yeah, everybody's stuck with me. That's a dream come true, though, oddball, because you weren't stuck with me year 2 or year 3, unless, I'm imagining things. Oh, now you're hugging me. Stuck is it's a mixed. You don't know why you love me, but you do. Well, thanks, oddball. Oh, it's time for the big announcement. Well, hey, do you just need to, well, I'll just give you I could get that later, so that'll delay, I guess the announcement's delayed, everybody. Sorry about that. What announcement, sister? Thanks, no one's come in. Has anyone seen it? When I was in the bathroom, no one else came into the pub here. Another round for you and your friends. Thanks, oddball. Oh, great. So, yeah, everyone get another drink, and what are we here to celebrate? Well, why do you have that big button? Is it ordinal or ordinal, right? Yeah, I remember seeing it on the forum, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. I got placed with someone named Ordinal. Oh, the sisters laughed at that one, oddball. I know I'm odder than you. You're the most normal person ever, Ordinal. Oh, that's the first time, Ordinal. It's like almost like an A, Ordinal. Oh, I'm buying time. Why am I nervously buying time? Well, I wasn't planning on making any big announcements. Like we're just waiting to see if anybody else lands here. 1 second, I just need to check in with the ship. Okay, excuse me, Stan. Can you hear? Have you been monitoring this channel? Scooter, I have. Are you okay? Can you have you been able to use the optics to see if that ship's approaching? Scooter, it is. It's working its way slowly here. Okay, do you have eyes on it now? Scooter, I don't. It made it's going around, it has to go through a landing pattern. Okay, so you're not, Scooter, I'm just a little concerned you're going to have a thing or something. Okay, well, yeah, I'm here to, thanks, Stan. Who's Stan? Is that, thanks, Admiral. Stan, don't ever give Admiral soda, please. Scooter, I consider that an order. Okay, so what was the announcement? Funniest thing, sisters. I don't want to distract you with the good news because we're waiting to make, to see what's going to happen here with our guest, that's incoming guest. But I don't know if you remember that asteroid belt I keep harping on about. So you probably do, but the asteroid belt happened to be filled with those asteroids. Did you happen to run any scans on them or anyone? I think the feeling on board was like, who cares? And I was like, it's asteroids in space. This is remember? You do. Well, it turns out those asteroids were extremely valuable, and they're made of whatever that stuff is, that whatever, and that element, it's written down. Adnal knows. Why does he know? Well, he was supposed to sell them before we got here. Oh, because I checked with the computer that there's no claim laid to those asteroids, and they're in a free zone, so anybody could claim them. I mean, they're in the distant gravity of that sun, which has no, anyway, they're free for anybody to claim that happened on them in space, which we did as a team. So don't worry, everything's above board here. And because of my curiosity and my, sleuth-like nose, that's a good one. But I don't think my nose is like a sleuth. Swoop-like nose. Thank you, sister. Yep, I do have a large nose. Thank you. Because of my nose, you're going to be incredibly wealthy, sisters. And not only that, remember, well, you could clearly know that the material that Gartok's device was made from, that's the same element. And we're talking about so much money that you're going to be able to contract out ships and scientists to build a tracking device. So, if we can't find, and I'm happy to stick on board for, a little while you do the hiring and stuff. But you'll be able to hire a whole team of ships, and or you could give up your quest. I don't know what kind of stuff happens with this kind of massive wealth I'm about to drop on you. Because I was massively wealthy after the first 10 trips through the cloud. And believe me, I'm not giving mine to charity. I'm giving it to a specific thing on Earth to fix some other stuff to fix some stuff. Also to pay for a birthday party for somebody that doesn't like birthday parties and desserts. You like birthdays, just not. And anyway, so great news. That's the great news is we're going to file a claim. You just got I thought I transferred the location data, but it's in a chip within Stan. So that's saved somewhere where I couldn't lose it. So sisters, you seem pretty shocked. Congratulations. The auction pricing, Oddball looked it all up, and, oh yes, sister, it brings up the question of why are we being followed, and if it was related to the asteroid belts. I don't know. I think they were already following us, and that's just when we became aware of it, because if they had found the asteroids and it wasn't to do with us, they would already filed a claim. They'd have to come here to file a claim. Is that right? Oddball, it is right. Okay, well, but they're not here, and they can't. They're not going to file a claim first, right? If they wanted to do that, they could have just flown past us or something. So they were probably watching us for some other reason or something. That's why we're trying to catch them. Anyway, Stan, can you hear me? Okay, Stan's not answering, sisters. Probably because you. Maybe I am getting a little paranoid. Maybe we should go back. Pen pal, I'll be right back. Oh boy, Pen pal, you better believe I won't be listening to this recording, because you probably heard it 5 or 10 minutes before I did. Yeah, whoever was spying on us, they stole the chip with the asteroid thing from Stan. And then Stan said they also downloaded all Stan's, they just get duped a bunch of Stan's memory or something in the computer. They stole other stuff too, Pen Pal. The weird thing is they didn't file a claim. So that's good in that Stan has the information, but now my friend is now Oddball's all bent because he had spent some of the money, so he's very mad. And the sisters, of course, they're upset, and so right now, we're flying back to. Hold on, Pen Pal. Hey, Pen Pal, it does get worse. So, asteroids are gone. It's not even possible. It's right. It's what I was thinking. And so, if anybody was more going to be irritated, and staying on the ship's computer are positive, and even my gut is saying, yeah, this is where the asteroids were. I could still sense a little delusion here. And I said, geez, are you sure you didn't sell us out to, like, my friend? And they said, no. I said, and then so I had to, of course, transfer some funds to my friend. And I don't think we're going to be friends after the amount of money I had to transfer. I said, you bought what? So that's not good. And except for one thing, Pen Pal, I can send the asteroids. The reason I know they're gone is because I can sense them. I mean, kind of. And so, of course, my trust in, once again, the crew's trust in me is shaken. But they don't really have a choice. Kind of like the song they were singing. I say, well, I guess you're stuck on me. You're stuck with me. We're on our way. Mighty glad you frowned. But so that is like the one piece of decent news is that pretty sure the asteroids got moved by something incredibly powerful. And I mean, I'll tell you what I think. I think Gartok, I tell you what, this is Scott Gartok or whoever Gartok's secret cabals are. Whatever, we'll link to this. So now I guess, Pen Pal, I got to remember to encrypt this and download this message. This part, the middle parts, I think we're already on Stan's memory banks. But we're going to follow this path. And I said, why else would they download stuff from Stan and the ship's computer? And then they said, why do you... And I said, how is this my fault? And they said, well, why couldn't you just told us about the asteroid belt in the first place? And I said, because it would be, I said, well, I was consumed with fear of you meeting my friend before the asteroid belt. Because I said, anyway, not important, Pen Pal. Don't be consumed with fear. That's the secret of this episode. Also, now whoever stole that is listening to my other messages to you. So that'll be their problem, not mine. You know, I can't tell. They'll get a sense of my adventure. They'll know what they're dealing with, Pen Pal, just like you do. Thanks for listening. All right, hey everybody. So it's happy Tuesday to everyone. When I'm recording this, it's like September something. So by the time you hear this, actually, this episode may come out right around the time I'm supposed to go on Harmontown, Dan Harmon's podcast. And I was pretty surprised to even be asked to go on, and I was really, I'm really nervous about it, obviously, because I want to be a good guest. And Dan's real funny. And I just don't want to ruin his show. So hopefully I didn't. If you're hearing this afterwards, and I don't think I'll just do my best, and I could just, just follow his lead. That's what I keep telling myself. Just listen, and do your best. But this is so. It's been about a month and a half since I knew I was going to go on the show, and it's still a month away. And I knew a bit about Dan. You know, I'd watched the Harmontown documentary, and I listened to the podcast, Harmontown, and I had seen Community, and, you know, read some stuff about Dan. But I guess I did, like, I was a little bit ignorant of, like, how much Dan's written about story structure. And how well he's written about it, and I haven't even read everything. Like, because once I read a few basic things that he had written about it, it was right around the time. It was exactly the same time as Nuns in Space was about to get started, and so this is going to be a little bit about story structure. But it'll be rambling. So you'll be set. Yeah, but for those of you that like structure stuff or story stuff, or anybody that's a fan of the musical is it a chorus line or the chorus line? I don't know, but like those are the things we're going to touch on: Dan's story structure and a song from a chorus line. And you're already saying, "Oh boy." But so I was reading a lot about Dan's thoughts about story structure, which we're going to put to practice here, and I'll butcher and paraphrase, but I'll look up some of the stuff from Dan that Dan talks about. So right before, let's back up. So every time I start a new series, the Thursday episodes are written ahead of time. If you're new, or you say you write this stuff, Scoots. And I say, yeah, believe it or not, to make the podcast sound sleepy and like I'm sitting there telling you a story takes a lot of work. And I'll probably repeat this point a few times, but believe it or not, the more structured the story is, the more boring and meandering it can be. Because just like because it's a structure, I guess that explains it right there. Like, just because the story's structured doesn't mean it has to be interesting. It doesn't have to be great structure, perfect structure. So every time I've developed a series on the show that's written, which is every Thursday series, I've tried different ways of plotting them out. And it always comes down to, plotting out this. Sometimes I tried to plot out the season, and then every episode needs to be plotted out. And I've tried different types of story structure, or my own techniques. And I think this is the way anybody, this is how you learn structure, by keep trying. I mean, that's how I learned to make this podcast, just keep trying different things. And I had a couple of things before I discovered all Dan's writing, and I was like, maybe I'll try that out for this season. And because Nuns in Space is kind of a procedural, it kind of frees me up from having the pressure of having an overarching narrative for the whole season and being like, okay, because I usually try to plot it out for 12 or 14 episodes, and then it always goes long because the structure in a series, I mean, it's just not I'm writing, I don't have a lot of lead time. So it was just a perfect happenstance that I started reading about Dan's story structure, and I said, wow, this is interesting stuff, and it seems really useful and powerful, and it's based on some structure stuff that I already and I'll just explain what story structure is, what it means to me in a second, but I said, geez, I could test this out with Nuns in Space and just see how it goes and see if I can learn it, and that's really the only... I mean, I'm sure if you're someone that writes for a living already, you have a different perspective on that. And maybe if you're someone that just, geez, I want to start writing, maybe you have a different perspective. But I guess I'm like a person that's like, okay, I still don't find myself an adept storyteller, but I love stories. I love telling stories. I love dreaming stories and thinking of stories. And so what does story structure mean? I mean, the classic story structure of most things is, stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then you might say, stories have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, beginning, middle, and end. Or they have Act 1, Act 2A, Act 2B. That might be more movie structure, which is what I've always more focused on. But, it's what's interesting about Dan's thing. while he was applying it to, like, some of his writings about his Channel 101 days, like, so shorter story. I don't know. It's not just about TV or movies. So I guess that's what story structure means to me. It's like how you start a story and then how you find your way to the end. And even when I'm making up stories, like on the Tuesday shows, they still need to have some structure. It's not like I'm stopping and thinking about the structure. So, and that's what's so great about practicing writing or using a structure. For one thing, is that, oh, then maybe my brain's learning it. Because a Tuesday episode, when I'm making up a story, I still need to find my way to the end. Otherwise, I don't know where I'm going. And then the story, it doesn't have any structure to hang anything on. Or like if it's a puppet, or like if it doesn't have a skeleton, like the structure, how am I going to move it around and pose it and say, hey, it's the top of the day, how can I have it tip its cap if it doesn't have a structure? And I talk about a lot of this. And if you're really new, you might be like, holy cow, this guy is very delusional. He makes a boring podcast that he only has to talk about nothing. And he really believes he has to work hard at it, or he really works hard at it. And I'd say, I do see the irony in that. And I would say, if this podcast wasn't an extremely challenging thing for me to make, I don't think I could make it 3 times a week, which I guess is paradoxical too. But I believe, as a maker of the Sleep With Me, that all the work that goes in the podcast and story structure are the things that make it work. And that's just, like, other than hard work and rigor, I think the secret of the podcast is narrative structure, or the narrative and our familiarity with narrative. And that's why I say it's a bedtime story podcast, because I think we crave story, and we tell ourselves stories about ourselves at bedtime, or about, like, the noises we're hearing. And sometimes they're simple stories, like, geez, how irritating is that? And they say, well, what would I say to that person that's, like, honking that horn? It's still a story. And I guess if you break it down, it might not have a classic story structure. I don't know. I guess I'm rambling. That's one of the other things about this podcast that works, my ability to ramble and go on tangents. So I thought what would be, so I came across Dan's story structure, started reading about it, but you only read so much. And the good thing is he's very concise and simple. And I'll link to the articles. I think there's only like 5 or 6 that I read. Very well written and easy to put right into use, which I think is great. So that's one thing. And then not that long after maybe a few weeks of playing around with this structure, this other thing came up for me, which was that it's some intro recently. I was kind of half joking and half seriously talking about my inability to feel feelings, and how, like, a lot of times I don't have a big emotional range. I'm trying to learn how to do that, and sometimes I joke about it, and sometimes I'm kidding, and sometimes I'm serious, that I'm like a little bit numb inside, or that I have trouble emoting or connecting with my feelings. And something I'm working on. I don't encourage it. I say, geez, I don't recommend kids, if you're listening, don't be dead inside, or don't make yourself into an island or a fortress island, which is what I think I have going. And become don't follow my path. Believe me, it might look, you say, oh boy, this guy's boring people to sleep. He's living large, boring people to sleep. I gotta, follow those other things, like rigor. If you have something, just do it every day for a few minutes, whether it's playing the piano or painting model airplanes or telling stories or singing songs. Do it every day. Find some other people that are doing it professionally and see what their thoughts are, especially if they're getting paid to do what you want to do, instead of, like, say, geez, do they have any comments on, the professional model airplane? But that might be not the best example, but, there's probably people selling model airplane art somewhere. I mean, I would probably buy it for, not full price, by the way, give me a discount, since I just invented this new art genre. Model airplane arts. Sorry, I get distracted. But so I was thinking about my, like how I joke and I'm serious about my inability to feel feelings. And then our friend Maggie, who's a poet out on Twitter, we had a little interchange where we were kind of joking around. And I said, what best sums it up for me is a song from a chorus line, Nothing, which is this great song, which we're going to, and then I listened to that song. Like, I listened to the original cast version and then the 2000 revival version about, I don't know, a million times in a row. And I started to just realize, like, wow, this song is so well structured. And I said, I wonder how this song applies to Dan's story structure. And I thought about it, I said that would be a good podcast episode to break down the structure of the song and to kind of talk about what I love about the song in a way to talk about Dan's ideas around story structure. So I don't know if, I guess we're going to do it. So that's what we're going to do the rest of the episode. But, first for anybody that says, who's Dan Harmon and what's a chorus line or it's a chorus line, I believe. Let me just consult Wikipedia here. So I can get some facts. So Dan Harmon is an American writer and producer, best known for creating NBC's series Community, also co-created, which I just botched, the Adult Swim series Rick and Morty. He co-founded the alternative television network website Channel 101. That's where I got a lot of story structure for stuff from. Published a book, You'll Be Perfect When You're Dead, in 2013, working on a second book. And he hosts a podcast called Harmontown. He's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Brown Deer High in his house. He briefly attended Glendale Community College, which became the basis of the show Community. So, I think a lot of podcast fans know who Dan Harmon is, and if you don't, you should check out his podcast, which is kind of like something like, it's just it's kind of one of those podcasts that's like part comedy show and interview show, kind of like the good days of David. I'm a David Letterman fan and a Conan fan. I work so much I don't watch Conan anymore. Sorry, Conan. I know you're not listening, but it's Dan and Jeff B. Davis. There's also the documentary about it, I think, is on Netflix. And this guy Spencer, which is like this, that's like the part about how, I don't know, I always look at people that can discover talent, like they discovered Spencer. And when people have an eye for talent like that, that's, if you watch this Harmontown documentary, it's great. But one of the best parts about it is watching this kid Spencer and realizing his wit. I don't know, you're just realizing, like, wow, I don't know. I don't want to overtalk it because, so listen to Harmontown. It's really funny, really genuine. Watch Rick and Morty. I think the next season is coming soon. So that's a little bit about Dan Harmon. Then we'll get into the story structure stuff. I totally screwed that up. Sorry, Dan. And then, talk about, so then a chorus line is a musical. It was music by Marvin Hamlish, lyrics by Edward Claiborne, and the book was by James Kirkwood Jr. and Nicholas Dante. It's centered on 17 Broadway dancers auditioning for spots on a chorus line. It's set on the bare stage of Broadway theater during the audition. Chorus line provides a glimpse in the personality of the performers and the choreographer, as they talk during their audition. Following several workshops and an off-Broadway production, it premiered the Schubert Theater Broadway in 1975. Directed and choreographed by Michael Bennett. It was a hit, 12 Tony Awards, Pulitzer Prize for Drama. The original production ran for 6,137 performances. Longest running production until Cats took it, beat it in 1997. And then Chicago passed that. It's still the sixth longest running Broadway performance. Now, there's also the 2006 revival of it, and that's the performance I listened to most of was by Natalie Cortez. And it's a beautiful, nothing to take away from the original by Priscilla Lopez. Those are the two I listened to the most. But it was, let's see, the 2006 revival opened in 2006 and closed in 2008 after 759 performances. Cost $8 million to finance and recouped its investment in 19 weeks. Mario Lopez was on the cast for a little while, and it was the subject of a documentary. I didn't know this, called Every Little Step. It was also a movie in 1985 that I never saw, starring Michael Douglas. I guess it says it was unsuccessful. It was directed by Richard Attenborough. Is this right? So that's a little bit about the musical, The Chorus Line, but we're going to be talking about the song Nothing. And the song Nothing is sung by the character Diana Morales. And it is part of montage number 2, part 2. So that's the song. So let's talk about now. So it's a song that will kind of uncover what it's about in the lyrics here. But so let's see. So this is where I started with Dan's story. His story embryo technique is what I don't know if he calls it that. But this was all over at Dan's Tumblr, danharmon.tumblr.com. And try to find the date over here. This is posted 3 years ago. But I don't see a date. But someone, Idea asks, could you explain your story breaking process? This is a great place to start, and I actually this is where I start doing some other stuff to get the ideas, and then I kind of use this process that Dan talks about, which the episodes for what's the name of the series they do, Nuns in Space. So I'm going to paraphrase. Dan says start with ideas, and that can be anything. In this case, with Chorus Line, it's about acting school, I guess, is one of the ideas. But Dan says, you can use poop, America, pickles, raccoon, number 6, anything. Now, some ideas are going to come up with related ideas. He says, if you think about raccoons, you might say, well, think about other things about raccoons. And he says, clouds of related ideas that your mind recognizes as related in any way are potential story areas. Look for areas that make you laugh and cry. And in the case of a chorus line, or case of nothing, we'll see. I guess I'll read through this, then we'll kind of talk about how it applies. So then Dan says, draw a circle to symbolize your area, because your story will take the reader through the, and that's in quotes, reader means whoever's experiencing the story, through related ideas in a path around a central idea. And he says, you don't have to know what the central idea is. It might be dumb. You're writing about raccoons. Now he says, divide your circle into a top half and a bottom half and ask yourself what those halves might be. And in the raccoon example, it might be positive thoughts about raccoons and negative thoughts about raccoons. And if that doesn't charge you, pick something else like raccoon thoughts and male raccoon thoughts and female raccoon thoughts, or biological raccoon thoughts and storybook raccoon thoughts. And then at some point, you're going to divide that area into two parts that create a personal charge for you, like a battery. Like, oh, I like the idea that there's a difference between biological raccoons and storybook raccoons. That tingled when I drew the line. I want to know more. And Dane says that's impression of you nailing it. Divide the circle down the middle and pick another charge dichotomy for left and right. For instance, biological storybook raccoon could get divided into dishonest and honest. And now you have 4 quadrants. It's probably not easy to follow this, what's in spoken, so you just go to sleep. But but you can also keep along for the ride and look in the show notes. Divide the circle down the middle and pick another charge dichotomy for left and right, honest and dishonest. Now you have 4 quadrants going clockwise. You have biological dishonest raccoon. That would be the top right. Then storybook dishonest raccoon. Then storybook honest raccoon. And then biological honest raccoon. Any point, this is the important part here, any point which you stop feeling charged, go back a step or start over. Now, maybe he got this far to realize he didn't want to write about raccoons. And he goes, people aren't going to like all this rewriting and restructuring. He says, stick with it. You know, that's how you tell stories. And he says, when you find an area that yields 4 charged quadrants, experiment with protagonists. You know, for him, he's like, okay, how about a raccoon? So once upon a time, there was a dishonest biological raccoon that became a storybook raccoon. That led to him becoming honest before finally going back and becoming biological again. Cool? Question mark. If it's not, go back and start over. Again, he says, no, people aren't going to want you to start over. He says, don't worry about that. Just keep it up until you feel a charge, I think is his point. And then we'll go into the structure stuff. So this is kind of the I don't know what you'd call it, the mud or whatever. If we're going to make a mud pie, this is like mixing the water and the mud and the others, you know, a little grass and everything. Okay, so let's go to the song Nothing. So the song Nothing is about Diana. I don't know which one because it's the only song I listen to in the musical over and over again for the most part is this one. But so if we start to look at just what it's about, like the top and the bottom, like he said, storybook, like biological raccoon, storybook raccoon. You say, okay, what is this about? And it's about she getting into this prestigious, like the song is about her getting into this prestigious acting program, this like high school for the performing arts. So, boy, this is pressure's on. So how do we break that into 4 quadrants? I mean, obviously, this is like Monday morning quarterbacking, this part. But I think almost the top and the bottom would be, like, the top is like, geez, I'm going to go to high school to be an actress. And then the bottom is like, I can't be an actress or something. I don't know. I guess I'm losing it. Maybe we should just cut ahead to the structure. No, I don't think we should. Let me see. So I think like the contrasts, what are the contrasts of the song that are charged for me? I guess because I'm choosing it and it's important is the contrast between it's about a song in her relationship with the teacher and her relationship with herself. So the song is about she wants to be an actress and she feels like she got into this great high school for the performing arts because she wants to be an actress. And when you want to do something, at least part of you feels like you can become a great actress. And, of course, part of you feels like you can or is afraid that you can't or you won't. And I think that is the top and the bottom of this structure. If it's the top half of the circle and the bottom half, the top half is I can be an actress. And the bottom half is I cannot be an actress, which would be, that's pretty charged, you know. And that brings the charge to the thing. And then the right half of the circle would be, you know, I need to be taught to be like an actress. Like I need a teacher, I need a mentor to be an actress. And it's specific in the song to Mr. Carp. So I need Mr. Carp to teach me how to act. And on the other half is I don't need Mr. Carp. Or I don't need I think I don't need a little teacher is not specific enough, but I think that's the structure, the basic, this isn't the structure. I guess this is like the meat of the thing is like, I can be an actress, I can't be an actress. So if you were looking at the top right, if it was 4 quadrants, the first one would be Diana saying, I can be an actress if Mr. Carp teaches me how. And then the bottom right would be, I can't be an actress because Mr. Carp says I'm not good enough. And then the bottom left would be, I can't be an actress, and I don't need, I don't know what the bottom left would be. This is why this is good. I guess it's a good thing we're not writing a Hollywood or a Broadway musical, but this is, you can see the power of the structure is when I'm saying, the power of this technique is not in the answers it provides, but in the lens that it like allows you to place over your story to say, and then don't say, go back and start over or find what's charged for you. So what in the second, the third, first quarter, second, so in the third quarter of the song, we're still in I can't be an actress, I should give up, I guess would be the bottom left thing, like carp or no carp. So, and then the top one would be I can be an actress, I just don't need Mr. Carp. There's a spoiler. So where do we get lost? I guess we got lost with the Mr. Carp thing. The top and the bottom, I think, are solid because the top of the half is I can be an actress. And that's the beauty of the song, and the beginning and the end is that the song starts with her joy of getting into this high school. And so I'm thinking and talking here, and then that she's like, wow, I got into this school, I must have a chance to be an actress. And then as we'll go through the structural points, it realizes that she meets her teacher, Mr. Carp, who's going to enable her to be an actress. He's the representative of the school. And then we get down to the next tangent. It's like, oh no, Mr. Carp says you're not going to be an actress. And then the next one would be, I can't be an actress. I guess like this is, might be like, but we don't, without Mr. Carp. I guess it's like carp and no carp. The left side of the structure is no carp and the right side is carp. A teacher and no teacher. But I guess it's specific. I guess, yeah, now she's like, I can't be an actress and Mr. Carp. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm still stuck in that. And then the top half, though, is I don't need Mr. Carp to be a good actress. I can be a good actress. So, okay, so far, not doing Dan justice, but you could see that this is more about the lens and like being like, okay, luckily I'm not trying to write this. I'm just trying to, but you see where I'm getting lost. It's like, okay, and maybe it's because I'm not understanding the meat of the song. So let's go to another quadrant here. You know, this is a sleep podcast, so I can talk about whatever I want. Like the name of the song is Nothing. So maybe this is where it's at is, yeah, I guess this is where this is where the subtext of the song is. And what does it for me is this lower subtext. Like, I guess this is somewhat like making a sandwich. And this is like the good part of the sandwich. So I guess like another thing in the quadrants, I think it's still, I can be an actress and I can't be an actress. Maybe like all four quadrants are I feel nothing, but the right side is I feel nothing and that equals bad. And the left side is I feel nothing that equals good. I guess that might be it. Like, because if the top right quadrant is I can be an actress through Mr. Carp, but I feel nothing, she still tries to overcome it because she says, well, I can be an actress in the first quarter. With Mr. Carp, that'll help me overcome the fact that I feel nothing. And then we get into the bottom right half, and it says, no, I can't be an actress because I feel nothing, and because Mr. Carp tells me I can't be an actress. And then we get into the bottom left, where it's kind of like, well, I don't need Mr. Carp or whatever. Mr. Carp's not going to help me, but I don't think I can become an actress because I feel nothing. But she's more accepting. She's like, I feel nothing. Maybe I can't be an actress. Maybe I should just give up. I can't be an actress. Yeah, that's it. So if you're, this is why you write this stuff out. Like Dan says, get a paper and a pen. But so the bottom left quadrant, I guess, would be, so I'm cheating. I'm using three things, but the top and the bottom half is, so the bottom half is I can't be an actress, but it's an empowering. She's saying, geez, maybe I can't be an actress. I don't feel anything. And Mr. Carp says I can't be an actress. But that's when things turn, and that's where the beauty of the story and the power of this song takes place. Is that like acceptance allows her to find, whoa, wait a second, I feel nothing. Maybe that doesn't mean, and that's where the story rises again. She says, oh, I feel nothing, but I don't need Mr. Carp. I can be an actress and I feel nothing. And that's where it pays off. Oh my goodness, it pays off. Okay. So if you're still with me, like that was the basics of the story, Umbrella, just the breaking of the story. And you say, geez, you took a beautiful song, Scoots, and you broke it for me. And I'd say, well, thank you. It's what I do around here, these parts. But then let's talk about the specifics of structure. So Dan has I think 4 articles over at the Channel 101 Wiki. And they're great. I gotta tell you, I hear people that pay a ton of money to learn how to write stories. This will teach you. Let me just run through it. So this is by Dan. It's called Story Structure 101, super basic. And he again talks about make a circle and make it into 4 quadrants. And then start with the number 1, where the number 12 would be on a clock. And then this one you probably need to see it, but you're basically going to end up with 8 points on the wheel, 8 story points. Let me see if Dan explains it better. Storytelling comes natural to humans, but since we live in an unnatural world, we sometimes need a little help. So he says, draw a circle, divide in half vertically, then horizontally, starting at the 12 o'clock position, going clockwise. Number the 4 points where the lines cross, 1, 3, 5, and 7. Then number the quarter sections, 2, 4, 6, and 8. So that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here's Dan's structure. And it goes, I'll say the numbers and the structure, but it's pretty. Number 1, a character is in a zone of comfort. 2, but they want something. 3, they enter an unfamiliar situation. 4, adapt to it. 5, get what they wanted. 6, pay a heavy price for it. 7, return to the familiar situation. 8, having changed. And Dan starts to talk about, just start thinking about what stories you love and do they follow this structure. And a lot of this is based on, the hero within and like the monomyth and all this Joseph Campbell stuff. And Aristotle talked about it and all that. And again, I can hear some people saying, oh, and say, okay, well, I don't write in structure or, that's too formulaic. It's like, exactly. But you need to learn, if you learn the basic structure, then it won't be I guess that's the weird irony or the paradox is if you really take the time to learn structure, whether it's Dan's structure or some other structure, pretty soon you'll learn that, okay, that's I don't know. I guess I don't know how to explain but you need to learn story structure. You don't need to copy story structure or use it like paint by numbers. I guess that's what I'm saying. So I get off my high horse and then go to Dan's Story Structure 102, Pure Boring Theory. And Dan kind of said, this one's actually, you should just read this one because this is way deeper and it talks about, Jesus, the good news and the bad news or, the shadow self. Well, let me read a little bit, like life and the state of not life and how things are always in change, but it's usually change happens, like how we get fossil fuels. There was dinosaurs and then they passed away and then they got, turned into goop and now we drive around like using their stuff. Planet-wide creature life on Earth has been able to grow and thrive through an evolutionary arms race between the various parts of itself. Some things, we have a circle of life, as that movie once sang. And this is what causes evolution and life to advance and spread. And that's what led to our brains. And he goes, geez, life and passing is 50%, 50% of it. And then he says, well, maybe it's, and then he uses it's conscious and unconscious. Yeah, this is a little easier for me. Like your mind's a home with upstairs and a downstairs. Upstairs, things are well lit and swept and people come over and you serve hot cocoa and play Scrabble. Downstairs is where you got all the creaky stuff. And for me, it's the story swamp. It's the unconscious, and it's the stuff you don't, won't, or can't think about. Whether you use Freud or Jungian, there could be, wires and pipes and stuff, and you can say, oh, there's a pipe, there's a cigar down there. I don't smoke cigars. You say, really? But this is also like where the life-sustaining energy is, but it's primitive and it's stinky, and, a lot of times we'd rather not think about it. But Dan says, however, your pleasure, your sanity, and your prosperity kind of depend on occasional round trips, and you've got to change the fuses, get some Christmas ornaments, clean out the litter box. So you can't keep the basement sealed, otherwise the whole home will become unstable. And then the things will get loud, and then you'll try to cover up with neurotic behavior. This sounds just like me. And for some, the basement door could come off the hinges, and then, then what, who knows? The whole point is, according to Dan, occasional ventures by the ego into the unconscious, though through therapy, meditation, confession, and, other activity, cathartic activities are a good story. Keep the consciousness in working order. This is the rhythm of psychology. Conscious, unconscious, conscious, unconscious. And then Dan kind of talks about a similar idea with order and chaos, like as society's rhythm, like with order and then chaos and then order and then chaos. That's the rhythm of society. And then he talks about resonance. Now you understand that all life, including the human mind and the communities we create march to the same very specific beat. If your story also marches to this beat, it will resonate. It will also send your audience's ego on a brief trip to the unconscious and back. Your audience has an instinctive taste for that, and they're going to say yum. So I'm going to just read through the last two here. Story structure 103, let's simplify, Dan says. And here's the steps again, boiled down to their barest minimum while still being in English. Step 1, when you. Step 2, have a need. Step 3, you go somewhere. Step 4, search for it. Step 5, find it. Step 6, take it. Step 7, then return. And then step 8, change things. Or even more basic, you need, step 1, you. Step 2, need. Step 3, go. Step 4, search. Step 5, find. Step 6, take. Step 7, return. And step 8, change. So let's see if we can just apply that to the song, like with our last, because I guess I rambled a little bit. When you have a need, you go somewhere, search for it, find it, take it, then return and change things. So what I'm going to do is read through the lyrics of the song, but just think about that the song is based on the conscious and unconscious, or the chaos and the disorder, the life and death thing of, I can be an actress versus I cannot be an actress. And then also balanced out by this idea of like, I don't feel anything, that's a bad thing, versus I don't feel anything, that's just who I am, or that's not a bad thing, that's like an acceptance versus a denial. Okay, so this is Nothing by the character Diana. I'm excited because I'm going to go to the High School of the Performing Arts. I mean, and this song is so beautiful. I mean, literally, it gives me the chills every time I hear it, especially when Natalie Cortez sings it. But I was excited because I was going to go to the High School of Performing Arts. I mean, I was dying to be a serious actress. Anyway, it's the first day of acting class. And we're in the auditorium, and the teacher, Mr. Karp, Mr. Karp, anyway, he puts us upstage with our legs around one another, one in the back of each other, and he says, okay, we're going to do improvisations. Now you're on a bobsled, and it's snowing out, and it's cold. Okay, go. And this is when the song itself really gets good, but every day for a week we would try to feel the motion down the hill. Every day for a week, we would try to hear the wind rush, feel the chill. And here's where my chills come in. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, to see what I had inside. Yes, I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I tried. And then she does an aside. She says, and everybody's going, whoosh, whoosh. I feel the snow. I feel the cold. I feel the air. And Mr. Karp turns to me and he says, okay, Morales, what did you feel? I'm getting the chills. I'm not kidding as I speak. And I said, nothing. I'm feeling nothing. And he says, nothing could get a girl transferred. They all felt something, but I felt nothing, except the feeling that this bullshit was absurd. But I said to myself, hey, it's just the first week. Maybe it's genetic. They don't have bobsleds in San Juan. Second week, more advanced, and we had to be a table, be a sports car, ice cream cone. Mr. Carp, he would say, very good, except Morales. Try Morales, all alone. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul to see how an ice cream felt. Yes, I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I tried to melt. The kids yelled nothing. They called me nothing, and Mr. Carp allowed it, which really makes me burn. They were so helpful. They called me hopeless. You know what part of the song this is, right? Holy. Until I didn't know where else to turn. And Mr. Carp kept saying, Morales, I think you should transfer to Girls High. You'll never be an actress. Never. And Morales says, Jesus Christ. Went to church praying, Santa Maria, send me guidance. Send me guidance on my knees. Went to church praying, Santa Maria, help me feel it, pretty please. And a voice from down at the bottom of my soul came up to the top of my head. And a voice from down at the bottom of my soul, and here is what it said. This man is nothing. This course is nothing. If you want something, go find another class. And when you find one, you'll be an actress. And I assure you, that's finally what came to pass. 6 years later, I heard that Carp had died, and I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I cried, because I felt nothing. And you can immediately, if you've been listening, you can see, I mean, holy moly, how, I mean, many payoffs this song has in a structural story way, and how much it just gives us a whole, I mean, and yes, I'm being a fanboy about dance structure and about this song, but I mean, holy moly. So let me just run through what the song is about, just in case. I mean, basically, Morales, she goes to the High School of Performing Arts. She's got this teacher, probably the top teacher, Mr. Carp, and he says, here's how you act. You pretend you're on a bobsled. That's how you become a great actress. And that's in this story, that's the only way to become a great actress. And so they do this bobsled pretend thing, and she feels, and she says, this doesn't work for me. And he says, no, it's not that it doesn't work for you. It's that you're not an actress. Try again. And because she was like, I don't feel anything. This is just strange. But she said, okay, let me try again. And then the second week, it would be a table, be a sports car, ice cream cone. And he said, everybody's doing great except for you, Morales. Can you try one more time up on stage by yourself? And she dug right down to the bottom of her soul to see how an ice cream felt. And she tried, and not only could she feel nothing, but then she was subject to humiliation by the class, saying, you're nothing. And Carp allowed it. They called me hopeless until I really didn't know where else to turn. And Carp said, if you're never going to be an actress, Morales. And then she was at a point where she fell to her knees, and she said, Santa Maria, send me guidance, pretty please. And she dug right down to the bottom of her soul. And here's what it said. This man is nothing. This course is nothing. It's not you. It's this fool Carp. If you want something, if you want to be an actress, go find a better class. And then the empowerment part. And I assure you, that is what finally came to pass. And then the beauty of the final structure point, which we'll get into, is that it has the last payoff. You say, well, she became an actress. No, there's more. 6 months later, I heard that Carp had died, and I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I cried because I felt nothing. So let's just pause there, because that's like the end part. I mean, we're at the end of 8, and change. When you have a need, you go somewhere, search for it, find it, take it, then return and change things. And in step 104, Dan kind of talks about the more specifics, but you is a character in a zone of comfort. So you, in this case, is Morales, Diana, and she's in a zone of comfort. She just got into the High School of the Performing Arts. They want something. She wants to be an actress. And she wants to do well in Mr. Carp's class because he's her acting teacher. They enter an unfamiliar situation. In her case, it's this method acting with the stupid bobsled thing where you sit there and you pretend you're on a bobsled. So you need to go. Diana wants to be an actress, goes to Girls High to acting class, starts Carp's class. Step 1, pretend you're bobsled. She feels nothing. And this is, where you get into the middle part of the show. This is like the act 2. So then search, you need go, search, which is like, I guess step 2, I guess step 1 and step 2 of the second week. We tried to be an ice cream, sports car, be a table, ice cream cone. And she dug right down to the bottom of her soul to see how ice cream felt. And she felt nothing. And then it goes she finds that 2 tries, she still feels nothing. Not only does she feel nothing, but that's a bad thing, according to Mr. Carp, and according to Mr. Carp letting the class bully her and say, you're hopeless. They were so helpful. They called me hopeless. And Mr. Carp allowed it. So even then we get a little bit of the find what they wanted, step 5. And step 5 is at the bottom of the circle, which in this case is, I can't be an actress. And she finds she feels nothing. Mr. Carp allowed the class to make fun of her. He repeated that she'll never be an actress. She should transfer to Girls High. And she's almost lost all hope. She's gone, and this is deep in the subconscious or wherever your belief system is, deep in the underworld. She falls to her knees. And it's even witty how she says Jesus Christ out of anger and then goes straight into this prayer to Santa Maria. It just shows the quality of the song, the lyric writing. But, find and then take. You have to you have to pay the price to acquire what you want and take, which is step 6, which is the first step at the episode. She's down on her knees, and then she makes a call out to Santa Maria or the universe. And it's also this repeat of this, the chorus where she says, and I dug right down to the bottom of my soul. And she tried were the first 2 ones. And then she says, Santa Maria, please help me feel pretty, please. And then this time, instead of digging, the voice comes up from the bottom of my soul, came up to the top of my head. And the voice from down at the bottom of my soul hears what it said. And it says, this man is nothing. And now this is where I get mixed up in the story structure. Is that she's paying the price at this point. She's given up, she's fallen to her knees and said she's without external help from either the depths of my soul or from Santa Maria up in heaven or whatever. I have no hope, the earthly conscious power of Mr. Carp and my classmates. And this is the best acting school of performing arts have said, you will never be an actress. But as this soul or this gut thing, she said, geez, that's where I crave to be an actress so badly. And then the answer comes back to her, so this is take and find. I think, was that the next one? Take. Oh, and return, so she almost has to give up hope and also say, the answer comes back, and it's a hard one. It sounds easy because it's in a witty song, but actually, this is where most people, the answer comes back. It says, hey, this man is nothing. This class is nothing. If you really want to be an actress, you got to work your ass off. And screw Mr. Carp. And screw these punk high school or performing arts punks. Go find a better class. Don't give up. And she's actually living a story structure because it's saying, hey, you got to start climbing up this freaking half circle here. Dan Harmon's half story embryo. Get off your ass and return to, you got to get out of this. I can't be an actress and climb just up past that threshold to I can be an actress. I just have to find a better class. So return to the world and go in search of what is going to let you become a great actress. But as I said, the brilliance of story doesn't just stop there. It says, okay, so Diana Morales is out there now looking for a better class. You say, well, no, what about that other part of the story where she feels nothing? Wasn't that a central part of the resonance of why that's why I connect with the song? So if that's not resolved somehow, it also doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, so she went to find another class, but she just doesn't feel nothing. So how is she going to be a great actress? And I think this is why this song was, I'm sure this is reflected in the rest of the chorus line. This little difference is maybe where greatness comes through. And if this is like a way to put a lens on it with Dan's structure here, say, okay, so she went back and she looked for a new class. No. And then how's it read again? It says, 6 months later, and well, first she says, finally it did come to pass. I did go out, I did return, and I did search and find another class. But then she says, 6 months later, I heard that Carp had died. I can't believe how good this is. As someone that writes stuff, I just can't believe how good this is. 6 months later, I heard that Carp had died. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I cried. But, okay, you say, oh, okay, that makes sense. So she's finally feeling something. I say, no. That's not where truth lies and change lies. And the real resonance is we know we're broken people, and we identify with other broken people that are struggling and rising. If it's a character in a story, say, well, this is what you hear a lot of people complain about, about pop culture stuff. We're not doing that, but I'm having the chills again. 6 months later, I heard that Carp had died, and I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I cried. Well, why'd you cry, Diana? Because I felt nothing. And it even leaves it open a little bit. It's like, okay, she's achieved success. The circular journey we went on in the song has paid off, and our character's rising back up again into the world of I can be an actress. And in some sense, she's been healed because she says, well, I don't need Mr. Carp. But then it goes beyond that. It goes to the change thing that Dan was talking about and the monomyth and why do I get the chills? Because she's come to somewhat of an acceptance that she feels now. She hasn't changed. She's going to say, well, now I chew gum and I'm just so darn happy. And maybe this is me projecting, but to me, she says, and I felt nothing. Like I cried at Carp's funeral because I didn't care. That's definitely projection, but like that, I've achieved what I wanted, but I'm still a human being, and I've achieved both an acceptance, but not a comfortableness. There's a difference between being comfortable with something and accepting it. And those are things that are just so human and relatable. Oh, boy, it is so good. I know I'm gushing here about this, but it's like, I'm just going to close. I'm going to read the lyrics one more time and just think about the structure. I'll read the dance structure and then the lyrics and then good night, okay? So just think about this. When you have a need, you go somewhere, you search for it, you find it, you take it, then return and change things. You need go, search, find, take, return, change. And these are the lyrics from Nothing, from a chorus line. I'm so excited because I'm going to go to the High School of the Performing Arts. I mean, I was dying to be a serious actress. Anyway, it's the first day of acting class, and we're in the auditorium, and the teacher, Mr. Carp. Oh, Mr. Carp. Anyway, he puts us up on stage with our legs around one another, one in back of another, and he says, okay, we're going to do improvisations. Now you're on a bobsled, it's snowing out, and it's cold. Okay, go. Every day for a week we would try to feel the motion down the hill. Every day for a week we would try to hear the wind rush, feel the chill. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul to see what I had inside. Yes, I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I tried. And everybody's going, whoosh, whoosh. I feel the snow. I feel the cold. I feel the air. And Mr. Carp turns to me and he says, okay, Morales, what do you feel? And I said, nothing. I'm feeling nothing. And he says, nothing could get a girl transferred. They all felt something, but I felt nothing, except this feeling that this bullshit was absurd. But I said to myself, hey, it's only the first week. Maybe it's genetic. They don't have bobsleds in San Juan. Second week, more advanced, we had to be a table, be a sports car, ice cream cone. Mr. Carpy would say, very good, except Morales. Try Morales, all alone. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul to see how an ice cream felt. Yes, I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I tried to melt. The kids yelled nothing. They called me nothing. And Carp allowed it, which really makes me burn. They were so helpful. They called me hopeless until I really didn't know where else to turn. And Carp kept saying, Morales, I think you should transfer to Girls High. You'll never be an actress, never. Jesus Christ, went to church praying Santa Maria. Send me guidance. Send me guidance on my knees. Went to church praying Santa Maria. Help me feel it. Help me feel it, pretty please. And a voice from down at the bottom of my soul came up to the top of my head. And the voice from down at the bottom of my soul, here is what it said. This man is nothing. This course is nothing. If you want something, go find another class. And when you find one, you'll be an actress. And I assure you that's finally what came to pass. 6 months later, I heard that Carp had died. And I dug right down to the bottom of my soul, and I cried, because I felt nothing. All right, everybody, good night. I want to say good night to some people on Twitter, Alexandra S., J.S. Nodgers, Jonathan M., Roberta W., 10F10, Kim H, thanks and good night. TJazz89, Jeff S, thanks and good night. Babs, be like Babs, thanks. Lisa S to the P, thanks and good night. Emily Z, thanks and good night. K.E. Anka, Kianka, thanks and good night. Becky H, thanks and good night. Ryan, thanks and good night. Mary Beth, thank you and good night. Nate O, thank you and good night. Haley S, thank you and good night. Claire O, thank you and good night. Lydia P, thank you and good night. Host to Hosterson, thanks and good night. Adrian F, thanks and good night. Dusty, thanks and good night. Acoustic Sheep, thanks and good night. Jessica P, thanks and good night. Nug, thanks and good night. Megan C, thank you and good night. Greg H, Des, thanks and good night. Kim L, thank you and good night. Katie C, thank you so much and good night. Chevy, thanks and good night. Bassie, thank you and good night. Bassie World. Sarah R, thank you so much and good night. Nolly NM, thank you and good night. Sleep well. Cassie Semi-Bold, thank you and good night. Dystopian, thank you and good night. Jelly Sock, thanks and good night. Adam Big Red, thanks and good night. Mark D, thanks and good night. Justin C, thank you and good night. Penny La Lane, thanks and good night. Chrysanthi, thanks and good night. Prim Reaper, thanks and good night. Lynette, thanks and good night. Blue Shirt, thanks and good night. Richard P, cracking me up, thanks and good night. Kevin M, thanks and good night. Soap, thanks and good night. Simply Soap. Soul Heart, thank you and good night. Tonya, thank you and good night. History Prof. Carrie, Ectotextual, thank you and good night. M. Conrad, thanks and good night. Sean W. Riz, thanks and good night. Jason S., thanks and good night. Jillian, thanks and good night. Jessica M., thanks and good night. Audrey B., thanks and good night. Daniel O., thanks and good night. Mandana, thanks and good night. Stephanie L., thank you and good night. Jennifer C., thanks and good night. Suzanne W., thanks and good night. Julia S., is so subtle, that seasoning, thanks and good night. Ricardo G., thank you and good night. Tonya M., thanks and good night. Julia C., thank you and good night. Michelle, thanks and good night. Frey D., thanks and good night. Shelby, thanks and good night. Maggie G., thanks and good night. Lori S., thanks and good night. Jane L., thanks and good night. Vivian G., thanks and good night. Maywood, thanks and good night. John M., thanks and good night. Jessica K., thank you and good night. The Sophie, thanks and good night. Urban Animal, thanks and good night. Shauna, thanks and good night. Perla, thank you and good night. Pogue, thank you and good night. Little Pink Ninja, thanks and good night. Lauren M., thanks and good night. Celebrity Oxford, comma, thank you and good night. Janine A., thank you and good night. Lauren S., thanks and good night. Matt, thank you and good night. Janine, thanks and good night. Miss Black, thanks and good night. Christiana, thanks and good night. And Samantha B., thanks and good night. Thanks and good night, everybody. It's time for Spanish story number 57, Retirio. You know, this is a retirement story. And, you know, in some retirement places, there's this sepatoto, people that know everything. And they say stuff like tuvimos entiende, like we had understood it all. You know, they say stuff like a mano hubo, you know, it was the hand there was. That was all we could count on was our own hands. No se preoccupe, you know, que down, you know, we couldn't worry. But also you say, well, quero tanque preciso, you know, precisely a tank truck. And you say, okay, you lost me there. And they say manguera, like you say a hose in a tank truck at the retirement house. And then they say de las motos. Okay, so you want me to bring a tank truck with a hose, motorbikes, a camioneta, like a van. Why should I bring all these things to the retirement village? First of all, don't take any call. If a caller ID says Winfield Retirement Village, don't take the call. Trust me, the story will tell you why. And then just don't start writing. Just don't take orders either, especially when you say, but I did. So then I said, well, what's all that for, sir? And he said, Ray Molcarobando. And I said, you're going to go toe stealing. And I said, yeah, get over here. And then I got over there, and it was the retirement village of, what do you call them, antagonists. It didn't seem like it. They shuffled it out when I rolled up with all the equipment. And then the man that had called me Medio de Sanal, he gave me a sign, and in Pezzo it started. First, this woman jumped up on because I had like a truck with all the equipment in a flatbed, one of those things like a carrier. And she jumped up there and started rapping, kind of like more of an 80s rapping than present day hip hop. But she said, Cito Palado La Caja. And I said, ma'am, did you just say you Ben peeled the box? And then she ripped the box open that had the hose in it. And then she started spraying the hose. And everyone was saying, Tengame Faye, Tengame Faye, keep me faith. And then I got caught up in it, already. And I started singing George Michael's Gotta Have Faith. Because I memorized that song in school because this is how sad I was in middle school. Was that when it was? But another kid who was much cooler than me had memorized it and would do it, serenade the ladies. So then I tried to memorize it, but then it became more of a clown, it was more of a clowning version unintentionally. But then I said to these people, I said, what are you, Lograr? What are you trying to achieve? And they said, someone whispered to me, they said, tristeza, sadness. And then another person said, vaso medio, half a glass. And I said, oh. And then someone said, listones. And I said, slats? What does that have to do with this? And I said, cerca de usted. Is this about you, Bora, like being deleted one day? And then they pointed at my head and they said, cerebro. Then these two other older adults, they hopped on two of the motorbikes, revved them up, and they said, los dos no anda. The two do not walk. And then they started, doing donuts in the parking lot. And I said, have you at least, cut all the phone lines so the staff can't alert the authorities? Or is trouble coming? Equivoco. Am I mistaken? And they said, no, we've taken care. Si quiere lo podemos manejar. If you got, if you want, we handled it. We got it under control. And I said, okay, because one more thing, I lost golpes tambi. I'm also going through a little shock here because those donuts, I said, you wrap it. I said, I feel like I'm in like a bad movie, but this is real. And then this other, larger, older man put his hands on both my shoulders, and he said, mira se, que lo humilio mucho. And they said, so I should envision myself as someone that's been much humbled. I said, well, that's no problem. Got that? No problem. You're done. Then he looked up at the heavens. He shook his fist. He said, Amenzazo. And I said, is this a battle against the gods? I said, I've come to Winfield Retirement Village to watch you battle against the gods. And I said, where is it going to take place? And they said, Ningun Lado. And I said, nowhere. That's not a very good place to battle the gods. You got to. And then they hooked up everything. And they said, oh, this is your tow robbers. I said, are you going to rob? I said, something like that, right? And I said, Tirando, are you going to be pulling something from the heavens? Hizo para eso. And then, yeah, this man and this woman dragged out this giant hook with what looked like lightning bolts on it, spray painted blue. They said, hizo para eso. They made this for that. And then the guy who put his hand in my shoulder said, Cuando, that's my brother-in-law. And then he said, Burlo de en mi cara. He's going to make fun of my face, but really he'll make fun of yours. And then the rapping woman, she said, Le digo cogemos. I say we catch the gods, the dios. And again, I was swept. I said, we're going to catch some. I said, can we get, are we catching Greek gods or Roman gods? Because I said it's going to take me a couple hours to parse out who's who. And they couldn't tell if I was joking or serious, and neither could I. So they said, con usted nunca. You never learned our metodo, our method. Quien lo ve no, who sees no, simpático con esa sonrisota. The sympathetic with the big smile. No es de fiar, señores. And I said, is not a trustworthy gentleman. Sympathetic with the big smile is not. And I said, okay, I said, you're talking about Zeus? Probably Zeus. Or whoever is in charge, Neptune, one of those, the main god, the big boss. Okay, I'm on it, pretending they're sympathetic, big smile, not trustworthy. And they said, Otra demando guarda. They demanded another hideout. But then I noticed in Nervicio por donde, there was nerves everywhere. So I said, Calmar me, calm down. Before you go messing with any gods, go Bierno. The government's going to come and shut this down because they can't have you rompiste, breaking, whatever the, it's going to be bad for profits. They won't let you get away with this. And someone said, Yave fresco sabroso fresco. Fresh taste is the fresh key. I think that was the rapping woman. And then they next thing I know, I'm on the back of a motorbike or a dirt bike with my arms around like older adults. And she even said to me, imprevistos. I said, incidentals. They said, like my bathroom stuff. I said, usually I put that in a plastic bag, but I don't have it. And then she said, saquelo le punto. Scoop it out and you point. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then she did one of those dirt bike slides and stopped and she said, Saga Ala, get out here. And then I was out on a plane by myself, with the old people on the edge of the plane. And I said, oh, great. Did I get volunteered to fight Zeus? Because that's typical. And invito listo contigo. They said, I invite, are you ready? Well, luckily, no pasa nada. Nothing happened. And then they said, ven, siéntese. Come on, everybody, let's sit down. And then I just pretended desmayaste, like that I passed out. And I closed, well, I did. I fainted, I guess, desmaye. Because I was like, I can't fight Zeus. And when I woke Kedar, they were looking after me. They said, Calmate. Hemos hechos, something, I don't know, like calm down. And I noticed that, like a night had fallen, but it was more of a blue night than a dark night. And I said, para pensar, I need to think here because we're in a blue night. And they said, contarte, who told you? I said, I noticed it. And then the rapping woman said, hola, amor. And I said, good evening, amiga. And she said, hola, amor. And tan mal de fue, it was bad sleeping. Blue, they say blue light on a screen's bad. Try blue sky, try sleeping with that, no good. So Los Les Dije, I told him, I said, this is Zeus is up to something. Zeus has made the black night sky and the blue night sky. And that's not going to be good for everybody on Earth either, because I said, we're still on Earth, right? And they said, well, I guess. And I said, who lets a retirement home go to battle? Is Zeus Greek or Roman? But I said, I saw some pistas, some tracks from the two dirt bike women. I said, I bet you those were Furies or Sirens or something. Were they with you, the two on the dirt bikes? And I said, I'll go in pursuit of them. Don't worry. Dejas, you let me take care of it. And I said, if I don't come back, mi nombre is cedula, here's my license, that my name's on it. And then I got out on the plane, and not long after that, llegaron, they arrived, the two women on dirt bikes. They circled me, covered me in dirt. And I said, gracias, damas, thank you. And then they handed me a paper. They said, La Carta de Vinos. They said, the wine list, I can't. And they said, yeah, Mirando Bayan. And I said, I can't drink. I don't drink anymore, ma'am. I said, what is Zeus? I said, is Dionysus involved in this? And they said, Mirando Bayan, I think again. I said, no. And they said, Viviendo exagerada fuera. And I said, I'm not the one on a dirt bike that's 90 years young. And I said, actually, all this dirt on me, atrayendo, is attracting, it's attracting, moisture for my skin, so that's a good thing. And I said, could you get a hold of Zeus? I said, actually, you probably don't get a hold of Zeus. I said, do you two work for Zeus? And they said, no, patadas. We're just out here for kicks. We love the techo, the ceiling, the sky. And I said, estan a salvo. You're safe out here. Entender. I can try to understand what's going on, but I can't. But I said, actually, acabo, you're finished. And then I pulled the chords that make things run, because I watched enough 80s TV shows to know where the cord was. I think the distributor cord or something. And I held those out of their reach. So their motorbikes were no longer running. And they were, not happy with me. But I was able to just hold it up above my head real high, and they couldn't get it, even though they were trying to. And then they said, creemos amante. And I said, no. Because they said, we believe you're a lover. I said, I said, amante apenas. I'm barely a lover. I'm a lover of boring stuff. And then they said, ¿Qué es correcto drogas? Is these the right drugs? I said, no, I don't need any lover drugs. Trust me, there won't be any loving going on here. And then they called me a malparido, which isn't a nice thing. And they said, permitir de otra cosas farsantes. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'll allow fakers to do anything they want. Reconozca, because I recognize the cédula, the identity card. I can identify. I don't want to go. I said, we got to get this sky back from blue to black so everybody can sleep. Como del resto. It's not right. Usando la idea altruisima. Let's get a lofty notion going. I realize you don't want to go on to the next thing. None of you people. Tachable, it's impeccable. Your taste in motorbikes and, if you're going to pick a god, you might as well pick Zeus and Dionysus. Are those the gods you're working with? But propuesta, I have a proposal. I said, pues la sola llevo alimiento accepte. If I take a single raid up there, and would you accept if I just stole Zeus's toe? And I'll bring it back to you. Bring it back to retirement village. Everyone just goes home. You know, and I'll just bring that. And then they said, profundo fallo produjo. They said, we're trying to, this seems like if you're going to take Zeus's toe and bring it to us. I said, yeah, you can hold it hostage or whatever, Facturas, terapias, you send Zeus bills or make Zeus, or juntos deslance, you can come together and demand your outcome from Zeus. And so then we headed back and they said, Sido capaz valor cobarde. Did you get any value for the coward? And I said, oh, you were giving me to Zeus. And they said, no, he wasn't retuvo. He wasn't retained. And I said, do you know I'm a dull podcaster? I have powers of abismo zozobra, capsizing the abyss. So, Mostro, everyone go inside. Apuestas, you can bet on me whether I'll be back tomorrow with Zeus's toe or not, or I'll show up with no tenga nada, nothing. But estoy acabo con esto. I'm finished with this tonight. Everyone go to bed. Hora uno de esto. Just get in your rooms. In actando oyeran. When you hear me acting tomorrow, if I sound del Joven, young, you'll know I'm back with Zeus's toe. And it took forever, verlo así, I'd see also some people here, and a couple of people tried to alajarse, walk away. And I felt like I was out to El Fondo, the bottom. But then I found within me a nueva vida, a new life. Now, I had no intention of stealing Zeus's toe, clearly. Luckily, when I grew up, I knew in Cooperstown, and I don't tell anybody because it's probably a giant crime, so this is alleged. But I knew in Cooperstown, near where I grew up in Syracuse, there was one of those giants they had discovered, like that people thought was a giant. I can't remember which one it was now, of course. So I said, well, I'll get over there and I'll take that giant's toe. Wish I did. It took, luckily this was not that far from Cooperstown, however long they sleep, like a 16-hour drive each way. So I got back, and like I said, I had a nueva vida, and I showed up with the toe. No one remembered, because I guess this is what I heard, is they gave these people ecstasy. And they would just have, and then they called me, like they crank called me. So I said, well, I deserve that. I've done that to young people. When I was young, I did it too. So I said, it's fitting that old people would crank call me. And they said, we're not old. I said, okay, older adults would take ecstasy and then call me. And I said, no wonder it was so confusing, but I did seal Zeus. I said, is it something giant, the Cardiff Giant? I stole the Cardiff Giant's toe. I did not. I'm not in possession of it. Check Winfield Retirement Village. I think it's in Bob's room, but he goes by Swarthy Pete or something. I don't know. And, yeah, that's it. So that was the adventure. That's the time I stole Zeus's toe. Good night. All right, so we're talking episode 57 of Metastasis News. It starts with Petto on the side of a highway, almost like in an underpass, and he's on the phone. And then he's using the word profe, so we're like, okay, he's on the phone with Walter. Yeah, kind of below the freeway. He says, don't worry. Bay, her smokes, it has a weird look. Don't worry, Bay. He smokes, has a weird look. So I guess he says, don't worry. I don't know what this Bay is. It could be, definitely looks like a B and then an A and then a Y. But there's a space between the BA and the Y. But that's just my handwriting. But Petto must have a weird look on his face as he talks and says, don't worry, Walt. And then I put Henry's restaurant because I didn't know where they were. They were outside a restaurant. And then it said no. And it's Petto. He's with his uncles or cousins or whatever, and he's all excited, full of ideas. He's holding court at the breakfast booth. And he thought he was talking about some easy, big idea, so much so they put double question mark. Petto seems pretty happy. His uncles are in the restroom, and I think they're talking about his idea. They throw some tissues away, and then they get in a truck with 2 water tanks attached. I said, is that the methylamine, I guess, or are they on some methylamine job? And then the episode opens, and it's Confessiones, confessions. And then we have Jose's on a camera. He's still kind of staring off. And then Henry says to him, Jose Miguel Rojas. Jose. And Jose, and then Henry asks him a couple of questions. He says, what about this Heisenberg? And he says, Heisenberg. And he says, Walter. And then Jose's like, what? And then Henry lays out his case. He says, save the BS kid. He looked very sharp in his suit, a blue shirt and a tie. Henry looks good. He tries every cop move in the book. He tries identifying. He tries being, telling Jose, let's work together. Then I'm going to, I'm going to work against you. And then Henry gets super intense. So intense it upsets Jose, who starts crying. Just with his words, they couldn't figure it out. A few tears. But Jose says, I'm not talking. And then Saul rolls in. He tosses Henry. He says, hit the road. Then he shames the cops who let Henry in. Sends them out for coffee. And then Saul's all bent out of shape. He's like, what were you thinking? Fresco. I think there's 5 frescoes. Then we're at Walt on phone. I thought it said Waltaplas. Mirepoix. Waltaplas. Walt's on the phone. He's all stressed. Junior gets home. Walt's putting on makeup putting on cover-up. And Junior says, Pa. And then it seemed like Maria was up to something, like she's coming to get something or get Junior. And then Junior's like, what's up, Pa? Why are you wearing makeup? He goes, oh, Pop's putting on makeup, buddy. We got a little acne here. And he says, we should talk. And he says, ¿Qué paso? And then he even says, come here, buddy, I think. Yeah. And then he says, let's talk about life and acne and stuff. Perfect. I don't know what that means. And then Junior says, Pa, I'm sad. And then I looked at the camera, panned over, and they were holding hands. I thought that was really nice. Father and son holding hands. And then we have Henry, who comes home from work. He needs a drink. And he's like, oh, no, I had a terrible day. I don't got any evidence. Jose's not talking. Maria's like, WTF. Henry's like, I might lose my job here. Next scene is Cielo and Walt in their bedroom with the camera. But Walt's on camera, don't worry. And he says, my name's Walter Blanco, and this is my confession. Then they're at a nice restaurant for dinner, and Henry and Maria show up. A couple of things about this restaurant. There was 2 giant metal elk or reindeer statues in the restaurant. So I don't know if it was a reindeer restaurant or an elk restaurant, or it could have been, I don't know. And then Walt tries to talk to Henry and Maria. Cielo was there as well. Then the waiter shows up. And then Henry and Maria, they would have these like cold, quiet, pissed off looks on their faces. Henry's shirt's opened a few buttons. And as soon as the waiter walks off, he's like, are you going to confess or what? And Walt's like, not till I got everything clear with Junior. I don't see why I would confess. And then Maria and Walt do some talking, and then Walt tries to talk directly to Henry, who then lays something on Walt, like some info. And then around 18 minutes, Walt comes back with, Walt says something, then the waiter comes back, and Maria has this amazing look. 1800-ish, I put. And then Henry tells the waiter, hey, we're talking here, hit the road. Then Maria kind of started to drop some shame on Cielo or something, and then Cielo tries to defend herself, but Maria's not having it. Then Walt talks about stuff about Junior. And Henry goes, aver, que es correcto. He goes, dude, you're a drug dealer. And then Maria heaps on some more shame. And then Henry's like, I'm not talking about anything but a legal solution or something. And Walt's like, no way. Nope. And Henry won't give an inch. So Walt, parentheses, coolly, looks over at Maria or Cielo. He says, vámonos. I think he says a question, though, like, vámonos? What do you think? Let's get out of here. And they roll out, but right as they do, Walt pauses and he puts a DVD on the table. And that's when we see a black and white confession video, and Henry and Maria are watching it. And this was a pretty cool scene because some of it was shot through the TV, like the TV's view, through the glass. So actually, for the cathode ray view, that's what the TVs used to be made out of. And they're watching the video, and it's Walt telling a lie that Henry's Heisenberg, that he's the brains behind the business. And Walt slowly lays out a case against Henry. And as he watches it, Henry's grimacing because Walt's just hitting every note, playing him like a fiddle. And Maria she puts her hand over her mouth at one point, because she's so taken aback. And it's a great scene. Like, Walt really puts them in this, rough place. Shot through the TV, both of them watching side by side and reacting. And I like to that is Walt just keeps pouring it on. But I think he also was laying it out with, real clues. So it was Henry was totally, pinned. And then at 27, whatever Walt said at 27 minutes, totally takes Henry's breath away. His mouth moves, but he doesn't say anything. Oh, no, his mouth moves with sad, desperate words, I put. And Maria's too. And then this bell tolls, that's it happened a few times in this season. And Henry's stunned. Henry and Maria talk. They're like, we're caught. What are we going to do about this? And first time Henry finds out, then Henry finds out for the first time about the money, for his physical rehab was from Walt. And then he's really sad. He's like, Maria. Then we have Saul and Jose in an SUV. Saul's all worked up. He's got a pink shirt with a nice matching tie with pink dots. Walt pulls up in his matte muscle car, Matte. And he asks Jose what Henry said, and Jose tries to fill in some details, and Saul's still bent out of shape, mostly at Jose. So Walt has to talk to Jose alone. And Walt tries the old caring parent role, and they talk for a while, and at some point Jose looks over at him, and then he lays it on Walt. He goes, this is all about you. You're not caring parent me. You're caring parent to defend yourself. And then he even says, what about me? And Jose seems to ask for something. And then he cries, and Walt goes from mad to thoughtful. And Jose keeps going on about Mario and other stuff. And then Walt goes in for a hug and a back pad. The old back pad, pinnacle of intimacy. And, while Jose cries. Then we're back at the car wash, and Walt's working. Cielo's smoking a cigarette. And Walt wants something, but Cielo's kind of ignoring him. And Henry's in his office, and Gomez comes in, and Henry has a blue highlighter. And Gomez says, "What are you thinking with Jose?" And then Henry just kind of acts like a jerk, so Gomez leaves. Then Saul and Jose have a slip of paper. They're talking about Andrea. Then Saul makes a call about double question mark. Jose's quiet. He's looking down. Saul goes to get some of Jose's money, but then the sound kind of falls out, like Jose stopped listening. Then Jose goes to smoke a joint, but Saul's like, "You can't smoke pot in a lawyer's office, a hippie," he says. And then Saul gets a bag, like a bag for him to put the money in. And the heavy breather comes in, mouth breather for Jose. And then Saul gives him a pink BlackBerry burner phone. And then we see Saul has the exact address, gives it to the mouth breather. And he says, "I guess this is goodbye." And Saul sends Jose off with like a worried look. And Jose's on the side of the road waiting for something. He checks his cigarettes. And then he realizes his joint's gone, double question mark. Then he does a realization take. He's like, then he has a flashback of his last missing cigarette. And then his ride pulls up, but he doesn't get in the ride. It was a one-shot deal, for a new personality thing. So Jose goes back to Saul's office, and he wants the truth about his missing cigarettes. And then he says, "Saul, I'm taking your keys." And Saul calls Walt. And then Jose's going to, he's like, "I'm going to go by Walt's house." And then he goes by Walt's house, and he says, "I don't want Walt's stuff organized anymore." So he disorganizes all Walt's books and, everything that he has alphabetized. And that's the end of the episode. All right, so we're talking Season 5, Episode 11, Confessions of Breaking Bad. And it starts out in Todd's not exactly getting his kicks. He's getting his smokes on Route 66. He's calling from outside a cafe. He's like, "Hey, Mr. White, how you doing?" He goes, "There's been some change in management and stuff, but I wanted to give you a heads up, but if you want to give me a call and talk, it'd be cool." He's leaving a voicemail. He said, "Me and Declan, we had a difference of opinion." Then we go into the cafe, and Todd is the belle of the ball. He's holding court, telling his train story to his uncles. You also see a generational divide because they say, "Isn't anything like the movie Hooper?" And Hooper was a movie I used to watch with about 4 in the morning in New York City. It was before my time. But it was Burt Reynolds, I think, as a stunt man, so we would watch it on, DVD or something. So they talk about Hooper and helicopters and stuff like that. Then when the waitress comes in, notice all the guys got real quiet, even though they weren't really talking about anything. And then the uncle and his sidekick get all serious. They say, "Todd, are you feeling good about cooking?" And Todd says, "Yeah." Say, "Okay, we got to go hit the head." And then it was like straight out. Talk about timeless material. They go to the bathroom and they're talking about the nanny state and, making stuff great again, kind of. Like helicopter parenting, all that stuff. The two uncles, armrest, what does that say? Oh, he says, geez, the decline of the U.S., I look at the armrest on an airplane and I don't see an ashtray. And that's why I realize we've lost everything or something. What the heck happened? Then they head out with their methylamine and they're on the way back to New Mexico. Also, there was a good song, "Romp Stomp Was My Baby Tonight," I think was the song. I didn't write down the singer, and the episode opens. As it does, Jesse comes into a slow focus, and and there's a time lapse of the cops talking to him with weird dropped out like sounds. Jesse's out of it. And then a hand shuts off the camera, a hand we don't see. Jesse's still staring away. And he says, it's Hank's voice. He says, Mr. Pinkman. Then I can't, this looks like, he says, how are you doing today? Oh, not so good. Because he goes, I want to talk to you about my brother-in-law, your partner, Heisenberg. And Jesse, flinches. He says, oh, yeah, that's the look. He goes, lucky for you, I'm interested in Heisenberg, so I got you an offer. He goes, you tell me everything. And Jesse has this pained look on his face. And then Hank's really good here. He goes, I know he's the mastermind. He goes, it doesn't look like you guys are getting along. And then Jesse tells Hank, we could take off, eh? And he goes, are you sure that's how you want to do this? He goes, why don't you try? Jesse says, why would I do you a favor? You haven't been nice to me. And he goes, you can't be happy. Happy people don't throw money away. And he goes, I don't think Walt's going to be happy about that, but maybe that's the point. And he goes, but I can relate. My own brother-in-law lied to me for over a year, used me. Maybe you could understand that feeling. He goes, come on, Jesse, help me out. He goes, I know you want that. And then he says, I think you want to talk. And Jesse says, not to you. And it's also clear that Jesse's probably not over their last encounter. Oh, and at one point Hank leans in and goes, he really did a number on you. What does this mean? Hank does some PyCon analysis. I don't know what that means. A PyCon analysis. That's weird. But he definitely doesn't. He even growls when he says, my own brother-in-law. Then Saul rolls in, and he's got a lot of good material. Hey, what are you doing with this kid? You want a lawsuit? Come on, Rocky, hit the road. And then he as soon as they leave, he says, detectives, I'm inviting you to leave. Then he gets mad at Jesse. What are you doing, throwing money away while we're trying to help you? He goes, why didn't you call me? I heard about it on the news. And he goes, what'd you talk to Schrader about? And Jesse says, nothing. And he says, chill out. And Saul's like, chill out? No, I can't chill out. Things are out of here. He goes, I imagine Schrader shared with you his recent discovery. And he says, okay, well, then you get my complete lack of chill. Also, Saul had like a nice line shirt, and I assume that means striped shirts and line shirts. A gray suit, pink tie with gray and maroon stripes, very sharp. Then Walt's on the phone with Saul talking. Then Junior comes home. Walt looks in the mirror, tries to put on some cover-up on his eyes. And Junior's yelling, hey, Dad, I'm going to hang out with Aunt Marie. And then Dad says, wait, come on back. And then he sees his dad. He says, Dad, what happened to you? And he says, oh, nothing, I'm fine. He goes, I do want to talk, though, buddy. And he goes, I want to keep you up to date on everything that's happening, up to date with lies. He goes, I got a little shadow I'm dealing with, but I'm going to be fine. And he goes, maybe I was going a little too hard, but I don't want you to worry. He goes, don't worry about it at all. And he goes, I'm fine. And I think Junior says, geez, that's what I do is worry. You're my dad. And he goes, well, okay, go hang out with Aunt Marie. He goes, no, I'm staying by your side, Dad. I liked how they were sitting face to face. Deserve to know. Oh, yesterday I fainted. That's what he says. Oh, the Junior says, well, what now? He says, we go on like always. Can we all stay positive? That's when he says, I'm staying with you. Then we have Hank and Marie. And they're in front of Hank's bar, which has the portrait of 3 gunslingers from the West. And Marie's like, what's going on? And Hank's like, I didn't tell anybody. Old Grovey Hank, old grouchy Hank is back because he's like biting Marie. You know, anything Marie says, he's got a not nice thing to say back. Then we have Skylar and Walt in the bedroom. Walt's pacing. Skylar's arms are crossed. She goes, "Walt, you sure about this?" And he says, "It's the only way." Walt gets on the thing. He says, "My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. This is my confession." Then they're at like a corporate Chevy's restaurant. We get a couple, this is a little bit of comedy. Great acting by this young actor. Or maybe it had red chili lights, music's playing. I think it was... I can't remember. I thought I wrote it down, but I didn't. And then they say they're here. Oh, it's papel picado up, which is beautiful. And some strange sauce on the table. Not a salsa. It looked like it needed to be, like it had separated. And at 15:55, Hank has a total the thing from the movie's face. Trent's the waiter. There's like an Office Space shout out with the waiter. I think it might even been the same waiter from Office Space. He's got some flair, total flair on. And he says, "Hey, can I serve anybody out with some beverages, margaritas? How about some tableside guacamole or gardunos or something?" And they say, no, we need some time with the menus. He goes, "All right, I'll be back with some water." And then Hank says, "So you're here to confess?" And Walt was dressed up as Mr. Rogers. He had like a sweater, not a vest on, what are those things called? But, and he goes, "Hey, no, we're here to talk about Junior. Your concern is misplaced." And this is at like 17:08, because I put, wow, 17:08, just because of their reactions. And they say, well, because they're like, we want Flynn and Holly with us, and that's when Walt says you're misplaced. And we don't want you in our business, leave our children out of it. Junior's already been through a lot. And Walt says, you can't just leave Junior out of this. And, why do you got to bug me? What's going to come to Junior? And Hank's like, well, he's going to see who's a good guy and who's the non-legal guy. And then Walt says, you have no, or maybe Scott, they say, you have no evidence to support your claims. Why tear the family apart? Oh, double star. After they said through a laugh, double star, Marie's laugh. She goes, "You are just," and then her face turns to frown. And Hank has the snarl and stare before he says, "Arrest you." And then Noah says, "If that day ever comes, so be it, but you have no evidence." Then Trent shows up at the water. So he goes, "How about that guacamole? We make it right at the table." But then Trent, in this one, he picks up on the vibe. Really good acting. He had a great look on his face. Great writing, too. Then we have Marie and Skylar kind of go back and forth, and Walt tries to guilt them. He's like, this isn't let's deal with our family. This isn't an ongoing situation. It's in the past. There's nothing to accomplish. Not feeling so great, and, that's going to be sad for Junior. He goes, to put this on top of that's not right. And then they say, well, they all go off. You're using the word right? It was a right to run a drug empire? He's like, there is no drug empire. And then Marie drops a solution. And it's like, no. He's not getting off that easy, Marie. And then Hank gets even more aggressive. He's like, you're not going to walk away with this. So just step up and admit things. And then Walt just stands up. He says, let's go. And then he leaves the DVD on the table, and he pushes it across the table with his fingers to Hank. And this was cool. The audio starts first while Hank and Marie are just sitting in the restaurant with this look on their face like, what's this? What's this DVD? And Walt says, this is my confession. And then it changes to Hank and Marie standing in front of their TV. They look like two mannequins because their arms were like slack at their sides. And Walt totally, throws Hank. You totally bust Hank. Very, very good acting everywhere. Walt says, I was weak, so I agreed. And Marie and Hank are in shock that Walt just framed Hank, or could, it's a DVD leak. And Walt hits out like every single note, lays out the total case against Hank, and he goes, and I hope the world will finally see the man he really is. And then Hank also says, did he say something about $177,000? And Marie goes, yeah, that's what we used for your rehab. He goes, oh, God, no, Marie. He goes, that's the last nail. It's so good. She sits down. She's like, what are we going to do? And it was so good. Marie says, well, you're too proud. Then we have Saul and Jesse out there in the desert, and Saul says it's always a desert. This time Saul looks a little more ridiculous. He got a yellow shirt with a brown suit and a purple pocket square. Walt rolls up kind of in a Cro-Magnon mode. He searches Saul's car for bugs. And then Walt and Jesse kind of talk about, geez, what did Hank know? What did Hank say? Saul gets all bent out of shape, and Walt sends Saul off. And this was a good scene to watch because Bob Odenkirk had a tough job of acting in the same frame, but just barely out of earshot, and then sometimes within earshot of Walt and Jesse. And that seems really difficult. And Jesse and Walt were on fire. And Walt says, Jesse, why don't you start a new life? You go with Saul's guy, get a new identity, clean slate, a legitimate job, meet a girl, start a family even. Heck, you're so young. What's here for you anyway? It tells you if we could trade places, a whole lifetime ahead of you with the chance to hit the reset button. In a few years, this would just be like a dream. And Jesse says, can you stop working me? He goes, for like 10 seconds, stop jerking me around. And Walt says, Jesse, I'm not. He goes, you are. He goes, drop the concerned dad thing and tell me the truth. You're acting like this is about me when it's about you. You just want me to leave town to cover up for you. And Jesse says, just say so. Just ask me for a favor. Just tell me you don't care about me. And either I leave town or, you're not friends with me anymore. He goes, just tell me you need this. Also, Jesse looked really splotched and swollen and sad. 3105, Jesse's look when Walt says this will be like just a bad dream. And when he was talking, his voice was almost gone. Stop working me for once. And that's when Saul's in the background trying to pretend like he can't hear when he can. Great, great stuff. And then Walt does a slow walk to Jesse and hugs him, bear hug. He puts his head on his shoulder so Jesse can cry. Then Walt's at work. He says, have an A1 day. Music's playing. Walt goes into the office. Skylar's just staring into space, and she doesn't even hear him. And Walt says, it worked and we're fine. Then Hank's in his office. He's looking at forms. Steve comes in. He says, what's going on, boss? And he goes, I got to pull these guys off of Pinkman. And Hank's kind of stuck because he doesn't know what to do. So he says, I'm going out. And Saul's with Jesse. He's like, this is your last chance. No takebacks. 1 hour. You got to meet this guy. Then Jesse tries to lay to join. He says, you can't fire up a doob in here. He goes, stop screwing around. He goes, some people are immune to good advice. And then he goes, we need some bags for money, money-sized bags. Gives Jesse a Hello Kitty phone. He says, why don't you go to Florida? And Jesse says, what about Alaska? Alaska's good. And then Jesse said, well, Saul says, take care, Jesse. And then on the way out the door, he bumps into Huel. And then he's standing off the road in Albuquerque in front of these, like, flood barriers or something. It was really cool. And Jesse checks all his pockets, which is something that happens to me, like, 4 times a day. I check all my pockets, panicking. And then I check them again, and then either it was already in a pocket I checked what I needed, or it's in my it's usually in my hand while I'm I say, where are my keys? Oh, they're in my hand, not in these 8 pockets. Or, oh, I left them in that, that door that everybody's taking stuff from. But then Jesse finds the cigarettes, he looks at them, and the music really starts pumping. And Jesse flashes back and realizes that Huel took his cigarettes. And that Saul was the one behind it. So he goes back to Saul. He goes, you stole the cigarettes. You told me he was, Saul says, he told me he was saving you. And then Saul calls Jesse, or Walt, he goes, we got a big problem. And then Skylar was distracted at work. She overpays her change to an honest customer who says, you overpaid me in change. And Walt peels into work. He tries to enter all calmly. And he says, what's going on? Walt says, why? And she says, no reason. And then Walt's like, I got to check the latch on the soda machine. It's not latching. I'm going to check it. She says, okay, great. And then Walt's on the lookout. What did they put? Oh, exact change. I can't remember. It must have been a customer said that. And then Walt's like, oh, I got to go get my prescription. And there's music playing in the whole time. And then Jesse pulls up to Walt's house and he's in total loon mode. And the episode ends. That's it. Some thank yous on YouTube. Again, thanks to Kimos312. 5 stars. I read how it works, but I really don't know how it works. Do I care? No, it's something I don't need to overanalyze to keep me from sleeping. Just happy it's there and it works. Thank you. Thank you, Kimos. Then we have Ian and Devon, Devon from the UK. Terrible nonsense and annoying. Could only make it through 3 or 4 minutes of the babbling. An odd pronunciation made Met swish off. Did anything but make me fall asleep. Okay, that's good. 3 or 4 minutes, it's good to get you out. I don't know if 3 or 4 minutes, you really should. If you only listen for 3 or 4 minutes and then you take like 20 minutes to write a review. Anyway, I guess I'm good. Let's go on to the positives. JMO00472. Thanks, Scooter. Amazing guided meditations, Breaking Bad reviews will not help you sleep. Will help you sleep. Thanks, JMO. How about this? Nini Bobini. Nini Bobini. That's a good one. It makes me want to say banana fanafofini. Really works. Used to lay in bed tossing and turning for 1 to 2 hours, and I've been using it for the past few weeks, and I fall asleep in 30 minutes. Thanks, Nini Bobini. Thanks for making me laugh. I am Sunshine, 1963. Love it and support it. And these are also ones I like to get. This is the first time I felt strongly enough to write a review for anything on iTunes with podcasts work the worst of the effort. Podcast creative, comforting, smart, and funny. If you listen, it's pretty sleep-inducing, but interesting enough that I can listen the next day on my commute because I want to hear what I missed. Oh, cool. Apparently, a lot of people are turning in. I personally don't want to lose this little piece of respite from life. Scoots obviously pours his heart out for every listener, so please give a little back and support this thing. Patreon's a pretty easy one. One-time visit, a couple of clicks helped a guy who helps you if you listen in. Just good karma. You probably sleep easier knowing you did it, too. Thank you, I Am Sunshine. That's a sunshiny review and great advice. Thanks. Julia Sim, amazing, incredible, really works. Now when I wake up at 4 a.m. with racing thoughts, I don't lie awake for hours wishing I could fall back asleep. Works in minutes. Thanks, Julia. Action Chris 16. That sounds like a news shopper is listening. Action Chris 16. Listen every night. Great way to get yourself to sleep. Thanks, Action Chris. Mezzy 98 36 920. That's a brain bot possibly. Melatonin. Absolutely amazing. As someone who suffered from insomnia, tell you this works. Thanks, Melatonin. And then future novelist 55-6, bestest sleep inducer I've tried. Police support. Thank you all. Thank you for the reviews. Over on YouTube, I want to thank JNT Snow Show Podcast, who said we love the podcast. Nicholas G. I'm not Sam Harris, but I guess they can see how you could. Sam doesn't have, his voice isn't creaky dulcets. He just has smooth dulcets. Steve S. doesn't like the podcast or my voice. CX Trilla is setting us up. Stella M. Thanks, Stella. Oh, boy. My forgetting, my opiate, my oblivion. Thank you very much. Marcus M. does not like the podcast. Trenton C. wants to know why I was playing with Barbie dolls. Well, I was playing with my kid. Lindsay S. Likes the show. Thanks, Lindsay. Petaz 2. Thank you. Jeremy C. Thank you. Maggie didn't like it. LOLs is fixed. Thank you. Best player ever. Best review ever. Thanks, the best player. Annalie could use a Q&A with Sleep With Me. Marilyn D. liked it. Pink Penguin, very nice. Thank you. Quentin Reviews, thank you. Marina R. Thanks for the nice things. Oh no, Priscilla, thank you. And Black Love 101, thank you, very nice. Auxilla, thank you very much, nice. Gaz D, thank you. Radfu, thank you. And Trevor, I don't like the podcast. All right, thanks so much, everybody, and good night.